Morning, everybody. Top of the morning, 9:30. Wow, we have a long day ahead of us. We're going to go from here till about, probably about 11:30 is what we're going to be looking at. Obviously, we've got the State of the Union, I'd call it. Actually, it is a State of the Union, but because he just got elected, they call this one, the first one, the Joint Session of Congress Address, whatever you want to call it. I call it State of the Union. That's what it is. So I got a lot of stuff on tap for you guys today. We're going to be here a long time, so let me set the table so you know what to expect. We're going to go over some news right now. And then I've got a lot of filler video, but then we've got four interviews scheduled. Four interviews scheduled today. When you see the video, it's going to tell you specifically what time of the day and when these interviews are, and then when accordingly we'll go live. So it'll say John Smith, 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock. It'll have the time. Those are actually going to be live slotted interviews. And then, of course, at 9 o'clock tonight, we're going to take the speech. So as you're watching the video that I put together Donald Trump's 3 State of the Union speeches, the 2017, 2018, and 2019. And those will play in the background as you guys can chat and come back in and out as you feel, as you want to. But don't miss the live segments, because you'll see what time we're going to go ahead and do the live segments, which will be live interviews. And then following, either a little bit before, a little bit afterwards, I'll be live as well, jumping in and giving you news accordingly. But I wanted to start you off with some news. But before I start, get a lot of comments about this, and I just wanted to talk about this for a second. Mark Cologne says, Barry, you need to update your introduction video. How often do you want me to change the video? I just changed it. This one's only been running a month. I don't know when the last time, Seinfeld changed their intro song. Never. So you guys can put it in the chat. I'll go ahead and put up a poll. Should I do a new intro video? That'll be the poll that will run part of the day today. Should Barry do a new intro video? And I'll put it up in about 20 minutes, and you guys can then vote on it. Because I know some people love The Rock and some people hate. There's no in between. Everybody has an opinion, which is fine. And I just want to make you guys happy. So whatever it is that you'd like to see, then that's what it'll be. We'll make sure that we go with that. So with that being said, let me get into a little bit of stuff that happened recently. Those of you, there's a lot of you who got upset. I guess that's the best way I said it. Over this Pam Bondi issue. Pam Bondi issue has become quite the heated thing. A lot of people are saying give her time. A lot of people are, she got to go. And it's a hot button. It's a hot button issue for sure. Everyone has an opinion. And do me a favor, be cordial to everybody. Be respectful. Don't start screaming, calling people effing idiots and stuff. They have an opinion that's different from yours. The idea between this community is chat and have, some fellow camaraderie, even if it's spirited at times. So I'm just telling you what's happening, and then you can make up your mind shortly thereafter. Something happened late last night, and I want to bring it to your attention. This happened late last night. The Department of Justice and the FBI have decided to go ahead and not release any information regarding the Seth Rich case. Not going to do it. Now, she never said she was going to. It was someone else in the Department of Justice prior who said they were going to release the information on the Seth Rich case. And I can tell, yesterday I coined the term old MAGA versus new MAGA. And this post that I put up, this post right here, this morning, about the Seth Rich case showed me specifically that there is indeed old MAGA and new MAGA. How do you know this, Barry? Because a whole bunch of people are like, who's Seth Rich? That was a very defining post I put up, because now I know assuredly there are a lot of people who weren't around back in the old MAGA days. We have a whole lot of new people who are on the MAGA trail. And so at this point, just by putting that post up. And I didn't know it was going to be that way. I got a whole lot of people who are like, who is it? Well, I'll leave that up to you. As I always say, do your own research. And it's very interesting. As everything else has happened, people have had all kinds of different experiences. And Seth Rich, again, you go look it up, and then you can figure out what everybody's talking about. And so one of our fanfare members, Cody, love Cody, he goes, I was completely convinced last night after watching a video Ian Carroll posted that Pam was actually corrupt. I had to admit I was wrong because he was a big Pam Bondi advocate, which is fine. He goes, I had to admit I was wrong. And then Ian posted this a few minutes ago. What is the truth? That is the most important line in his post. What is the truth? I don't know. None of us knows, but people are all talking. Ian said, despite my snarky words towards Pam, I am perfectly ready to change my tune if genuine document release happens. I understand she's up against the most powerful criminal organization in the world here, and patience and grace is required. And then Laura Williamson said she walked into a snake pit and so did Cash. I bet they are fighting more than just snakes, probably more sinkholes with more snakes. Let me address that for a second, because I've let it go on for almost 4 or 5 days, and I've never said what I'm about to say to you right now. And here's the thing. A lot of people are like, give her a chance. She's new. She's only been here a couple of weeks. Cash, she's only been here a couple of weeks. They got to figure out what they're doing. They got to build the case. They probably didn't know how bad it was. And I'm just going to say this to you again in question form. Who hired them? And it's a very matter-of-fact answer. Donald Trump hired them. Okay. So during the course of that interview with a man who is formerly president, with a man who has gone through 34 felony cases in Georgia and New York, who's been shot at, who's had other attempts that we know of, maybe 2, who has seen the snakes up close and in person through 2 impeachments, has understood everything about the guy in the island, has understood everything about Hillary and the DNC, and probably Seth Rich, who's known all of this. Do you not think during the job interview, the man who has all this knowledge never said to Pam Bondi, you're about to get in a whole lot of shit here, girl. It is worse than you even can imagine. Let me tell you a little bit about what you're going to step into. And I'm going to be completely honest with you. And then when I'm done talking to you, Pam, these guys here in the room are going to tell you what you're about to step into. And they spend hours talking to her and saying, here's what this is. Here, you're going to find this out. This person, that person. And it's just, oh my God. So Pam, at the end of this meeting, before I nominate you, are you up for this job? And I need to know that you're prepared to put your life on the line, because indeed you are. Because the people you will be going after will have no problems, sleep completely fine, throwing you in the ocean with a pair of cinder block slippers. So think about your family, your new husband, everything you have, your life, your home. Think about all of that getting wiped out and you getting gone before you tell me you want this job. Because I have to know you're willing to do whatever it takes to be successful at this position. At which point you go home and kiss the husband, look around, see your family. You come back to President Trump and like, I'm in. See, that's what's been on my mind the entire time I've been talking to you about Pam Bondi. I don't want to hear shit about she didn't know what she was getting into. She's only been in the job 2 weeks. No. She has been briefed and brought up to speed by somebody who's been through it all and has put his life on the line. There's no way I'm hiring somebody who could essentially be a target, a physical target. There's no way I'm putting somebody in this position, especially a woman, and saying, hey, listen, just to let you know, everything you hold dear is going to be at stake and at risk here. You sure you got this? So when everybody is saying all this stuff, oh, she's new and she didn't know. No, you completely missed it. Nobody has explained it to you this way. And now it should make a whole lot of sense. She knew exactly what she was getting into. She knew exactly where the snakes were. She knew exactly where the bodies were buried. She knows exactly the risk she has taken. And she freely accepted it. Nobody told her, hey, well, it might not be that bad. Oh, no. I need you to know everything you're about to get into. And then you have the same conversation with Kash Patel. So completely never say to me again, well, you got to give her a chance. It's been a short period of time. No. Because she's an extension of the man who hired her. If you've ever run a business and you had a position that was very critical to your operation, you don't tell somebody, hey, listen, I'm flying you in from, Kentucky. And they tell me you're one of the best. Are you ready to hit the ground running with what I need in my business to succeed? I don't want anybody learning on the job. This isn't some remedial training. You get your ass to work and make it happen. I don't have time for you to get your feet wet and your legs under you. Here's what I need done. On day one, you got to be at 60 miles per hour. We don't need no ramp up the highway. I need you at 60 miles per hour on day flipping one. Any of you who have run a business, unless it's a startup and you're trying to get people on the same page, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about putting a critical cog in the wheel of your business. Your new CFO, your new CMO. Anyone in the C-suite who's going to be operational on day one, you don't want to have to teach them. So are you telling me, without any equivocation, that Donald Trump put in an Attorney General of the United States and said, go ahead, take your time and get your feet wet? That's a hill you're going to have to convince me on. Because, no. So something else is going on. I don't know what. I'm not convicting her. I'm not saying she's not right for the job. I'm not saying that we should replace her. I'm telling you something else is going on. This woman, she knew before she took the job what she was getting into, what she was going to have to do, and who the landmines that she was going to cross, and that she was putting her life on the line. And she took the job. So knowing all that, and you still decided to kiss your new husband and say, let's go with this. Upend everything that you're doing because you want to save America. There's no way you guys should be saying to anybody, oh, she's new. She's only been there 2 weeks. You think she only heard about things 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago? You don't, seriously, how do you convince yourself after watching this man and everything he's been doing, and people have told you he's been looking at putting all of his pieces together for the last 4 years? And he just pulled some greenhorn in and said, okay, get your feet wet and, let me know how it goes. I got to see some comments here. Yeah, again, it's on Trump. I trust him. She's getting the same crap he's getting because I'm sure Trump is getting stopped too. Trust him. Exactly. Dan Bongino said he knows the risk. Absolutely. So this is nothing about getting feet wet. This is nothing about trying to figure out where the bodies are. They already know. So the reason why I'm sitting back and not saying, I have not said, and you will never see a tweet by me that says she needs to be replaced. What you will see me is like, what the F is going on? And I don't mean that against her. I'm like, wait, what is going on? Why are you faking this to say this? Something doesn't make sense. But I'm willing to just say, okay, they know what they're doing, but it's really, it doesn't make sense. I can see when President Trump is talking because he lays out his breadcrumbs. I can see how he's laying them out. I talked to you guys about that last night, the 5 boxes he's checking and what it means. For instance, you don't think he realizes tonight at 9 o'clock the shitstorm he's walking into? I wouldn't even doubt if these guys start throwing tomatoes. These Democrats are so bat poop crazy at this point, they may throw tomatoes, they may throw eggs, they're screaming, they're going to have to get escorted out, they may have brought in plants, who knows? You don't think he knows that? You don't think, maybe sometime this morning, he's having a big meeting with Secret Service and other clandestine people from the CIA or whatever, go, okay, you're going to be sitting here, you're going to be doing this, and they're planning. He knows there's going to be disturbance. Of course he does. Of course he does. You don't think Pam Bondi and Kash Patel are in those meetings? Where you're going to station your guys? How you're going to? Because at this point, I don't even trust people in Congress not to be a personal threat to Donald Trump. I think there are people in Congress who would be willing to die on that hill because of what they believe. Any job is a risk, especially when serving in the government. Well, some more than others. He should just smile and ignore them. Ignore them all. Actually, they were planning to do something. They said it. Yeah, they're letting people know. Right on, Barry. Girl definitely dropped the first snap of the game. Yeah, I just don't want to hear anything about she's getting her feet wet. If I've known Donald Trump like I have known him from the outside for the last 2 decades, and he's helped me tremendously in business, reading what he does, reading how he worked different things in real estate, there is no way he picked a greenhorn who was going to completely bumble. So something's up. Just want to let you know that. And you can tell other people that same story. You think this man who went through everything he's gone through doesn't know who, where, and what the landmines are and what's behind those landmines. You don't think he knows? Okay, let's go with that. No, she did not drop the first snap. Okay, here's someone who has a different opinion. That's fine, Tim. You have the opinion. You can watch as we all are and call balls and strikes. When you watch baseball and they've got the little square, they used to have the little square behind the batter, and you could see like where the ball hit. Was it over the plate? Was it? So some people are saying it's on the line. It's not really a ball. It was a strike. It's all a matter of perspective, and I understand that, and I appreciate that. I am not going to tell someone that their perspective is wrong. My only thing is just to tell you, just to keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open. All right. In terms of also keeping one's eyes open, getting away from Pam Bondi right now, I posted this, and I'm not like self-promoting, but this is something that really struck me last night. It struck me because of something Elon Musk posted. Elon Musk posted, are there any other countries in the world that tax their citizens and send money here? And I'm like, no. No, that's a good question. No. So we're the only country that taxes its citizens and sends the money someplace else. You're willing to put us in poverty to help some other country. So, and they talk about this stuff about, soft pressure and all this kind of different terms. What about these other countries? Are they not trying to appease us? Because that's what you're telling us the Democrats are. We do this because, it helps over there so it won't come here. Well, that's pretty easy for it not to come here. Don't let it come here. Like even Zelensky says, you got a big ocean. Yeah, we got a big ass ocean. So just stop those people from coming. You don't have to appease them, but that's what they do. But anyway, I posted this. Make some sense. The leader of a country that has been a model of freedom since its inception in 1776 who is advocating for peace is portrayed by the media and the Democrats as an evil dictator, an authoritarian. Yet, the leader of a country who is advocating for World War III is an actual dictator who doesn't let his people vote, who's throwing people in the back of vans and telling them they've got to go to the front lines and die, is seen as a hero and a pillar of democracy. Maybe, just maybe, the media and the Democrats are gaslighting you. And I'm finished it by saying, no, there's no maybe about it. The media and the Democrats hate you. See, I don't think enough people are really accepting the upside down ideology that the Democrats have. And it truly is evil and somewhat satanic. Everything wrong is right. Everything right is wrong. The guy who wants World War III, oh my God, we got to give him whatever he wants. The guy who wants peace, oh, he's horrible. The women who don't want to have to swim or change in the locker room next to a guy, oh, that's wrong. The guy who wants to, go out there and put his schlonger in front of women and play with them, that's great. Everything right is wrong. Everything wrong is right. It's bad. It's everything is horrible that everybody conservative believes in. They don't think there's any tenet of what you believe in to be true and worthy. You're scum. You're deplorable. I even believe in some Democrat ideology. I do. I absolutely do. I do believe that people who are not able to work, whether they're, have a mental issue or if they have a physical infirmity, we should take care of them. I believe that. I believe we should, as a society, take care of our own if they're not able to take care of themselves. I struggle to find another Democrat tenet that I believe in. I believe that veterans should be able to have one of those gold cards from Trump. Instead of it paying $5 million, it's got like a $5 million limit on it or something. You can buy a house, everything you get, according to what you've gone through in your service. You should not have to pay for a house. Yes, I understand. They got the VA bill. I'm telling you, you should be able to walk in and get a house a lot easier than that. You should have a card that says I can go to any hospital in the country and I should get top flight care. That doesn't matter, you have to call in for authorization. No, here's my veterans card, fix me. I think veterans should get a lot of different stuff. Discount on food, discount on clothing, discount on just about on everything. You have put your life on the line. If you've gone to another country and had to put your life on the line, we owe you a debt. Not the people in Ukraine, not the people in this country. These are people who went overseas or went someplace and put their lives on the line for us. I owe them a debt. So there are certain things that I believe that sound democratic because I not democratic. Democrat leaning is because I believe certain people should be taken care of. But it's very few. They don't believe anything you believe. Not at all. Did you see the Oscars? Probably not. Good thing. Because there haven't been any good movies lately. The movies absolutely suck. And they basically nominated and won two movies that were abhorrent. Two of the top nominees, one was a musical about Transformer operations. If you saw the trailer, it could make you puke. They literally did a musical and sang about Transformer operations. Scout's Honor. The other movie that won the Oscar for Best Picture was basically a porno movie about drug addicts. Everything wrong is right. Everything right is wrong. They're flipping everything. And I'm thinking to myself, That's what you're telling people is the best movie put out this past year? A movie about a trust fund drug dealing baby, I mean, man who has a porno. That it was so bad, that trailer, because when I saw who won, I'm like, okay, that's a #1 movie. What's it about? And I clicked on it, and it's a 2-minute trailer. I didn't get through 30, 40 seconds. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. You have to be kidding me. First of all, there was nobody in the movie that you'll know. Nobody. and it won Best Movie. It's a crying shame. Look it up yourself if you haven't seen it and see the trailer on that. Speaking about everything wrong being right and everything right being wrong, all of the Democrat senators voted against keeping men out of women's sports. All of them. Every single one. And my comment was, even Democrat women voted against their daughters and granddaughters and their nieces. What kind of society doesn't want to protect your kids? Tell me God is going to keep us around as a country when you're telling the world you don't really care about the least of us. You don't care about babies. You don't care about young girls. You don't care about young women. You're defying everything good. And people are like, well, they should be able to play. No. It's not. It goes way beyond that. We're talking about a very minimal part of our society. And they're doing everything they possibly can to ram it down your throat, to the point of they don't care about what they do to babies. You know that. Even up to the date of birth and possibly after. They don't care now, obviously, about your daughters, your granddaughters, your nieces. They don't care. Unanimous. Not one of those women in the Senate, not one, Democrat, not one, and I don't know who the Republicans that were that jumped over, but not one Democrat senator said, you know what, I can't let that happen to my kids, my grandkids. So when I tell you that these people hate America, they absolutely do. There is nothing else that you can say at this point. What did Elon say here? I live in South Florida. Changing subject here real quick again. I read this from Peter Schiff. Peter Schiff said, seafood is about to get much more expensive. The United States imports 80% of its seafood. And I'm like, wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on. I didn't know that. We are basically surrounded by water. You got the Atlantic Ocean, you got the Caribbean, and then you got the Pacific. We're basically surrounded by water. And I'm pretty sure, I'm not any sort of oceanic scientist, but I'm pretty sure being surrounded by 3 large bodies of water, there's lots of fish there. Lots of fish. Why in the hell do we import 80% of our seafood? With 1/3 coming from Mexico and Canada. We're surrounded by 2 oceans and the Gulf of America, plus I forgot about the Great Lakes and lots of rivers. Instead of launching meme coins, Americans should go fishing. You know what we were talking about the other day about, starting a business? Maybe a fishing fleet. Maybe taking people out and fish. One of the things I've said many times about people who live in Florida is you're not going to go hungry. That's one of the things that people down here know. We got to eat. You see, here's why. There are wild boar in the woods. There are alligators everywhere. And the alligator, in case you haven't tasted one, it tastes like chicken. There are many ducks. Not domesticated, but, wild ducks and geese and all kinds of things. In my backyard, I've got a mango and an avocado tree. And we got all this water. Meaning, you can go out to a fishing pier or wherever you want. And guess what? Here comes dinner. It might be a small, but it might get a big one. You never know. Why is it that we import 80% of our seafood. 80%. Why are we not fishing? My wife's father, who's passed on from quite some time, was a fisherman. And when I met her 30-something years ago, and I met him and down at the boat, and he was, getting all his bait and gear, he would go out and fish, and he'd be gone for 2 or 3 days at a time. And would come back with a pile of fish in a boat. I don't know, there's something biblical about this. I mean, Jesus and the guys were fishing. It is a very essential part of produce. Go out and fish. I mean, it doesn't make any sense why we import 80% of our seafood. That doesn't make any sense to me. But nonetheless, that's where we are. What else do I got for you this morning? Speaking of Canada, this idiot, who obviously is on the scale or something, says that she wants to use nukes against America. British nuclear weapons can protect Canada against Trump, Liberal Party leader Chrystia Freeland said. What? You want to... The world's gone crazy. Say your prayers. You want to use nukes against the United States. Really? Really? If you're in Canada, y'all need to do something. You seriously need to do something up there. Oh, good grace. What's going on? All right, so Donald Trump this morning. Was it this morning? Yes, it was. It was this morning at 7:30. He posted this. Let me get this ready for you. All federal funding will stop, in big letters, for any college, school, or university that allows illegal protest. Agitators will be imprisoned or permanently sent back to the country from which they came. American students will be permanently expelled or, depending on the crime, arrested. No mask. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So he put this out at 7:30, and immediately everyone's like, oh, we'll just sue. And because protesting is a Fifth Amendment right. But you need to look deeper into this. He didn't say he was, all federal funding will stop if you have these illegal protests. He is going to have to define what illegal means. I'm pretty sure he already has an idea what an illegal protest is. That's the key there. Because how will you enforce, meaning, i.e., agitators will be imprisoned or sent back? How are you going to enforce that unless it is an illegal protest? So what's an illegal protest? Well, an illegal protest is something that breaks the law. What breaks the law? I don't know, maybe blocking traffic, impeding people from getting to where they need to go, jumping on property. I'm sure they've already written this out, and I've never understood why that wasn't just a law to begin with. If you're breaking windows, that's illegal protest. If you're impeding traffic, that's an illegal protest. Anything other than you walking with a sign in public spaces is pretty much an illegal protest. You are not allowed to break stuff. You're not allowed to burn anything. You're not allowed to deface anything. For some reason, these liberal cities have decided they were just going to let it happen. And so what President Trump has said now is, I know what's illegal. So the first time I see people burning something, or defacing something, or blocking traffic, or going into a restaurant and harassing people, you're all going to jail, and you're going to get deported because you've broken the law. This is such a matter-of-fact thing. I'm like, yeah. We kind of let this stuff get out of hand. Go ahead and dance around the quad. Make sure there's no laws that say you can't be here after 8 o'clock at night. Make sure there's no laws that say you can't have anything at a certain amplitude in terms of what you're saying. Make sure you're not, whatever the rules are, he's going to know what they are. So it will stop any college, school, or university that allows illegal protest. And so now the illegal part is going to be easy to define. Check out what's going on at Harvard. Is there a law that says they can't do this or that? Is there a state law? Is there any federal laws that they're breaking? No money. What it's going to do is put the onus back on the colleges. The colleges are going to have to, at that point, decide, are you going to try and side with the kids, or are you going to go it alone with no federal funding? And that goes along with this next piece. This next piece is exactly where I think everything is going in regards to schools. Newly confirmed Secretary of Education Linda McMahon, within minutes of being confirmed, launches, quote, her final mission of the Department of Education. Send it back to the states. In her letter obtained by Fox, she will be informing all Department of Education employees that she will be leading, quote, the final mission. Our job is to respect the will of American people and the president they elected, who has tasked us with accomplishing the elimination of the bureaucratic bloat here at the Department of Education, a momentous final mission. Quick and responsibly. Tear it down. This is what I voted for. He goes on to say, why is this important? The Department of Education has failed in its mission, but worse, has shifted everything in the educational system to the left. Every curriculum, every research discipline, ED education, shapes public school curriculums indirectly through a combination of grants, research, blah, 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 blah. The defenders of the agency claim that it means is up to the states, but that's a lie. And then he goes on, as you can see, a very long thing about why this thing. Here's the TLDR. The Department of Education indirectly influences public school curriculums through grants and standards-based accountability, leading to a radical left Marxist educational system. And you can read this entire thing. You go ahead and download it, click on it, and it's by Walter Kurt. Walter Kurt is, he works for X-Base and the Dispatch. And so you can read it all. The Department of Education is going away. Whether it goes kicking and screaming, whether it's after a bunch of lawsuits, in any event, it's going away. And so you're going to have to deal with it, because it has become nothing more than a Marxist ideology to promote stupid, upside down, inside out clauses. All right, now I got a couple videos I want for you. Show you. Let's see here what the first one is. Okay, so this one came out. I don't know who put it together, but it's indicative of the Democrats having no message whatsoever. They were too stupid not to realize people are watching what you post. By the way, if you're on X, you may want to look at a product. If you're a premium member, look at how to use X Pro. X Pro is fantastic. X Pro allows you to put in a list, a column of people you want to follow. So as soon as those people post something, you can see in that column how it shows up. X Pro is what it's called. Let's see if I can demo that. Maybe I can show you something. Hold on. X Pro. I have to go to my other account here, because my other account has X Pro set up. 1 second, I can show it to you. I think I may have showed it to you guys before. All right, so in fact, it really is the only way to use X. Just to let you know, it's the only way you can really use X. So this is X Pro. Let me show this to you first. Where am I? Okay. This is what's called X Pro. Looks a lot different than probably your normal Twitter experience, because of what it does and how you can see everything. You can create columns like you see I have on my screen here. And so I have various columns that go across, and I'll show them to you. These are my notifications. This is a Trump list, and it's got everybody that I've allocated to be in, basically Trump world. These are my bookmarks. That's everything I need to know about Kash Patel. And you can create column after column after column depending on what you're looking for. So on my Trump list, and you can see this is 4 seconds ago, I don't have to go looking or to this guy's profile, Gunther. I don't have to go looking at Donald Trump's profile. Everything anybody says that I put into this list, as soon as they post it, it's right there. And so this is not Twitter. I mean, this isn't X, this is X Pro. And inside here, I can put people I want to see. Like DC Drano, that was literally 25 seconds ago. That just popped up. So I will show you that Trump's, it's 10:13. He literally just posted that. Boom, it's right there. And long-term effects of tariffs, they grow the American economy. So if I wanted to engage with this, I could just click here and give a reply. I don't even have to go into the regular X. You see how this can work? Boom, boom. You see how it's populating? All these things are popular. Elon Musk just retweeted that. Benny Johnson, he just posted that. Trump threats hit crackdown. And so I'm not even on the main site of X. I can just come in here and whenever somebody posts something who's on my list, see, the first part is you have to put together a good list of people you want to see information from. And so as they post, Kyle Becker, 4 seconds ago. I can just sit here with this open all day long and I never have to go searching on X. That's a little tip for you guys. That's how you find out a lot of information. So right now I can see it and it's complete with all kinds of stuff. Over here, some more. Here's a video Trump War Room put out an hour ago. Like I said, Benny put this out 27 seconds ago. Gunther 28 seconds, and so on. Videos, everything is in here. Pictures, memes, pictures, everything is right here. I say that because this is how you can quickly and easily aggregate news and figure out what's going on. Gunther just reposted one of his own things. So you can go through that. So the reason I was bringing that up was because of, hold on, the ability to look at when you see the video I'm going to show you. It showed up this morning and everybody quickly grabbed it and said, hey, look what happened. So let me show you this video because it's pretty crazy how the Democrats don't realize, most of us, many of us, have these tools that aggregate different videos or any kind of content, and we can quickly see when you're being fake. So watch this. It's a minute and a half long.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
That ain't true. That's what you just heard. Since day one of Donald Trump's presidency, prices are not down, they're up. Inflation is getting worse, not better. The prices of grocery, gas, housing, eggs, of essentials, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has done nothing. Goose eggs to lower prices. Instead, he's pardoned violent criminals who savagely beat police officers
on January 6th.
He's letting Elon Musk take a chainsaw to vital government programs and then, even worse, giving him access to Americans' most sensitive data. Social security numbers, tax returns, health care bills. He's fired thousands of essential workers, people who help our veterans get their benefits, people fighting Ebola in Africa so it doesn't come here. He's frozen funding for vital programs that so many American families need. Cancer research, education funding, payments to family farmers, and so much worse. Why are they doing this? Trump, Musk, Doge are taking these vital services away from you for one reason only, so they can give tax breaks to their billionaires club. Their plan is awful, simply awful. Billionaires win, families lose. And that is the truth.
And that is the truth.
And that is the truth.
And that is complete BS. So much so that it's going all around right now. Elon Musk posted this and he said, can't someone be bothered to write these speeches? This is just lazy. And then Charlie Kirk, he said, it's all fake and staged. This act doesn't work anymore. Who is writing the words that these puppets speak? That's the real question. So it all gets out there. And they're like, you guys are fake. You're just paid actors at this point. Someone is writing something saying, hey, go everybody read this exact script, and we'll put out all these videos, and we'll let people know that, what you're actually seeing is the truth. And then it ends up trending. It becomes a topic. Democratic senators echo the same message before Trump's speech. And so it took literally like 15 or 20 minutes, and then everybody started posting it. It's all over. Exposed in minutes that these people are complete scumbags. There is nothing authentic about the Democrat Party. I mean, literally, it takes seconds for people to say, wait a minute, we're all seeing the same stuff. Are you seeing this? Yeah, I'm seeing it. And then somebody puts together the video, and it's out there. That's how fast it happens. That's how fast they end up getting exposed. What else did I want to show you? All right, so one more for you, and then I'm going to go to the recorded part, and then at noon we'll come back and talk to Peter St. Ange. This whole thing, I don't know if you've been following over the last couple of days, the Democrats have been saying they're responsible for the numbers dropping at the border. Huh? How is that possible?
Have you made a final decision on taking executive order in terms of what you want to do at the border? That includes the power to shut down the border, as it was suggested.
Well, it suggested that. We're examining whether or not I have that power.
He says there's a lack of urgency in Washington on this issue. Does your administration bear responsibility for that?
It is no secret for anyone that we have a broken immigration system.
The reason we have chaos at the border is because Republicans have continued to refuse to fix the legal immigration system.
To those who think that if President Trump wins, that we can get a better deal, you won't.
Give me the power. You don't need a bill. I had the safest border in the history of our country. We had no bill. I just said, close the border. It's closed.
The number of migrants crossing the southern border illegally in President Trump's first full month in office plunged to a level we haven't seen in 25 years. Do these numbers prove President Trump's theories right?
Illegal crossings along the southwest border have fallen to their lowest levels in decades.
Border apprehension numbers are the lowest ever monthly total in American history.
And officials here tell us that the reason behind this dramatic drop in illegal immigration is the new administration's tougher immigration policies.
So they lied there too. Some of you guys have been asking about General Flynn. No, you didn't miss him. He had to reschedule. Let me give you the rescheduled date so you guys know when that will be. Of course, I will post it. Let's see, when is the date? Hold on. I'm looking it up here on my calendar so I can give you the actual date of the Michael Flynn interview. It is the 17th. The 17th at 12:30. So, what's that, 2 weeks? General Michael Flynn on the 17th is when he'll be here. He had to reschedule, had to go to Washington. I don't know what happened. Not sure what happened, but this is the business. They have Americans brainwashed and hypnotized. Yes, they do. They are absolutely have people brainwashed. And unfortunately, a lot of people can't extricate themselves from it. They're stuck in it. They're stuck in the matrix. That's it. Share X with your family. They're being lied to by the media. Absolutely. If there was one source that you could show someone that could show the corruption in Democrat Party, what would I show? If there was one source that you could show someone that could show the corruption in the Democrat Party, what would you show? One source. I would probably show them Elon Musk's feed. Because has such a huge megaphone, and he for the most part has probably the cleanest feed in terms of stuff that's verified, and he also amplifies other people who have dug in, like the Data Republican, people like them. Just like the one coworker, what was that? Just like the one coworker who steals your ideas and takes credit for the work they didn't do because they are all on the same team. Yep, absolutely. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to, and right now, if you guys need to leave, that's fine. As you watch the video, I'll put it on, and then I'll explain to you what you're going to see. So don't go anywhere yet. Let me put this on. All right. Let's do this. All right, so there is the schedule. What I have queued up are President Trump's 2017, 2018, and 2019 State of the Union addresses. As you can see on the screen, which is going to stay there the entire time, is the schedule for today. So 12 o'clock, we've got Peter St. Onge. In addition, if you don't know who Peter St. Onge is, you could jump on X before the interview, which I advise you to, and look at some of his content and see what he talks about, because then when he gets on, I can interact with you guys, and you'll know, hey, ask him about this, ask him about his video last week, ask him, and that way you guys can engage. It's just not something, out of the box. Then 4 o'clock, Monica Page, who you guys know very well from the White House Reporter, she'll be on at 4. Jade Wall will be on 6:30. He, again, is that tax specialist that's working with Buddy Carter to help eliminate income tax. 8 o'clock, you guys love him, George Behezy will be on. And then 9 o'clock, President Trump will be on. So here's how it's going to work. So at 12 o'clock, Peter's going to be coming. So at about, I don't know, maybe like 11:45, I'll jump on with whatever news I see, and I'll lead right into the interview, and then probably spend, 15 minutes after the interview, and then we'll go back to this video. Same thing with Monica. About 3:30, 3:45, I'll jump on live. We'll do all the interviews are live, just to let you know. Everything you see on that schedule is live. So I'll interview her, and then after that, do some more news. The video comes back on, Jade Wall, and so on and so on. So everything you're seeing on the screen is the actual live schedule. And then wrapped around that, I'll jump in as news breaks or something happens, and then I'll be working accordingly. So that's where we're going to go right now. If you guys, and accordingly, you can see the schedule, and you're like, you know what? I'm interested in Peter. I'm interested in Monica. No, I don't need to go look at Jade Wall. I want to be here for George. Pick your times when you want to come on. The chat's going to be wide open. And as long as my computer doesn't blow up, we'll be here. We'll be live in its entirety from now until about, 11 o'clock tonight. But actual live interviews, you can see on your screen at all time, and you know what's going on. All right, so let me just make sure if you guys all understand that. Okay, Barry, I got it. Which Peter St. Onge? Peter St. Onge. There's several. I don't think there's several. Let me show you. He's a white guy with glasses. Here he is right here. Well, actually, he doesn't have his glasses on in his profile picture. This is Peter St. Onge. It's Professor Pro FSTONG. Daily videos on economics, freedom, former professor, ex-bartender, Austrian economics, and he's prolific. I mean, he's got his glasses on there. He's very prolific. He just put this up an hour ago. Trump is set to tariff the whole world. So that was let's see. This was March 3rd, so he's got lots of videos on here that you guys can check out. This is Peter St. Onge, and he's scheduled to be on at noon. Hopefully he won't cancel or have to reschedule. I used to love TweetDeck, and I love it. TweetDeck is X Pro. Just to let you know, they shut down TweetDeck, and they created X Pro. So if you know how to use TweetDeck, you're ready. Somebody said Bongino always shows him. What about the vote on your intro? Yes, as soon as I put the video on, I'm going to set the poll. I couldn't type it. I couldn't stop and do it. So, but as soon as I'm done here, I'll set the interview. So let's see here. What do we got going? Somebody else about General Flynn. That's going to be on the 17th. Let's see here. Okay, so what about the vote on the interview? We would be better served if you had prayer vigil before Trump's speech. Let me see if I can get JJ. I don't know if you guys were here when we used to do our prayer vigils. If I can get JJ to come on and do a speech beforehand, I will absolutely do that. I will text him as soon as I start the video. That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. So let me do that. In the meantime, you guys enjoy yourself and come back when you want to, and you'll see the live schedule. So I'll talk to you very soon.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. How are you?
Thank you very much. Hey, Secretary. Mr. King, how are you, sir? How far are they? Exactly. Thanks. Good to see you. Glad you're in. He came in my class. Hey, Director.
Got a great.
He's got a hell of a resume. You know what? He got when he came in my class. He was never known his resume. Really? Just so quiet. Hell of a resume.
He's got a great game.
Tonight, high drama in the House chamber, filling to capacity at this hour as moments from now, President Trump will deliver his first address to Congress. The president and first lady seen leaving the White House and doing some last-minute preps in the limo for this all-important address. Our special coverage begins right now.
From NBC News. A presidential address to Congress. Live from Washington, here's Lester Holt.
A rainy night in Washington. Good evening, everyone. A very big night here. President Trump set to deliver what is essentially his first State of the Union address, though, of course, it's not officially called the State of the Union and the first time around for a new president. Inside the House chamber, First Lady Melania Trump has just taken her seat, we're told, along with Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. And we want to show you this extraordinary picture recorded just a little while ago. The president, a few minutes ago, seen on camera practicing his speech, or at least that's what he appears to be doing inside the Beast, the presidential limo. And anyone who's done a big speech knows what it's like to keep going over it until the last second. A lot of buzz over what the president might say, including we learned today from the president. We learned from the president that a potential nod to a compromise on immigration may be afoot. We're joined by our entire team here, including Chuck Todd. Chuck, you and I were with the president along with other network broadcasters today, and this suddenly came up, this idea that maybe I'll talk tonight about an immigration bill. How much should we read into that?
Well, it came up in response to a question about various ideas that he might do to handle immigration in general, including what to do with the so-called dreamers, the kids that were brought here by parents, not on their own. And it was it felt almost off the cuff at one point, but he said, maybe the time is right. Maybe there's a point where you could do a big immigration bill, as he called it.
He didn't use the word compromise.
He did compromise. He didn't say comprehensive immigration, but a big immigration bill where each side might go. And he says, maybe I will mention it in the speech tonight. So there's a little bit of drama there. If he does it, we'll see. He's got a laundry list of things that he's got to accomplish in the speech tonight, especially when it comes to Obamacare. So if he adds immigration to this, boy, I tell you, that only adds to the big ticket items in the speech.
It's being billed as a speech of unity. Chuck, sit tight. We're also joined from New York by Savannah Guthrie and Nicole Wallace. Let me ask the both of you to start this discussion about who the audience is that the president really wants to get to. Is this at the base, as we've been seeing him over the last month, or trying to broaden it tonight?
Well, Lester, before I put that to Nicole, I think in a lot of years past, you would always say, oh, there's the audience in the room, but who you're really talking to is the audience at home. And that is, of course, true. But there's also that audience in the room that really matters, and it's the audience of Republicans. Because Republicans have to decide whether they're going to be with this president or not. And when it gets down to the details now of doing some policy initiatives, there are a lot of different factions in the Republican Party. And Nicole, to Lester's question, is he going to speak to the base, or is he going to speak to everyone in America?
You know what's so interesting? For the first time today, a White House official acknowledged to me that they have squandered some opportunities in that inauguration address to unite the country. And I think you're right. When you say unite the country, the best they can probably do at this point is to unite their coalition plus the Republican Party. Democrats are hardened in their opposition to him, but they're looking for some tonal things to do to bring everyone together.
It's a big night, Lester. We'll send it back to you. We'll watch from New York.
The President of the United States.
Donald Trump returning to the Capitol, where he was inaugurated just a little over a month ago with the announcement, President of the United States. He will work, as we have seen at many of these speeches, he will work the aisle there as he makes his way to the podium to begin the speech. Let's see if we can hear some of what he's saying here. We're going to be seeing certainly half these seats, people staying in their seats for a good part of the night.
Well, we will. I mean, you're going to see it. It's not dissimilar to what we saw during the Obama State of the Unions, particularly the last few, where literally it was, you'd see one side standing, giving standing ovations, and the other side maybe a polite clap or maybe nothing. And I think, it's funny, some of the Democrats, there's some that have decided not to come at all, and others who are afraid of camera shots, making them look like they clap. So even if they want to clap for something, they may fear it because the base of the Democratic Party is so amped up against Trump. But I have to tell you, I do think, to go to Nicole's point, the White House has pushed this all day. The president pushed it with us. We may hear, remember the convention speech was pretty dark as far as some people were concerned. The inaugural speech was sort of a tough speech. They don't want this speech. They don't want us to come away from this speech thinking American carnage, right? That phrase that stuck out during the inauguration. They claim that this is going to be a much more optimistic, unified.
We did hear the word optimistic. Tom Brokaw is with us here. Tom, we know that he's going to be calling for a military buildup. You've been speaking to some military leadership. Are they in sync as to what the military needs and what he wants to give them?
Well, the president has said that he's going to have, and he's going to say it again in the speech tonight, he's going to propose the largest military budget ever. But most of the military people that I've been talking to at the senior levels, national security, and military commanders are saying it's not just the amount of money. We had all the money in the world when we started this war and the largest military in the world. And now we're fighting it with special operations primarily. The battlefield has shifted considerably. So there's an opportunity to take those conventional forces who are now not fighting every day, put some of them in reserve, save money that way. There are efficiencies that can be made as well. And what you need to do is to not cut out the State Department and AID. Every military person I talk to now says in modern warfare, we need diplomacy as well as combat on the field.
And there you see him with members of the Joint Chiefs there as he works his way past. We saw members of the Supreme Court. We're told only 5 are in the chamber right now. Justices Thomas, Alito, and Ginsburg are not present right now. Andrea Mitchell, let me talk to you about the broad. We talked about the localized audience, the broader international audience. How key is this?
It's important because foreign leaders have been looking nervously at Donald Trump. Even in Moscow, they're nervous that he is not going to be as supportive as they had anticipated. And certainly in Europe, the European leaders, the French, the Germans, have been very unsettled by some of his early statements.
President, as tradition goes, handing the speech off to the both leaders of both houses.
First time in 10 years, unified Republican government right now that he'll be addressing Lester.
And you will.
I see a lot of people are confused. And what I want to show you is I am off screen. I'm not going to be sitting here for 12 hours. So on the screen, whether you're on Rumble or you're on X or you're here on YouTube, you can see posted what the live schedule is. There's a whole bunch of interviews today, and of course we're going to culminate with the speech tonight. But I put this is Trump's 2017, 2018, and 2019 State of the Union speeches. You don't have to sit here for 12 hours. You don't have to be here all day long. You can see what time the interviews are. If you don't want to chat, if you're busy, you're working or whatever, you can see what time the interviews are. And those are going to be completely live like I am right now. It is, just to let you know, this is not fake. I am actually live at 10:42 on on March 4th, 10:42. I am live. I've got some background video because I've got work to do as well, but I've got to get ready for these interviews, and I don't expect you guys to be here all day. I just put this together so it'll be on, and that as soon as the interview time comes, boom, I can jump on. But please read the screen if you're wondering what time and what the schedule is going to be. Thank you.
Guests in this audience tonight, that's a tradition that's dated back for several presidents. In many cases, making some of the president has invited, certainly members of Congress with their +1 have invited to make various points tonight.
And this is the first time I've noticed Ruth Bader Ginsburg is not among them. You saw the president stopping to greet Justices Breyer, Sotomayor, and Elena Kagan, the other Democrats.
Allie Jackson,
Lester, you can notice some Democratic women there wearing white. That is an ode to the suffragette movement and a sort of form of silent protest on some of their parts.
Allie Jackson, good to have you along. Here's the president.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and the distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Even Nixon, in his worst
Thank you
times,
very much.
got a good reception.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, members of Congress, the First Lady of the United States. And citizens of America, tonight, as we mark the conclusion of our celebration of Black History Month, we are reminded of our nation's path toward civil rights and the work that still remains to be done. Recent threats targeting Jewish community centers and vandalism of Jewish cemeteries, as well as last week's shooting in Kansas City, remind us that while we may be a nation divided, on policies. We are a country that stands united in condemning hate and evil in all of its very ugly forms. Each American generation passes the torch of truth, liberty, and justice in an unbroken chain all the way down to the present. That torch is now in our hands, and we will use it to light up the world. I am here tonight to deliver a message of unity and strength, and it is a message deeply delivered from my heart. A new chapter of American greatness is now beginning. A new national pride is sweeping across our nation, and a new surge of optimism is placing impossible dreams firmly within our grasp. What we are witnessing today is the renewal of the American spirit. Our allies will find that America is once again ready to lead. All the nations of the world, friend or foe, will find that America is strong, America is proud, and America is free. In 9 years, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our founding, 250 years since the day we declared our independence. It will be one of the great milestones in the history of the world. But what will America look like as we reach our 250th year? What kind of country will we leave for our children? I will not allow the mistakes of recent decades past to define the course of our future. For too long, we've watched our middle class shrink as we've exported our jobs and wealth to foreign countries. We've financed and built one global project after another, but ignored the fates of our children in the inner cities of Chicago, Baltimore, Detroit, and so many other places throughout our land. We've defended the borders of other nations while leaving our own borders wide open for anyone to cross and for drugs to pour in at a now unprecedented rate. And we've spent trillions and trillions of dollars overseas, while our infrastructure at home has so badly crumbled. Then in 2016, the earth shifted beneath our feet. The rebellion started as a quiet protest, spoken by families of all colors and creeds, families who just wanted a fair shot for their children and a fair hearing for their concerns. But then the quiet voices became a loud chorus as thousands of citizens now spoke out together from cities small and large all across our country. Finally, the chorus became an earthquake, and the people turned out by the tens of millions, and they were all united by one very simple but crucial demand: that America must put its own citizens first, because only then can we truly make America great again. Dying industries will come roaring back to life. Heroic veterans will get the care they so desperately need. Our military will be given the resources its brave warriors so richly deserve. Crumbling infrastructure will be replaced with new roads, bridges, tunnels, airports, and railways gleaming across our very, very beautiful land. Our terrible drug epidemic will slow down and ultimately stop. And our neglected inner cities will see a rebirth of hope, safety, and opportunity. Above all else, we will keep our promises to the American people. Thank you. It's been a little over a month since my inauguration, and I want to take this moment to update the nation on the progress I've made in keeping those promises. Since my election, Ford, Fiat Chrysler, General Motors, Sprint, SoftBank, Lockheed, Intel, Walmart, and many others have announced that they will invest billions and billions of dollars in the United States and will create tens of thousands of new American jobs. The stock market has gained almost $3 trillion in value since the election on November 8th, a record. We've saved taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars by bringing down the price of fantastic, and it is a fantastic, new F-35 jet fighter, and we'll be saving billions more on contracts all across our government. We have placed a hiring freeze on non-military and non-essential federal workers. We have begun to drain the swamp of government corruption by imposing a 5-year ban on lobbying by executive branch officials and a lifetime ban. Thank you. Thank you. And a lifetime ban on becoming lobbyists for a foreign government. We have undertaken a historic effort to massively reduce job-crushing regulations, creating a deregulation task force inside of every government agency. And we're imposing a new rule which mandates that for every one new regulation, 2 old regulations must be eliminated. We're going to stop the regulations that threaten the future and livelihood of our great coal miners. We have cleared the way for the construction of the Keystone and Dakota Access pipelines. Thereby creating tens of thousands of jobs. And I've issued a new directive that new American pipelines be made with American steel. We have withdrawn the United States from the job-killing Trans-Pacific Partnership. And with the help of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, we have formed a council with our neighbors in Canada to help ensure that women entrepreneurs have access to the networks, markets, and capital they need to start a business and live out their financial dreams. To protect our citizens, I have directed the Department of Justice to form a task force on reducing violent crime. I have further ordered the Departments of Homeland Security and Justice, along with the Department of State and the Director of National Intelligence, to coordinate an aggressive strategy to dismantle the criminal cartels that have spread all across our nation. We will stop the drugs from pouring into our country and poisoning our youth, and we will expand treatment for those who have become so badly addicted. At the same time, my administration has answered the pleas of the American people for immigration enforcement and border security. By finally enforcing our immigration laws, we will raise wages, help the unemployed, save billions and billions of dollars, and make our communities safer for everyone. We want all Americans to succeed, but that can't happen in an environment of lawless chaos. We must restore integrity and the rule of law at our borders. For that reason, we will soon begin the construction of a great wall along our southern border. As we speak tonight, we are removing gang members, drug dealers, and criminals that threaten our communities and prey on our very innocent citizens. Bad ones are going out as I speak, and as I've promised throughout the campaign. To any in Congress who do not believe we should enforce our laws, I would ask you this one question. What would you say to the American family that loses their jobs, their income, or their loved one because America refused to uphold its laws and defend its borders? Our obligation is to serve, protect, and defend the citizens of the United States. We are also taking strong measures to protect our nation from radical Islamic terrorism. According to data provided by the Department of Justice, the vast majority of individuals convicted of terrorism and terrorism-related offenses since 9/11 came here from outside of our country. We have seen the attacks at home, from Boston to San Bernardino to the Pentagon, and yes, even the World Trade Center. We have seen the attacks in France, in Belgium, in Germany, and all over the world. It is not compassionate, but reckless to allow uncontrolled entry from places where proper vetting cannot occur. Those given the high honor of admission to the United States should support this country and love its people and its values. We cannot allow a beachhead of terrorism to form inside America. We cannot allow our nation to become a sanctuary for extremists. That is why my administration has been working on improved vetting procedures, and we will shortly take new steps to keep our nation safe and to keep those out who will do us harm. As promised, I directed the Department of Defense to develop a plan to demolish and destroy ISIS, a network of lawless savages that have slaughtered Muslims and Christians and men and women and children of all faiths and all beliefs. We will work with our allies, including our friends and allies in the Muslim world, to extinguish this vile enemy from our planet. I have also imposed new sanctions on entities and individuals who support Iran's ballistic missile program and reaffirmed our unbreakable alliance with the State of Israel. Finally, I have kept my promise to appoint a justice to the United States Supreme Court from my list of 20 judges who will defend our Constitution. I am greatly honored to have Maureen Scalia with us in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Maureen. Her late great husband, Antonin Scalia, will forever be a symbol of American justice. To fill his seat, we have chosen Judge Neil Gorsuch, a man of incredible skill and deep devotion to the law. He was confirmed unanimously by the Court of Appeals, and I am asking the Senate to swiftly approve his nomination. Tonight, as I outline the next steps we must take as a country, we must honestly acknowledge the circumstances we inherited. 94 million Americans are out of the labor force. Over 43 million people are now living in poverty, and over 43 million Americans are on food stamps. More than 1 in 5 people in their prime working years are not working. We have the worst financial recovery in 65 years. In the last 8 years, the past administration has put on more new debt than nearly all of the other presidents combined. We've lost more than 1/4 of our manufacturing jobs since NAFTA was approved, and we've lost 60,000 factories since China joined the World Trade Organization in 2001. Our trade deficit in goods with the world last year was nearly $800 billion. And overseas, we have inherited a series of tragic foreign policy disasters. Solving these and so many other pressing problems will require us to work past the differences of party. It will require us to tap into the American spirit that has overcome every challenge throughout our long and storied history. But to accomplish our goals at home and abroad, We must restart the engine of the American economy, making it easier for companies to do business in the United States and much, much harder for companies to leave our country. Right now, American companies are taxed at one of the highest rates anywhere in the world. My economic team is developing historic tax reform that will reduce the tax rate on our companies so they can compete and thrive anywhere and with anyone. It will be a big, big cut. At the same time, we will provide massive tax relief for the middle class. We must create a level playing field for American companies, and our workers have to do it. Currently, when we ship products out of America, many other countries make us pay very high tariffs and taxes. But when foreign companies ship their products into America, we charge them nothing or almost nothing. I just met with officials and workers from a great American company, Harley-Davidson. In fact, they proudly displayed 5 of their magnificent motorcycles made in the USA on the front lawn of the White House. And they wanted me to ride one, and I said, no, thank you. At our meeting, I asked them, how are you doing? How is business? They said that it's good. I asked them further, how are you doing with other countries, mainly international sales? They told me without even complaining, because they have been so mistreated for so long that they've become used to it, that it's very hard to do business with other countries because they tax our goods at such a high rate. They said that in the case of another country, they tax their motorcycles at 100%. They weren't even asking for a change, but I am. I believe strongly in free trade, but it also has to be fair trade. It's been a long time since we had fair trade. The first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln, warned that the abandonment of the protective policy by the American government will produce want and ruin among our people. Lincoln was right, and it's time we heeded his advice and his words. I am not going to let America and its great companies and workers be taken advantage of us any longer. They have taken advantage of our country no longer. I'm going to bring back millions of jobs. Protecting our workers also means reforming our system of legal immigration. The current outdated system depresses wages for our poorest workers and puts great pressure on taxpayers. Nations around the world, like Canada, Australia, and many others, have a merit-based immigration system. It's a basic principle that those seeking to enter a country ought to be able to support themselves financially. Yet in America, we do not enforce this rule, straining the very public resources that our poorest citizens rely upon. According to the National Academy of Sciences, our current immigration system costs American taxpayers many billions of dollars a year. Switching away from this current system of lower-skilled immigration and instead adopting a merit-based system we will have so many more benefits. It will save countless dollars, raise workers' wages, and help struggling families, including immigrant families, enter the middle class. And they will do it quickly, and they will be very, very happy indeed. I believe that real and positive immigration reform is possible as long as we focus on the following goals: to improve jobs and wages for Americans, to strengthen our nation's security, and to restore respect for our laws. If we are guided by the well-being of American citizens, then I believe Republicans and Democrats can work together to achieve an outcome that has eluded our country for decades. Another Republican president, Dwight D. Eisenhower, initiated the last truly great national infrastructure program, the building of the interstate highway system. The time has come for a new program of national rebuilding. America has spent approximately $6 trillion in the Middle East. All the while, our infrastructure at home is crumbling. With this $6 trillion, we could have rebuilt our country twice, and maybe even 3 times if we had people who had the ability to negotiate. To launch our national rebuilding, I will be asking Congress to approve legislation that produces a $1 trillion investment in infrastructure of the United States, financed through both public and private capital, creating millions of new jobs. This effort will be guided by 2 core principles: Buy American and Hire American. Tonight, I am also calling on this Congress to repeal and replace Obamacare. With reforms that expand choice, increase access, lower costs, and at the same time provide better health care. Mandating every American to buy government-approved health insurance was never the right solution for our country. The way to make health insurance available to everyone is to lower the cost of health insurance, and that is what we are going to do. Obamacare premiums nationwide have increased by double and triple digits. As an example, Arizona went up 116% last year alone. Governor Matt Bevin of Kentucky just said Obamacare is failing in his state, the state of Kentucky, and it's unsustainable and collapsing. 1/3 of the counties have only one insurer, and they're losing them fast. They are losing them so fast. They're leaving. And many Americans have no choice at all. There's no choice left. Remember, when you were told that you could keep your doctor and keep your plan, we now know that all of those promises have been totally broken. Obamacare is collapsing, and we must act decisively to protect all Americans. Action is not a choice, it is a necessity. So I am calling on all Democrats and Republicans in Congress to work with us to save Americans from this imploding Obamacare disaster. Here are the principles that should guide Congress as we move to create a better health care system for all Americans. First, we should ensure that Americans with pre-existing conditions have access to coverage and that we have a stable transition for Americans currently enrolled in the health care exchanges. Secondly, we should help Americans purchase their own coverage through the use of tax credits and expanded health savings accounts. But it must be the plan they want, not the plan forced on them by our government. Thirdly, we should give our state governors the resources and flexibility they need with Medicaid to make sure no one is left out. Fourth, we should implement legal reforms that protect patients and doctors from unnecessary costs that drive up the price of insurance and work to bring down the artificially high price of drugs and bring them down immediately. And finally, the time has come to give Americans the freedom to purchase health insurance across state lines. Which will create a truly competitive national marketplace that will bring costs way down and provide far better care. So important. Everything that is broken in our country can be fixed. Every problem can be solved. And every hurting family can find healing and hope. Our citizens deserve this, and so much more. So why not join forces and finally get the job done and get it done right? On this and so many other things, Democrats and Republicans should get together and unite for the good of our country and for the good of the American people. My administration wants to work with members of both parties to make child care accessible and affordable, to help ensure new parents that they have paid family leave. To invest in women's health and to promote clean air and clean water, and to rebuild our military and our infrastructure. True love for our people requires us to find common ground, to advance the common good, and to cooperate on behalf of every American child who deserves a much brighter future. An incredible young woman is with us this evening who should serve as an inspiration to us all. Today is Rare Disease Day, and joining us in the gallery is a rare disease survivor, Megan Crowley. Megan Megan was diagnosed with Pompe disease, a rare and serious illness, when she was 15 months old. She was not expected to live past 5. On receiving this news, Megan's dad, John, fought with everything he had to save the life of his precious child. He founded a company to look for a cure and helped develop the drug that saved Megan's life. Today, she is 20 years old and a sophomore at Notre Dame. Megan's story is about the unbounded power of a father's love for a daughter. But our slow and burdensome approval process at the Food and Drug Administration keeps too many advances, like the one that saved Megan's life, from reaching those in need. If we slash the restraints, not just at the FDA, but across our government, then we will be blessed with far more miracles just like Megan. In fact, our children will grow up in a nation of miracles. But to achieve this future, we must enrich the mind and the souls of every American child. Education is the civil rights issue of our time. I am calling upon members of both parties to pass an education bill that funds school choice for disadvantaged youth, including millions of African American and Latino children. These families should be free to choose the public, private, charter, magnet, religious, or homeschool that is right for them. Joining us tonight in the gallery is a remarkable woman, Denisha Merriweather. As a young girl, Denisha struggled in school and failed third grade twice. But then she was able to enroll in a private center for learning, Great Learning Center, with the help of a tax credit and a scholarship program. Today, she is the first in her family to graduate not just from high school, but from college. Later this year, she will get her master's degree in social work. We want all children to be able to break the cycle of poverty, just like Denisha. But to break the cycle of poverty, we must also break the cycle of violence. The murder rate in 2015 experienced its largest single-year increase in nearly half a century. In Chicago, more than 4,000 people were shot last year alone, and the murder rate so far this year has been even higher. This is not acceptable in our society. Every American child should be able to grow up in a safe community, to attend a great school, and to have access to a high-paying job. But to create this future, we must work with, not against, the men and women of law enforcement. We must build bridges of cooperation and trust, not drive the wedge of disunity and really it's what it is, division. It's pure, unadulterated division. We have to unify. Police and sheriffs are members of our community. They're friends and neighbors. They're mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, and they leave behind loved ones every day who worry about whether or not they'll come home safe and sound. We must support the incredible men and women of law enforcement. And we must support the victims of crime. I have ordered the Department of Homeland Security to create an office to serve American victims. The office is called VOICE, Victims of Immigration Crime Engagement. We are providing a voice to those who have been ignored by our media and silenced by special interests. Joining us in the audience tonight are four very brave Americans whose government failed them. Their names are Jamil Shaw, Susan Oliver, Jenna Oliver, and Jessica Davis. Jamil's 17-year-old son was viciously murdered by an illegal immigrant gang member who had just been released from prison. Jamil Shaw Jr. was an incredible young man with unlimited potential who was getting ready to go to college where he would have excelled as a great college quarterback. But he never got the chance. His father, who is in the audience tonight, has become a very good friend of mine. Jamil, thank you. Thank you. Also with us are Susan Oliver and Jessica Davis. Their husbands, Deputy Sheriff Danny Oliver and Detective Michael Davis, were slain in the line of duty in California. They were pillars of their community. These brave men were viciously gunned down by an illegal immigrant with a criminal record and 2 prior deportations, should have never been in our country. Sitting with Susan is her daughter, Jenna. Jenna, I want you to know that your father was a hero and that tonight you have the love of an entire country supporting you and praying for you. To Jamil, Jenna, Susan, and Jessica, I want you to know that we will never stop fighting for justice. Your loved ones will never, ever be forgotten. We will always honor their memory. Finally, to keep America safe, we must provide the men and women of the United States military with the tools they need to prevent war. If they must, they have to fight, and they only have to win. I am sending Congress a budget that rebuilds the military, eliminates the defense sequester, and calls for one of the largest increases in national defense spending in American history. My budget will also increase funding for our veterans. Our veterans have delivered for this nation, and now we must deliver for them. The challenges we face as a nation are great, but our people are even greater. And none are greater or braver than those who fight for America in uniform. We are blessed to be joined tonight by Corinne Owens, the widow of U.S. Navy Special Operator, Senior Chief William Ryan Owens. Ryan died as he lived, a warrior and a hero, battling against terrorism and securing our nation. I just spoke to our great General Mattis just now, who reconfirmed that, and I quote, Ryan was a part of a highly successful raid that generated large amounts of vital intelligence that will lead to many more victories in the future against our enemy. Ryan's legacy is etched into eternity. Thank you. And Ryan is looking down right now. You know that. And he's very happy because I think he just broke a record. For as the Bible teaches us, there is no greater act of love than to lay down one's life for one's friends. Ryan laid down his life for his friends, for his country, and for our freedom. And we will never forget Ryan. To those allies who wonder what kind of a friend America will be, look no further than the heroes who wear our uniform. Our foreign policy calls for a direct, robust, and meaningful engagement with the world. It is American leadership based on vital security interests that we share with our allies all across the globe. We strongly support NATO, an alliance forged through the bonds of 2 world wars that dethroned fascism and a Cold War and defeated communism. But our partners must meet their financial obligations. And now, based on our very strong and frank discussions, they are beginning to do just that. In fact, I can tell you the money is pouring in. Very nice. Very nice. We expect our partners, whether in NATO, the Middle East, or in the Pacific, to take a direct and meaningful role in both strategic and military operations and pay their fair share of the cost, have to do that. We will respect historic institutions, but we will respect the foreign rights of all nations, and they have to respect our rights as a nation also. Free nations are the best vehicle for expressing the will of the people, and America respects the right of all nations to chart their own path. My job is not to represent the world. My job is to represent the United States of America. But we know that America is better off when there is less conflict, not more. We must learn from the mistakes of the past. We have seen the war and the destruction that have ravaged and raged throughout the world, all across the world. The only long-term solution for these humanitarian disasters, in many cases, is to create the conditions where displaced persons can safely return home and begin the long, long process of rebuilding. America is willing to find new friends and to forge new partnerships where shared interests align. We want harmony and stability, not war and conflict. We want peace wherever peace can be found. America is friends today with former enemies. Some of our closest allies decades ago fought on the opposite side of these terrible, terrible wars. This history should give us all faith in the possibilities for a better world. Hopefully, the 250th year for America will see a world that is more peaceful, more just, and more free. On our 100th anniversary in 1876, citizens from across our nation came to Philadelphia to celebrate America's centennial. At that celebration, the country's builders and artists and inventors showed off their wonderful creations. Alexander Graham Bell displayed his telephone for the first time. Remington unveiled the first typewriter. An early attempt was made at electric light. Thomas Edison showed an automatic telegraph and an electric pen. Imagine the wonders our country could know in America's 250th year. Think of the marvels we can achieve if we simply set free the dreams of our people. Cures to the illnesses that have always plagued us are not too much to hope. American footprints on distant worlds are not too big a dream. Millions lifted from welfare to work is not too much to expect. And streets where mothers are safe from fear, schools where children learn in peace, and jobs where Americans prosper and grow are not too much to ask. When we have all of this, we will have made America greater than ever before. For all Americans, this is our vision. This is our mission. But we can only get there together. We are one people with one destiny. We all bleed the same blood. We all salute the same great American flag. And we all are made by the same God. When we fulfill this vision, when we celebrate our 250 years of glorious freedom, we will look back on tonight as when this new chapter of American greatness began. The time for small thinking is over. The time for trivial fights is behind us. We just need the courage to share the dreams that fill our hearts, the bravery to express the hopes that stir our souls, and the confidence to turn those hopes and those dreams into action. From now on, America will be empowered by our aspirations, not burdened by our fears, inspired by the future, not bound by failures of the past, and guided by a vision, not blinded by our doubts. I am asking all citizens to embrace this renewal of the American spirit. I am asking all members of Congress to join me in dreaming big and bold and daring things for our country. I am asking everyone watching tonight to seize this moment, believe in yourselves, believe in your future, and believe once more in America. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States.
President Trump wrapping up his speech to a joint session of Congress, exactly 1 hour in length, interrupted many times by applause. The president hitting many of the notes we heard, certainly during the campaign in the early part of his administration, the notion of America first, trade deals that he thinks gave America a bad deal. He talked about Obamacare, NATO.
Mr. Vice President, members of Congress, the First Lady of the United States, and my fellow Americans. Less than 1 year has passed since I first stood at this podium in this majestic chamber to speak on behalf of the American people and to address their concerns, their hopes, and their dreams.
Okay, everybody. Hope you guys are doing okay. Getting ready for our noon interview. Our noon interview is with Peter St. Onge. If you haven't been following him on X, I urge you to go ahead and follow Peter St. Onge. Let me see if I can pull up his profile pretty quick here. so you guys can take a look at it. I showed it earlier. Man, there's some crazy stuff already happening out there, but I'll tell you that after my my interview with Peter. Hopefully he's on time and he makes it, and we should be okay. Hold on, let me just go ahead and get this ready. If you haven't followed him as of yet, this is Peter's handle, Peter St. Ange, PhD, Professor at St. Ange is his handle. Makes lots of videos. We're going to go ahead and watch a couple of his videos right now as we get ready for him, because I want you guys to have a little bit of a background what Peter is all about, economist, how he breaks things down. I think you'll enjoy hearing from him and his videos here. So this one here is about the GDP and what everything Trump is doing and how it should, affect the GDP and as we emerge from the Biden economy. So take a listen to this.
Now that Joe Biden's out of office, they're coming clean with the numbers.
So low?
On Friday, the Atlanta Fed's current GDP estimate crashed from 2.3% growth to negative 1.5%. As in, we could be in a recession that started 3 weeks before Trump took office. So the Atlanta Fed puts out these reports grabbing snips of data to estimate GDP for the entire country. Historically, at this stage, just 2 months into the quarter, it's not very accurate, plus or minus 1.5%, meaning we could be flat on GDP or we could be in a 2008 level recession. What's driving the drop is a collapse in consumer spending and a rise in the savings rate. Now, normally those are indicators of recession, so people stop spending and start saving because winter is coming. Thing is, at the moment, those numbers are dominated by government spending. As in, if you lay off tens of thousands of government workers and cut $60 billion in transgender operas, that's going to show up as a big month-to-month drop. Or, as Zero Hedge put it, quote, it has nothing to do with consumer retrenching and everything to do with the U.S. no longer funding opera lessons for transsexual guinea pigs in Bora Bora. Throw in a one-off jump in imports to dodge tariffs and the come down from Biden's pre-election surge in federal spending. Elections do not buy themselves, and the quarter-on-quarter will look terrible, but it's not necessarily flagging distress. It's flagging that the country is healing. Now, this is the paper recession that I've talked about in recent videos, coming from the fact we bizarrely count government waste as GDP. To give a sense, when Javier Milei slashed government by 6% of GDP, Argentina's GDP dropped by 3.5%. In other words, the real economy grew by 2.5%, but government cuts overwhelmed it. Happily, that was followed by projections for 8.5% growth as government waste converts into growth. Of course, we've seen this before in America. After World War II, we demobilized 11 million soldiers. That caused an 11.2% drop in GDP in 1946, one of the worst in our history, which of course set the stage for the 1950s miracle that doubled American GDP. Now, in theory, we could have kept those 11 million on the payroll marching in circles and skipped the 46 recession. Instead, we took the GDP hit to turn swords and transgender operas into plowshares. So what's next? Brought to you by Unchained.com. A lot of what Trump is doing will shrink GDP on paper. Cutting government spending, covering government workers, and mass deportation all cut slabs of GDP that were actually making us poor. Meanwhile, his reforms, cutting taxes, freeing up regulations, and drill baby drill, all take time. You've got to stand up the factory, start the business, drill new holes. So he's cutting the fat fast, but building the muscle takes time, and in the meantime, our weight does go down. Currently, odds for a recession in 2025 are running 28% on prediction betting site Kalshi. That's way down from 54% on the eve of the election, but it's still 28% odds that we get that paper recession. If so, sit tight. Going by the 1950s, it gets a lot better. A new podcast just dropped, rounding up all the daily videos.
All right, so don't want that to be too technical. We're going to get in and we're going to talk to him about the information that he's been dropping lately. But I loved how he said it at the end there. We cut fast and we build slow. There's no other way around it. I love how he said you lose weight, you can lose 2 pounds, 3 pounds a week, but it takes a while to get that pump, get that muscle going again. And what the Biden administration did was just pile on a whole bunch of fat. And it made this country sluggish, where it couldn't really move, couldn't really do what it needed to do. So we're going to talk to Peter about that, that bloating and fasting, per se, and how it changes things. Then he made a second video. I cut a second video, and this one is about the tariffs. I want you to listen to this.
Here come the tariffs. Last week, Donald Trump announced 25% tariffs on goods imported from Canada and Mexico, 10% on Canadian oil, would go into effect. These were the same ones that were paused last month after both countries beefed up their borders, but I guess it wasn't enough. He also announced 10% tariffs on China. These would be on top of the current China tariffs, ranging from 17.5% to 35%. Now, he tied all these new tariffs to the ongoing flow of fentanyl across the border that killed some 70,000 Americans last year, more than the Vietnam War. So it's still possible these countries will come up with something to once again delay them. But the nuclear tariff is what's coming in April, a wave of reciprocal tariffs on every major trading partner, including Europe, Japan, and Korea. Now, the idea of reciprocal tariffs is instead of negotiating 1,000-page so-called free trade deals that sell out American manufacturing in return for concessions to Wall Street, Hollywood, and Pfizer, instead you keep it simple. You just say, if you tariff us, we tariff you. The trick, of course, is it can't be one for one. For example, if Singapore tariffs U.S. soybeans and then we tariff their soybeans, well, they're a city. They don't make any soybeans. So instead, you go big picture and ask, what are they selling to us, and hit them where it hurts. For example, Europe uses so-called non-tariff barriers to lock out made-in-America cars, beef, pork, and yes, soybeans. Electronics are blocked by recycling rules, medical devices are blocked by the European FDA, timber by provenance rules. Cars get an encyclopedia of protectionist rules to shelter Germany, who's destroying themselves with green energy. And then the big one, the VAT, the value-added tax. This is basically a sales tax, but much higher, so it's about 22% across Europe. The problem is it hits American goods, but Europe exempts its own exports. That means Europe is charging us about 18% more than we charge them, effectively in tariffs. Incidentally, this VAT tariff is true for most countries, including Canada, Mexico, and China. Of course, one solution is to hike our sales tax and get rid of the income tax in return. Alas, for now, Trump is trying to level the playing field. The trick with all this is calculating and then distributing where it hurts. So adding up the non-tariff barriers, the VAT, and then hitting French cheese, Chinese watches, Canadian dog food. With 13,000 trade categories, that all takes a while, which is probably why they're aiming for April. So what's next? Brought to you by Unchained.com. The special tariffs on Canada and Mexico may come and go depending if they play ball on the border. But the reciprocal tariffs are likely to stay a while. So what happens to inflation? While tariffs are taxes, a lot will be absorbed either by their currency falling, so the Canadian dollar plunged last time Trump threatened tariffs, or by governments paying for the tariffs, as China is doing. What's left won't hit immediately since importers have been stockpiling. And of course, ideally, we never see hikes because these countries end their wicked ways and we drop the reciprocals, or their companies give up and relocate to the U.S., which is very likely if taxes and regulations are cut enough. More important, broad inflation is driven by government spending, not tariffs. So if we cut spending, whether DOGE or ending the wars, inflation falls a lot more than tariffs could ever hike. Bidenomics failed because government spending grew like a cancer. If Trump can fix that, his entire program will be a success. Okay, so we'll be watching. See you next time.
So what we're hearing is we got used to a term, and I'll talk to Peter about this when he comes on. We got used to a term that was called government spending, and we got used to a term government programs, and we thought these programs were essentially going to help certain causes, even if they were supposed to be helping the poor kids in Africa. That's what we were programmed to believe. And now what DOGE is finding out is that it wasn't government spending, it was government theft. Pure and simple government theft. They were taking the money out of your paychecks and stealing it from you while smiling on a campaign trail, telling you they were going to help the little Africans. And the problem that we're finding out, and why Elon went on Joe Rogan and said, hey, listen, there's so much stuff here that my life's in danger. Because now we're starting to see this thing covers both sides. And it's covered both sides for quite some time. And so to start taking a scalpel and excising these boils of grift, not even grift, outright felonious theft, is becoming very, very hard. How hard is it? Well, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but this is just absolutely insane. Many of you heard me talk about the Data Republican and what she's doing to cut, not even cut anything. She's just finding stuff. Well, this young little woman who's deaf, nonverbal, her life is in danger. I can't imagine what she's uncovering. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Cajun Navy, but it says the Data Republican has been moved to a secure location. We are mobilizing a special ops team to form a security perimeter. And then the rest of this is pretty much code. So spring is coming, the swamp dogs are hungry, and the females are nesting in ornery, so FAFO. And they basically had to mobilize an entire team to move her to a secure location because she's not a government employee, but they stepped in and they actually, put it, a command center and everything set up to keep her safe. Unreal. What the hell is going on right now where we have to mobilize that kind of effort to keep a normal citizen? She's not a government employee. She's not in the military, not in any secret service. She's a woman behind a keyboard, and they're having to mobilize people to keep her safe. There is so much going on in our country right now, so much bad going on right now. I showed you earlier, I don't know if you guys were here when I first started, but I showed you that Chuck Schumer and, what's the name, Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren, and Cory Booker all said the same thing in a video. They all read the same exact script, and they're all putting it out like it's their content. And Elon and libs of TikTok and Benny and everybody is exposing this thing for what it is right now, but it's getting worse. Check out this from Nick Sortor. Update. An astounding 22 Democrat senators have uploaded videos of themselves reading off an identical cringy script bashing Trump and Musk. This is really tough to watch. Just remember, the Democrats think you're the ones who are stupid. And if you heard it, it's a cacophony of all these people saying exactly the same script, doing it in exactly the same manner. They all trying to do that TikTok-ish thing where they hold the microphone instead of clipping it on. You've seen that before. Everyone, it became a fad where people would hold the microphone. It'd be a clip-on microphone, but they wouldn't clip it on. The fad was to hold it. Don't ask me why. And then other people started doing it. It was insane. Doesn't make any sense. You got a clip-on microphone, clip it on. What the hell was that? Anyway, you can see them all. They're doing the TikTok thing. They're all holding the microphone out like this and then reciting the exact same script. It's absolutely disgusting. These are old people, and they're trying to hey, we're TikTokers. Yeah, we got a little microphone thingy. And we're all talking about, Trump and everybody else. But love how Elon has responded. Elon says, now we're up to 22 Democrat senators, all doing the exact same cringe video simultaneously. I will buy a Cybertruck for anyone who can provide proof of who wrote this particular piece of propaganda. The first person to post proof in the replies to this post gets the truck. Thanks, SV, for putting that up there. I mean, it's complete desperation. Everything is desperate with these people. So, looks like Peter is getting all set in the room there. Peter, give me a nod when you're all set to come on. I can see him. It looks like he's up. He's back. He's getting set. So as soon as he's ready, we'll go ahead and bring him on for his interview. And crazy stuff happening. Absolutely crazy. 22 senators, 22 elected officials are all out there putting up the same script, saying the exact same thing, leading up to tonight's State of the Union joint address to Congress, whatever you want to call it. All right, looks like Peter is ready. Let me see if I've got sound on him. And if I have sound on him, we'll bring him on. Yep, I see there's a sound level, so let me see. Okay. Hello, Peter. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How do I sound here?
You sound fine. Everything's fine. The volume is fine. Glad to have you. Glad you could check in on this State of the Union joint address thing. And I love it because you've got an economics background that I don't have. And a lot of people may have some questions about some of the stuff you've been posting. Again, if you're not familiar with Peter, you can go see him here at Peter St. Ange, Prof. St. Ange right here on Twitter, and then we'll get into some different things here. So Peter, I played a couple of your videos just before you came on so people can get familiar with what you've been saying. So there's two things I want to your last two videos, one about the GDP and one about the tariffs. The GDP one really interests me because you said something interesting at the end of the video about we're basically had to go on a diet. We're going to lose the weight. We do that pretty fast, but it's going to take us some time to build the muscle. Explain how that process works, and your analogy and it was dead on, but how the GDP is going to potentially fall based upon the cuts and firings.
Yeah, so most people think of GDP as representing wealth. Like if GDP is going up, then we're getting richer. And that's true for most things. So GDP is supposed to measure how much we produce. The problem is that when it comes to government spending, like how do you value the production of a DMV worker or a public school teacher, right? These are not market things. A Chicago public school teacher, for example, turns out illiterate students, so it wouldn't really be fair to give them the full value that you would an actual competent teacher and so on. So what they do instead when they calculate GDP is that they just count the money that was spent, right? So if we if we spend a bunch of money making weapons and then we ship those to Ukraine, if we spend $250 billion on that, that shows up as GDP, but It didn't make us richer. It blew up bridges over in Ukraine, but it didn't make us richer because remember, we could have paid people $250 billion to build bridges and kept the bridges, right? But instead, we just gave it away. So it was, we actually lost all those resources, the steels, the manpower, and so on. So the problem here at the moment is that if GDP, right, if DMV workers are counted as wealth, then you could literally lay off every car worker in America. You could give them a nice job at the DMV looking out the window, and GDP would actually go up if you pay those DMV workers a lot, which in general, government workers make something like $40,000 more than the private sector. So that means that whenever we cut government spending, right, even if we cut pure waste or if we cut wasteful wars, GDP on paper is going to go down, because that government spending was holding up GDP. This is also true when we do mass deportations, right? So if you have, 20 million unskilled laborers running around your country making minimum wage, if you deport them, again, the amount of stuff produced in your country will go down. It'll increase your national wealth, but again, the GDP goes down. So a lot of the things that Trump is trying to do, because they're either cutting waste or they're deporting unproductive people, those are going to make GDP go down on paper, even as they're making us rich. And so an interesting sort of case study of this is what happened in Argentina. So they've got Javier Milei down there. He had the chainsaw. He gave one to Elon the other day. And Milei wanted to slash Argentina's government because it's huge, it's incredibly wasteful, it's absolutely corrupt. He cut 6% of GDP worth of government. Okay, so that's about a third of it. In U.S. terms, that would be like cutting something like $1.5 or $2 trillion worth of government spending. Wow. Argentina's GDP, it did go down, but it only went down 3.5%. In other words, he cut 6% of this, government spending, and the private economy actually grew 2.5%, but the cuts overwhelmed it. So it showed up as a recession on paper, Now, a year later, Argentina is looking at 7.5 or 8.5% growth.
Right.
Because cutting all that government waste is very good for the economy. It makes it grow. But the problem is that short term, you can get a paper recession. So there's a good chance right now that that's what we're looking at, is that between government spending coming down, the wars ending, at least the Ukraine war, and then mass deportations, we could actually have, on paper, a pretty bad recession. Now, this happened before, right? So after World War II, we had 11 million men under arms who were demobilized.
Right.
And so the GDP shrank by 11.2% in 1946. That's absolutely catastrophic. That's like Great Depression level of collapse. But of course, you know, in order to avoid that, you would have had to pay these guys to march around in circles because the war was over, right? That would have been massive waste. So sometimes reducing GDP can make your country very rich.
So, but you're never going to hear that in the media and from the Democrats. They're going to talk about the frontline number and go, "Oh, GDP's crashed. Oh, it's horrible." Even though, based on what you're saying, people may not feel it. And in fact, people may feel the opposite in terms of in their own individual lives. But what the media and the Democrats are going to do is just focus on that one stat and make it look really bad. So I guess my question, and maybe other people watching, would be, why are we using this fuzzy math to begin with? Why everything you just described to a normal person goes, that doesn't make any sense. Why would we include this stuff on here? Why is that?
Well, the short answer is that government creates GDP statistics. So government's not going to count themselves as a cost. They're going to count themselves as a benefit. And, you know, GDP statistics have been around for around about 100 years. They were created during the administration of FDR, who was the closest thing we had to Mussolini. Mm-hmm. And he very much loved government spending. And so there they have remained. This is true across a number of government statistics where the books are intentionally cooked. And they're either cooked to make government look helpful, or they're cooked to hide some of the damage. Right. You know, you take inflation, for example, and they have so-called core inflation that excludes gasoline and groceries. Well, as somebody who writes op-eds, I know that the two most salient prices are going to be food and gasoline. So, of course, they exclude those two because they're embarrassing. So this is across the board on government numbers. The new Commerce Secretary, Harold Lutnick, he is fantastic. He's an absolute firebrand. Commerce produces most of these government statistics, and Lutnick has already said that he's going to start reporting GDP without government spending. So in other words, private sector GDP for the actual economy. And he may take a look at some of these other numbers as well. But what's interesting is that if you go back and look at the Biden administration, half of the GDP growth was actually just government spending. And what's left is around about 1%, which is actually lower than population growth. So in other words, outside of the government, we had a per capita recession for 4 years under Joe Biden. It was hidden because of government spending.
Wow. So how do we, I guess we can't force the media to report it, but, and what it looks like is if Howard Lutnick begins reporting an actual realistic number, they're going to say he cooked the books instead of the books already being pre-cooked. So how would you advise them to get into messaging? Because it seems like everything these days is simply about messaging, whether it's about taxes, whether it's about GDP, and some of the others with the tariffs I'm going to talk to you about. How can they effectively get people to understand? Because it's very complicated. I mean, math on its own is complicated, but this stuff is even more complicated. What can we do, even, you know, people like me and people in the audience who have X accounts, what can we do to help with the messaging? Or is there anything we can do?
Yeah, our mainstream media has really sort of gone all in on misinformation, you know, starting with things like hiding Biden's cognitive decline. I mean, they're for all they complain about misinformation, they are the mothership of misinformation. In terms of how you change that, really, I think it's trench warfare between people like you and I, people who are outside of that legacy media. And we have to explain things. Mainstream media, you know, there's still something like a third or a half of the country that just buys whatever they sell. So it's trench warfare. And as that impacts public opinion, at some point, moderate Democrats start flipping over. You're already seeing some voices like John Fetterman who are saying, hey, let's give Doge a chance. Let's give, Trump a chance on Ukraine. So some of those moderate Democrats start coming over. The mainstream media, it's not necessarily loyal to like the squad, to like the AOC and people like that. It's loyal to those mainstream Democrats because they're the ones who control the purse strings. They also control, access to government officials and things like that. So if the voters come over, the moderate Democrats come over. If the moderate Democrats come over, then the mainstream media will follow that. It's not that they'll gain religion and start telling the truth. It's that the moderate Democrats who they serve will start getting closer to reality.
Okay. So this is a two-part question based upon what you just said. Would you foresee the need for Doge at a state level? And if it did go to the state level, would it be efficient finding waste at a state level?
No, massively. I think we need Doge at the state level. We need it at the city level. We need it at the school level. Every country in the world needs Doge. There is so much corruption pretty much everywhere, certainly across the West, even worse in the third world. We need it everywhere. And if you look at the amount of grants that go out to these NGOs, these overwhelmingly left-wing NGOs, the grants that go out at the state and local level are comparable to the grants that are going out at the federal level. So taking that as an indicator of how much fraud is going on, it's about 50-50 how much of it is coming out of states. And you see this, California's got, just an entire book's worth of LGBT grants that it sends out. The city of New York, there's lots of, towns that fund transgender operas or whatever it is. Migrant, right? They hire lawyers to try to get migrants to block their deportation, even though they're illegals. So, right, there's a massive amount of this state by state. DeSantis has been very good on this on Florida specifically. So Florida is actually already a very, very lean government. I live in Florida. We have amazing roads. The DMV actually works here. It's kind of embarrassing as a libertarian, but the DMV, it's kind of pleasant. They're not rubbing your back and giving you a cappuccino, but it's pretty close. And Florida spends per capita the lowest in the nation on state government, and yet it works. And this is kind of an interesting detail in general. The more the government spends, the worse it is. So California spends far more than Florida. New York spends far more. If you've ever driven roads in New York, it's astounding. Where did the money go? So I think what's happening is that as the state takes in more money, the money doesn't go to the pothole guys, okay? The money gets captured by these activists, and then those activists are very, very good at growing their budget, and they take the money from the pothole guy or the police or the firemen and so on. So the bigger the state is, the worse it gets. So that, for me, is going to be fascinating once these Doge-level state initiatives start. Of course, they're going to start in places like Florida or Texas or Idaho, right? They're not going to start in California where they're really needed. Right. But at least they'll start to show voters in California what's possible.
What part of Florida are you in?
I'm in Orlando.
Oh, okay. I'm in Boca. So we're kind of neighbors. And so one of the things that I've been telling people, and you as an economic expert can probably get in better with this, is our state model is they don't have any state income tax. It's based on sales tax and other kind of revenue. And now he's trying to get rid of property tax, which has to happen at the municipal and county level. How does Florida work with no income tax when you've got every other municipality and state out there? Oh, we gotta have state income tax. How is it that? And this predates DeSantis. It was before DeSantis. I don't even know when it happened, but we don't pay. And I often tell people here who watch, we don't pay a dime in state income tax. We pay a sales tax, and depending on what you buy, maybe 6 or 7%. But how does it work here? And other states can't seem to figure that out.
Yeah, well, Elon Musk cut 80% at Twitter, and it got better.
Yeah.
Companies regularly cut 20-30% of headcount in order to become, leaner and more efficient, and they don't collapse because of it. Right. It is very possible. I think the problem is that in most companies, when you spend $1, you have to answer to somebody for that, right? You have to answer to your manager. He has to answer to the president. The president has to answer to the board answers to the shareholders. In government, who are you answering to, right? It's a very, very distant connection back to the voters. there's effectively no oversight. And so what ends up happening, if you have an organization with no oversight, where nobody cares how much money you're spending, holy cow, it just explodes. So a lot of it, I think, is just make work, because it is striking that Florida spends something like a third what California does per capita, and the roads work, the DMV, just everything across the board, they're actually better. So I think that, going back to the original question, is there a need for DOGE at the state level? I think it's possibly even larger than at the federal level.
Really? Wow. I wonder how they could even put that in place, because each governor would have to basically start their own one. I don't think you could make that. Yeah. So that's how you'd have to do that.
Yeah. Right. Each government, each city, each county. You look at something like Fairfax County in Virginia, and I mean, it's just shocking amounts of corruption and waste go on, even at the county level. So there's many, many levels. Ideally, what we would have is some sort of nationwide network of DOGE that it could possibly be federally funded. The original purpose of the FBI, for example, was to investigate local corruption. It was to go after state officials, city officials, and county officials who were corrupt. So you could theoretically fold a DOGE type function into that mandate, that the federal government can go through and look for corruption. Now, in the act of looking for corruption, you're going to identify a lot of innocent waste, but you could theoretically do it at the federal level and reach down into the states and cities.
Now, you mentioned Howard Lutnick, and obviously as an economics person, expert, you probably dug into this, and I've seen some of your videos. Howard is very, very aggressive, and I almost wonder if sometimes President Trump is hold up, because he's pushing hard for no income tax at all. He wants to just be done with it. He thinks tariffs can take care of everything. I don't know mathematically if that's feasible at the moment, but do you think we could get to a point where tariffs and other consumption tax could replace income tax? And if so, how long would it take us to get there in your estimation?
Yeah, so this goes back to the DOGE question, right? If you can cut government 80% and it gets better, then maybe there's a lot of money left over. So the deal with tariffs versus income tax is that tariffs could, in theory, raise something like $1 trillion, maybe $1.25 trillion total. They raise a lot less than that today because they're relatively low. The income tax raises something like $2.5 trillion. So if you jacked up tariffs and you got rid of the income tax, then you would have something like $1.25 trillion whole. Okay. Now, the government currently spends round about $6 trillion. So you would have to cut government by about 20%, by about $1.25 trillion. Now, Elon, he's already aiming for over $1 trillion in cuts.
Right.
Trump recently floated cutting the military budget in half. He said, if we can reduce tensions with Russia and China, we don't fundamentally have beefs with these guys. Right. We're way over here. They're way over there. We can cut deals. We don't actually have to go to war with Russia or China. We have to push them to play fair. But we're not destined to go to war with these guys. And then a third huge cut is, of course, the illegal aliens.
Right.
So, there's various estimates of that, but it's at least $150 billion a year at the federal level, many, many more billion at the state and the local level that we shell out for those. So you put those together, you put $1 trillion from DOGE, $500 billion from the military budget, let's call it $250 billion from illegals. You could absolutely get rid of the income tax and replace it with tariffs.
Wow. And that's not even raising a consumption tax. That's just doing
Correct.
that. What if you put the
Correct.
consumption tax in? What could you do?
Yeah, so if you introduced a higher consumption tax, like a national sales tax, I haven't cranked the numbers on them, but just to give a general sense, if you had something like a 7 or 10% income tax, sales tax, then at that point you could get rid of payroll tax as well. In other words, the Social Security taxes you pay. You would still get Social Security, you just wouldn't have to pay taxes for it.
Now, I had Congressman Buddy Carter on last week. And he was talking about going to, and this is what Jade Wall is going to be talking, that tax first thing, where they're talking about a 23% tax. And I don't know if you've been familiar with the whole thing with the prebate and how it's a messaging nightmare, because as he was talking to me, and I'm pretty good with math, I was like, I don't understand where it's coming from. How are you going to make this work? Excuse me. Is that even viable, you think?
It's viable. I agree. The messaging is terrible. My first job out of college was in marketing. And, speaking as a marketer here, messaging is terrible. 23% sales tax ain't going to fly. I think you got to break up into smaller parts. But just to take their prebate, the concept is relatively simple. So the idea is that if you have a sales tax on everything, then that's going to hit the poor pretty hard. And so what you do instead is you say, well, okay, how much do poor people spend? Let's say the poverty rate is whatever, $15,000 a year. And let's go ahead and give you, let's say it's a 10% sales tax. We'll go ahead and give you $1,500 to cover the sales tax that you're going to have to pay on that poverty level lifestyle.
Right.
Okay. And then the idea would be, and then beyond that, now, yes, you have to pay income tax. So I think it's relatively hard to describe, but I think the biggest messaging problem with the fair tax, which I love as a concept as an economist, but in terms of marketing, 26% sales tax, no way.
Yeah.
I think you got to bite off. Yeah, you have to bite off smaller parts. Maybe you combine it with tariffs, and I think the reason it's so high is that it's trying to get rid of payroll tax as well.
Right.
Okay. Social Security and Medicare tax. Economically, those are pretty much the lowest harm tax per dollar raised. Okay. The income tax is much, much worse.
Right.
The worst tax of all is the corporate tax.
Right.
I know none of us like fat cats. I certainly don't. I attack them all day long. But corporate tax and a personal income tax, those both, they push people to not invest.
Right.
Okay. Because if you're going to invest, it's going to be taxed. So instead, rich people go out and buy Maybachs and they buy nice properties and they buy yachts. So if you want more yachts, then yes, do a corporate income tax. If you want more investment, get rid of it. So in the grand scheme of taxes, the payroll tax, because it already is a flat tax, more or less flat, it ends, once you're rich. And, you could talk about extending that so that's a flat tax across the board. I think that's a much easier sell than trying to get a 23% sales tax in.
So with all the different scenarios and different options and proposals, is there anything that's going to get done anytime soon, or you see this is going to be a year or 2 years out? Because with everything that's been coming out in the news about Doge, there's a lot of people who are kind of iffy about April 15th coming up, going, we're just going to put more gas on this fire. I mean, when you're talking to clients and people, what are you asking them to file extensions? Because I'm never going to say what should you do, because people will take that the wrong way. But if you were advising a client, what would you be telling that client about April 15th?
Yeah, so I think you're almost certainly going to get an extension of the Trump tax cuts from his first term. Those are, ready to expire, and those are almost certainly going to be extended. Okay. You may get tax on tips, tax on overtime. Those aren't generally going to impact rich people. Those impact working class people. I suspect from a marketing perspective, he's going to want to bundle those together with additional cuts to the business tax. So he's framed that as a Made in America tax refund, or tax relief rather. Right. So we may see that. I think it's less likely that we see new cuts in the income tax. But all of that is going to be a cage fight. There's the Republicans in Congress have been lumpy. Johnson has done a couple of good things. For example, he wants to not score the Trump tax cuts, which is a big deal because then it gives them a lot more room to play with. On the other hand, he's also been relatively weak on spending. I think all of your listeners know that. I've made a lot of comments about the size of his endowment working there, so I'm not sure he likes me. But at any rate, he's been a mixed bag, and Democrats, of course, don't want to cut anything.
Never.
It's kind of interesting, I think, the messaging at the moment, because for Republicans, we're interested in cutting government spending because the vast majority of it is waste, and we're seeing that. Elon is bringing the receipts. Right. For the Democrats, they want to deny that. They want to claim it's misinformation, and the reason is because that waste is their mother's milk, right? You've got millions of dollars going out to Politico. Literally, the government money pays the New York Times. So shockingly, the New York Times takes the government's perspective on these things. So, to a first approximation, the entire left right? The guys who go riot, the guys who glue themselves to Picassos, this is all taxpayer money.
Yeah.
So for the legacy media, they will fight for that tooth and nail. Even though for regular Americans, it's obviously goofy waste. For them, it is their mother's milk. It's how they pay their foot soldiers. So we're in a very interesting moment. And, you know, in terms of, I mean, historically, Congress has not cut spending.
Right.
They're like a hopped up 16-year-old with a credit card. We'll see if that changes this time. It's possible just because Republican voters are so engaged right now. Mm-hmm. You can see them on Twitter. They're pissed off. Mm-hmm. They're 90 to 95% with Trump, with Elon. So at some point, just out of self-preservation, Republicans in Congress have to start paying attention.
And talking about bad messaging of the 23% consumption tax, the bad messaging of going against no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, no tax on Social Security. I don't know how you stand in front of that train and tell people you don't deserve to have this, because that's as much as a messaging nightmare as the other thing is. So you're right. I think you might be able to push that through. So in regards, I don't want to keep you here all day, which I could because I love this stuff. Tell me about what we're seeing the tariffs take. I guess they took effect today, right? Today they went into effect.
They're supposed to. I haven't checked if they're actually charging, but yeah, they are supposed to start today on Canada, Mexico, and China.
Yeah, so they're going to start today. Stock market looks like it's going crazy because people don't know what's going to happen. You mentioned something in one of your recent videos, and I didn't really get this concept. What is the nuclear tariff you were referring to?
The nuclear tariff is the reciprocal tariff. Okay. So the idea of a reciprocal tariff is that if these other countries are shutting out our exports, then we're going to calculate how much we think they're hitting us with, and then we're going to take that amount of money and we're going to hit their exports with it. Wow. Right. And so this is very different from a free trade agreement, quote unquote. So free trade agreements, they're really just lobbyist auctions. Mm-hmm. All right. So like in the Constitution, it guarantees free trade among the states. And that's one sentence. And then you look at these free trade agreements, so it's like 1,500 pages. And you're like, is this like The Shining where you just type the sentence over and over? Like, what are all those words? What are they doing? And the answer, of course, is that they were lovingly bought by lobbyists. Okay. And so what ends up happening is the manufacturing and farming doesn't have the lobbying budget. They get outbid by Wall Street, pharmaceuticals, and Hollywood. And specifically what ends up happening is that all of our free trade agreements, they focus on so-called intellectual property. Okay, this is how, pharmaceuticals have value because of patents. This is how Hollywood has value because of copyright. This is how big tech has value. This is how Wall Street has value. And so they focus on that, and they sell everything else down the river. You can have manufacturing, you can have farming, you can have all the rest of it. This is how our trade deals are currently structured. And Trump is saying, screw that. Instead, we're going to look at what you guys do to us, not just the tariffs that you put on us, but the non-tariff barriers. Things like, like the European Union doesn't let in American products, food products, because they have their own FDA. And they say, well, we have our own special rules. They have electronics rules. They have just rules across the board where they claim that our products don't match European standards. And so they block them. So what Trump wants to do is he wants to go through and tally all those things up. There's about 13,000 trade categories times 200 countries. So it's going to take a while here. But they're going to tally that up, and they're going to say, okay, what do I think the dollar amount is? And I'm going to hit you where it hurts. I'm going to hit your exports with that exact dollar amount. And I'm going to do it in the form of a tariff.
Wow. That's a lot of money.
It's massive. Yeah. It's 500 billion plus in trade deficit that we have because of these various barriers.
All right, two more questions for you, but this one's real important because also in that video about the tariffs, you were talking about how it impacts the actual consumer down at our level versus the government's, because obviously, again, messaging, the government, the left is saying you're going to pay more for cookies or whatever, and he's like, no, you have an option not to buy that particular cookie. I don't think either side is really explaining it well to people. So how would you explain it to consumers?
Yeah, so in the very near term, so a tariff fundamentally is a sales tax. It's a sales tax that only applies to foreign goods. Now, there's a couple of things that reduce the impact. And one of them is that generally when you put a tariff on a country, its currency will decline if trade with you is a big share. So this happened to Canada. Like when Trump first threatened tariffs, the Canadian dollar absolutely plunged. That made Canadian exports cheaper. So part of the tariffs were functionally paid in a weak Canadian dollar. Another piece of it is that there are some countries that actually compensate their exporters. So if we put a tariff on Chinese companies, the Chinese government literally steps in and pays the tariff. And so China is paying our taxes for us, which is a pretty good deal. So, right, it's a sales tax on foreigners, but there are a couple of reasons why it's not as bad as a straight sales tax. And then, meanwhile, because Trump has been talking about tariffs for years now, a lot of importers have already stockpiled product. And so we're probably not going to see a big price impact immediately. The most commonly cited estimate on what we're looking at in terms of impact on consumers is something like $100 a month. That's relatively small in terms of inflation. Moreover, if they can actually cut government spending, either because of DOGE or because we're ending wars, we're not sending $350 billion to Ukraine. If you can cut government spending, that has a much, much bigger impact on inflation, because fundamentally inflation is the amount of money that's chasing the amount of goods, right? And exactly. If you have less government spending, so today, if the government is running a $2 trillion deficit, it's competing with the rest of us. It's competing for eggs so it can give them to migrants. It's competing for steel so it can rebuild racist overpasses, right? It is competing across the board and driving up prices. So if you can get government spending down, then that can be a much bigger impact on inflation than tariffs ever would.
I said last question, but I do have one more because it just popped in my head. Because we saw, some of these companies coming in yesterday. The semiconductor company coming in and spending or committing to $150 billion of 165 in total investment. Are we going to see more of those kind of deals? I mean, because is it that big of a deal to a company that a 20% tariff or 25% tariff could cause you to want to open up here?
It's massive, and that is absolutely the tariffs. Apple just announced they're going to put $500 billion into this country. They've been putting all their money into China. Yeah, it's absolutely huge. A lot of companies are now shifting so that they can get in under the tariff umbrella, basically. What I think the long-term game here is that if you can reduce business taxes in the U.S., and if you can get rid of these stupid global warming regulations and all the rest of that, if you can get rid of those things, then it is genuinely more attractive to produce in America. The Chinese government, it has low taxes, it rebates those taxes, it has very low regulations, but the Chinese government is a pain in the rear for a lot of companies. It forces you to give competitors your technology. Sometimes it arrests your CEOs if you're not towing the government line. A lot of companies, they're in China, they're making good money, but they don't like being there. Right. They're like, it's like dating a stripper. Like, things might be good today, but I mean, you really never know. So there's a lot of companies that are interested in other options. And so if Trump can lower business taxes, get rid of regulations, and have the tariff umbrella, we are going to see a giant sucking sound of literally Chinese companies moving into the U.S.
I don't know how the Democrats can combat that. If people are starting to feel the prosperity from all this investment, which then feeds into there. How as a Democrat can you possibly go back to, we want to tax you more and give your money away? It makes absolutely no sense. So in closing, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, this is part of Trump's 4D chess, is that he picks 80% issues where 80% of the people agree with him. The Democrats have to knee-jerk attack it. So, the Democrats are sitting here telling us, no, we need the transgender operas in Peru. We need to give, Zelensky in Ukraine just said that American boys and girls are going to have to die. So I guess the Democrats are I mean, it's just at some point, wake up, guys, and step back, take a deep breath, and ask yourself, what do the American people actually want? Because they're killing themselves.
Did you hear what the Canadian people said this morning?
No, what did they say? I can imagine.
When you get off, because me telling you is not going to do you justice. You're going to have to Google Cynthia Freeland, who's running to be the next prime minister. She said we have to get in a position to use nuclear weapons against the United States.
Against the United States? People are completely deranged. They've lost their minds.
You actually said that. You said that in public. Delete it. Delete the video. Too late. It's out there. It's everywhere.
Well, she's functionally the number 2 or number 3 in the Canadian government, and that's insane.
She would. Okay. So last question: what do you expect to hear from President Trump tonight?
That's the big betting question. Is he going to talk about some of the legal cases? Is he going to talk about Ukraine? I really have no idea. I mean, the tariffs just came out today. Maybe it could be something with that. I would imagine. I really have no idea. It could be, I think, best guess, it's either to do with some war, whether it's Ukraine or whether it's the Middle East, or something to do with tariffs. But, Trump is a master showman, and he's very, very good at surprising us.
I would love for him to come out today, and you'd literally watch Democrats' heads explode in the audience.
Guarantee. No matter what he says, he's just flooding the zone. He does one outrageous thing, and they flip, and then he does an extra outrageous thing, and they've already forgotten about the last one. And he's just, they are. It's Muhammad Ali. I mean, it's rope-a-dope, and they don't know how to deal with it.
Well, here's what I think if he says this, it's off the charts. If he says, listen, I'm going to do a deal with Zelensky and I'm going to do a deal with Putin for mineral. He literally just watched people burn up in flames right there in front of us.
Well, he could do it. This is the great mystery, is that we have this giant army. We have we spend as much on military, pretty close to the entire rest of the world combined, friend and foe. We have this massive economy. We're like 25% of the world economy. We have all the cards. And for some reason, the U.S. is sitting around shining everybody's shoes for 50 years. Trump knows how to use it. And, God bless him. Yeah, we should.
Yeah, he's really exposed the European Union as being completely feckless. I mean, they look useless. Well, Peter, thank you very much. First time I've had a chance to talk to you.
Pleasure.
Absolutely love it. I could literally talk to you for like 2 hours and bend your ear about numbers and money and everything else, because I always thought if the two people I'd want to talk to would be like a Warren Buffett type, somebody who could really dig in and say, here's what I do and explain numbers. So I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much for taking the time out of your day today. Thank you very much.
No, of course. Thanks, Barry.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. That was Peter St. Onge. Again, if you haven't followed him, I mean, he's prolific in terms of the content he puts out. There's a whole bunch of content that he's out there with. You can check him out at Peter St. Onge on X Pro. Like Professor St. Onge is his handle, as you can see on screen. It's well worth your time to go check out some of his videos and learn, digest, consume the information that he's putting out there. And it's amazing when you start talking to people in the economic sector who can break things down for you at a very visceral level. It makes a lot of difference than the crap you're hearing in the media, because they're not going to tell you the truth. They are going to give you a slant where you talk to people who are actually in the trenches advising clients, doing their own deals and things of that nature. There's really no reason to basically tune in to that kind of media. There's people out there who can lead you and talk to you and tell you the right thing to do. So I advise you to check him out and check other people out like him. Lisa M says just followed him. It's a wealth of financial information. We were just on there for 30 minutes or so. And if you go to his page, it's literally video, and they're like short chunks. So you can get in 3 minutes and then come back in 3 minutes and just jump in and learn more about him. So I'm still here, but my brain turned off after that overload of turn. I understand. I fully understand, John. It's like drinking from a fire hose. You're like, oh my God, what the hell did Barry and Peter just talk about? But that's what I want to do with you guys. I want to bring you as much information as possible, and I'm not just going to leave you there. I mean, we've got John. What time? Jade Wall is on at 6:30. He's got some more tax information about some of these things, and I'll continue to bring you to the next level as we go forward and start talking about things, because I realized myself, because I would talk to my wife and I'm like, do you know about this? And, no, I never heard of it. Well, maybe you should know this. I mean, the other day we talked about the government beneficial ownership information report. I know a bunch of you were like, what in the hell is he talking about? Well, these are the things. Remember I told you, if you surround yourself with that 10 people that know things that you don't know and begin to broaden your spectrum, at first it sounds like this is way too much. And then, you start listening in because people aren't sharing this information in the news. You can't trust them. And I realize that from just people in my day-to-day. Hey, have you heard about this? Have you heard about that? I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah, because they're not going to talk about it on the news. Did you know? Well, here's a couple questions for you. Did you know what GDP was? That's the first level. Then the second level is, did you know that they cook the books in how they report GDP level? Third question, do you know how they cook the books in regards to reporting GDP? So unless you're all the way down here, it's like, oh yeah, I know what GDP is. Oh yeah, of course I know they cook the books. No, I have no idea how they do it. Well, now you just found out a little bit. They use government employees and the spending at the top level to influence gross domestic product. You're like, that doesn't make any sense. No, it doesn't. But now you know. Now you know, and now you can begin digging further. He talked about how FDR, was basically the first incarnation of socialism, all the way back, and how the Democrats have used decades and schooling and education to just completely, gaslight you. And it is a grand awakening that's happening right now. Sounds like he agrees with what Trump is doing. And if you look at his background, you will see that he's not, or hasn't been a Trump supporter. He's a money guy. And so whenever you talk to people with money, it's very simple. People with money look at things on a ledger. Does this makes sense? That's why you see guys like the people from the All In podcast, these guys who are billionaires, and they're looking, hey, that makes sense, because I don't care about this stupid ideology play. See, that's the thing. When he's talking to these people who are putting 150 billion into the country, and they're doing this and they're doing that, they're not looking at, hey, let me help out this Republican. Again, as I said yesterday, when you're cutting a deal with somebody, you have to show them what's in it for them. And so President Trump is out there showing people, look at what you get if you come to America. And a businessman looks at it and goes, this looks good. I need to get me some of this. And I'm sure the businessman looks at his proposal and goes to Europe, Germany, Italy, China. Can you guys match this? Nope. I'm going to go see Donnie, okay? Because Donnie's got a package here for me. And it's politically agnostic. Because those of you who know Apple, you know that, isn't it funny? Let's listen to this. Apple decides they're going to put $500 billion into the United States. And they meet with Trump, and he does a deal with Donald Trump. And Apple arguably is one of the biggest left-leaning bastions out there. Every one of these protesters is usually holding an iPhone. These are the people who stand in line waiting for an iPhone when they could buy a flip phone from Telemobile someplace for like $60. But yet they'll stand in line waiting for the new version that costs $1,000 more of the version they bought 2 years ago. Like, does it still work? Yeah. Can you still take pictures? Yeah. So what are you updating for? Because it's a new Apple. Okay. And they'll take pictures at their, their rallies and their protests and everything else. And their hate Trump things. And Tim Cook is a gay man himself, which really must put these people into some sort of conniption. But you don't hear anybody protesting outside of Apple's compound, do you? They all want to go crazy on Elon, but they're okay with Apple putting $500 billion into the United States. You remember that song back in the 80s? 90s, things that make you go, Because that must make you sit back and go, wait a second. So you have a company led by a gay man that is held in high regard by leftists, doing a deal with Donald Trump. That's okay. Hey, if Apple wants to do it, we're good. Nobody's complaining. That tells you it's not about the economics. It's about the ideology. And the companies are about the economics. And so, well, you saw that with Elon. Oh, yeah, Green New Deal, electric cars, Elon. Oh, my God, it's the best thing ever. Got to buy a Tesla. Oh, he likes Trump? Oh, we're going to have to boycott and blow up his dealerships now. Even though you know it's not those people. You know it's people getting paid. So I just wanted to do things a little bit different here, go a deeper dive on certain things and allow you guys to talk to people you normally wouldn't hear from and get a different perspective. Let's see here. Oh yeah, it was CC and the Music Factory. Things that make you go, huh? Yeah. Let's see. I don't upgrade my phones until mine goes kapooey. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, is it still working? Yeah. This is my I have a Samsung. What is this? This is the Note 20. And I have, can I call somebody when I want to? Yeah. Can I do an email? Okay. So I can go on Twitter. I mean, X. Yeah. I'm good. I do call and email all senators and congressmen and governors. Yep. Trudeau is upset. And so, wait, where's that? Some of my Apple money is coming to Detroit. Exactly. It's coming right back. $500 billion in AI from Apple. We'll have to monitor that and make sure not for nefarious intentions. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, that's I've been following Peter for quite some time. I've been looking into his stuff. I've been watching his videos, and those were just what I played were just two of the videos, the most recent videos on his profile. It's just a wealth of free information. Just go through, go ahead and follow him. Let him know you saw him on the show, and then take it from there. So I hope you enjoyed it. So just to let you know, some people were like, "Oh, you're showing old stuff." No, this is what I'm doing today. So I'm going to put back on the I think it's the 2018 speech now, and Trump's going to be talking, and then the next interview, I believe. Okay, next interview is 4 o'clock with Monica Page. But in between now and 4 o'clock, I'm going to jump in with some news and we'll talk. I mean, just like I did, you just saw. So I'll just jump in and then I'll jump out. And I got some work to do in the background. But I just wanted to have a bunch of interviews scheduled for today. And then we'll take it from there. So it is almost 1 o'clock right now. Monica is due on at 4. I'll probably come in top of the hour or so. Like maybe 1:30 with an update, and we can see what is going on out there, what's being said in the news. Hold on, let me just look at a couple things. Okay, we're good. But that being said, let's go ahead and get back to some of these videos. Talk to you guys in a little bit. Stay tuned. Going to jump in, jump out until we get to 9 o'clock.
Thank you to David and the brave people of California. Thank you very much, David. Great job. Some trials over the past year touched this chamber very personally. With us tonight is one of the toughest people ever to serve in this House. A guy who took a bullet, almost died, and was back to work 3.5 months later. The legend from Louisiana, Congressman Steve Scalise. I think they like you, Steve. We're incredibly grateful for the heroic efforts of the Capitol police officers, the Alexandria police, and the doctors, nurses, and paramedics who saved his life and the lives of many others, some in this room. In the aftermath, yes. In the aftermath of that terrible shooting, we came together, not as Republicans or Democrats, but as representatives of the people. But it is not enough to come together only in times of tragedy. Tonight, I call upon all of us to set aside our differences, to seek out common ground, and to summon the unity we need to deliver for the people. This is really the key. These are the people we were elected to serve. Over the last year, the world has seen what we always knew, that no people on earth are so fearless or daring or determined as Americans. If there is a mountain, we climb it. If there's a frontier, we cross it. If there's a challenge, we tame it. If there's an opportunity, we seize it. So let's begin tonight by recognizing that the state of our union is strong because our people are strong. And together we are building a safe, strong, and proud America. Since the election, we have created 2.4 million new jobs, including 200,000 new jobs in manufacturing alone. Tremendous numbers. After years and years of wage stagnation, we are finally seeing rising wages. Unemployment claims have hit a 45-year low. And something I'm very proud of, African American unemployment stands at the lowest rate ever recorded. And Hispanic American unemployment has also reached the lowest levels in history. Small business confidence is at an all-time high. The stock market has smashed one record after another, gaining $8 trillion and more in value in just this short period of time. The great news for Americans, 401k, retirement pension, and college savings accounts have gone through the roof. And just as I promised the American people from this podium 11 months ago, we enacted the biggest tax cuts and reforms in American history. Our massive tax cuts provide tremendous relief for the middle class and small business. To lower tax rates for hardworking Americans, we nearly doubled the standard deduction for everyone. Now the first $24,000 earned by a married couple is completely tax-free. We also doubled the child tax credit. A typical family of four making $75,000 will see their tax bill reduced by $2,000, slashing their tax bill in half. In April, this will be the last time you will ever file under the old and very broken system, and millions of Americans will have more take-home pay starting next month, a lot more. We eliminated an especially cruel tax that fell mostly on Americans making less than $50,000 a year, forcing them to pay tremendous penalties simply because they couldn't afford government-ordered health plans. We repealed the core of the disastrous Obamacare. The individual mandate is now gone. Thank you. We slashed the business tax rate from 35% all the way down to 21%, so American companies can compete and win against anyone else anywhere in the world. These changes alone are estimated to increase average family income by more than $4,000. A lot of money. Small businesses have also received a massive tax cut and can now deduct 20% of their business income. Here tonight are Steve Staub and Sandy Keplinger of Staub Manufacturing, a small, beautiful business in Ohio. They've just finished the best year in their 20-year history. Because of tax reform, they are handing out raises, hiring an additional 14 people, and expanding into the building next door. Good feeling. One of Staub's employees, Corey Adams, is also with us tonight. Corey is an all-American worker. He supported himself through high school, lost his job during the 2008 recession, and was later hired by Staub, where he trained to become a welder. Like many hardworking Americans, Corey plans to invest his tax cut raise into his new home and his two daughters' education. Corey, please stand. and he's a great welder. I was told that by the man that owns that company that's doing so well. So congratulations, Corey. Since we passed tax cuts, roughly 3 million workers have already gotten tax cut bonuses, many of them thousands and thousands of dollars per worker, and it's getting more every month, every week. Apple has just announced it plans to invest a total of $350 billion in America and hire another 20,000 workers. And just a little while ago, ExxonMobil announced a $50 billion investment in the United States. Just a little while ago. This, in fact, is our new American moment. There has never been a better time to start living the American dream. So to every citizen watching at home tonight, no matter where you've been or where you've come from, this is your time. If you work hard, if you believe in yourself, if you believe in America, then you can dream anything. You can be anything. And together, we can achieve absolutely anything. Tonight, I want to talk about what kind of future we're going to have and what kind of a nation we're going to be. All of us together as one team, one people, and one American family can do anything. We all share the same home, the same heart, the same destiny, and the same great American flag. Together, we are rediscovering the American way. In America, we know that faith and family, not government and bureaucracy, are the center of American life. The motto is, "In God we trust." And we celebrate our police, our military, and our amazing veterans as heroes who deserve our total and unwavering support. Here tonight is Preston Sharp, a 12-year-old boy from Redding, California, who noticed that veterans' graves were not marked with flags on Veterans Day. He decided all by himself to change that and started a movement that has now placed 40,000 flags at the graves of our great heroes. Preston, a job well done. Young patriots like Preston teach all of us about our civic duty, as Americans. And I met Preston a little while ago, and he is something very special that I can tell you. Great future. Thank you very much for all you've done, Preston. Thank you very much. Preston's reverence for those who have served our nation reminds us of why we salute our flag, why we put our hands on our hearts for the Pledge of Allegiance, and why we proudly stand for the national anthem. Americans love their country, and they deserve a government that shows them the same love and loyalty in return. For the last year, we have sought to restore the bonds of trust between our citizens and their government. Working with the Senate, we are appointing judges who will interpret the Constitution as written, including a great new Supreme Court justice and more circuit court judges than any new administration in the history of our country. We are totally defending our Second Amendment and have taken historic actions to protect religious liberty. And we are serving our brave veterans, including giving our veterans choice in their health care decisions. Last year, Congress also passed, and I signed, the landmark VA Accountability Act. Since its passage, my administration has already removed more than 1,500 VA employees who failed to give our veterans the care they deserve, and we are hiring talented people who love our vets as much as we do. And I will not stop until our veterans are properly taken care of, which has been my promise to them from the very beginning of this great journey. All Americans deserve accountability and respect, and that's what we are giving to our wonderful heroes, our veterans. Thank you. So tonight I call on Congress to empower every cabinet secretary with the authority to reward good workers and to remove federal employees who undermine the public trust or fail the American people. In our drive to make Washington accountable, we have eliminated more regulations in our first year than any administration in the history of our country. We have ended the war on American energy, and we have ended the war on beautiful, clean coal. We are now very proudly an exporter of energy to the world. In Detroit, I halted government mandates that crippled America's great, beautiful auto workers so that we can get Motor City revving its engines again, and that's what's happening. Many car companies are now building and expanding plants in the United States, something we haven't seen for decades. Chrysler is moving a major plant from Mexico to Michigan. Toyota and Mazda are opening up a plant in Alabama, a big one, and we haven't seen this in a long time. It's all coming back. Very soon, auto plants and other plants will be opening up all over our country. This is all news Americans are totally unaccustomed to hearing. For many years, companies and jobs were only leaving us. But now, they are roaring back, they're coming back, they want to be where the action is, they want to be in the United States of America. That's where they want to be. Exciting progress is happening every single day. To speed access to breakthrough cures and affordable generic drugs, last year, the FDA approved more new and generic drugs and medical devices than ever before in our country's history. We also believe that patients with terminal conditions, terminal illness, should have access to experimental treatment immediately that could potentially save their lives. People who are terminally ill should not have to go from country to seek a cure. I want to give them a chance right here at home. It's time for Congress to give these wonderful, incredible Americans the right to try. One of my greatest priorities is to reduce the price of prescription drugs. In many other countries, these drugs cost far less than what we pay in the United States, and it's very, very unfair. That is why I've directed my administration to make fixing the injustice of high drug prices one of my top priorities for the year. and prices will come down substantially. Watch. America has also finally turned the page on decades of unfair trade deals that sacrificed our prosperity and shipped away our companies, our jobs, and our wealth. Our nation has lost its wealth, but we're getting it back so fast. The era of economic surrender is totally over. From now on, we expect trading relationships to be fair and, very importantly, reciprocal. We will work to fix bad trade deals and negotiate new ones, and they'll be good ones, but they'll be fair. And we will protect American workers and American intellectual property through strong enforcement of our trade rules. As we rebuild our industries, it is also time to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure. America is a nation of builders. We built the Empire State Building in just 1 year. Isn't it a disgrace that it can now take 10 years just to get a minor permit approved for the building of a simple road? I am asking both parties to come together to give us safe, fast, reliable, and modern infrastructure that our economy needs and our people deserve. Tonight, I'm calling on Congress to produce a bill that generates at least $1.5 trillion for the new infrastructure investment that our country so desperately needs. Every federal dollar should be leveraged by partnering with state and local governments and, where appropriate, tapping into private sector investment to permanently fix the infrastructure deficit, and we can do it. Any bill must also streamline the permitting and approval process, getting it down to no more than 2 years and perhaps even 1. Together, we can reclaim our great building heritage. We will build gleaming new roads, bridges, highways, railways, and waterways all across our land. And we will do it with American heart, American hands, and American grit. We want every American to know the dignity of a hard day's work. We want every child to be safe in their home at night. And we want every citizen to be proud of this land that we all love so much. We can lift our citizens from welfare to work, from dependence to independence, and from poverty to prosperity. As tax cuts create new jobs. Let's invest in workforce development, and let's invest in job training, which we need so badly. Let's open great vocational schools so our future workers can learn a craft and realize their full potential. And let's support working families by supporting paid family leave. As America regains its strength, opportunity must be extended to all citizens. That is why this year we will embark on reforming our prisons to help former inmates who have served their time get a second chance at life. Struggling communities, especially immigrant communities, will also be helped by immigration policies that focus on the best interests of American workers and American families. For decades, open borders have allowed drugs and gangs to pour into our most vulnerable communities. They've allowed millions of low-wage workers to compete for jobs and wages against the poorest Americans. Most tragically, they have caused the loss of many innocent lives. Here tonight are two fathers and two mothers, Evelyn Rodriguez, Freddie Cuevas, Elizabeth Alvarado, and Robert Mickens. Their two teenage daughters, Kayla Cuevas and Nisa Mickens, were close friends on Long Island. But in September 2016, on the eve of Nisa's 16th birthday, such a happy time it should have been, neither of them came home. These two precious girls were brutally murdered while walking together in their hometown. 6 members of the savage MS-13 gang have been charged with Kayla and Nisa's murders. Many of these gang members took advantage of glaring loopholes in our laws to enter the country as illegal, unaccompanied, alien minors and wound up in Kayla and Nisa's high school. Evelyn, Elizabeth, Freddie, and Robert, tonight everyone in this chamber is praying for you. Everyone in America is grieving for you. Please stand. Thank you very much. I want you to know that 320 million hearts are right now breaking for you. We love you. Thank you. While we cannot imagine the depths of that kind of sorrow, we can make sure that other families never have to endure this kind of pain. Tonight I am calling on Congress to finally close the deadly loopholes that have allowed MS-13 and other criminal gangs to break into our country. We have proposed new legislation that will fix our immigration laws and support our ICE and Border Patrol agents. These are great people. These are great, great people that work so hard in the midst of such danger so that this can never happen again. The United States is a compassionate nation. We are proud that we do more than any other country anywhere in the world to help the needy, the struggling, and the underprivileged all over the world. But as President of the United States, my highest loyalty, my greatest compassion, my constant concern is for America's children, America's struggling workers, and America's forgotten communities. I want our youth to grow up to achieve great things. I want our poor to have their chance to rise. So tonight I am extending an open hand to work with members of both parties, Democrats and Republicans, to protect our citizens of every background, color, religion, and creed. My duty, and the sacred duty of every elected official in this chamber, is to defend Americans, to protect their safety, their families, their communities, and their right to the American dream. Because Americans are dreamers too. Here tonight is one leader in the effort to defend our country, Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Celestino Martinez. He goes by DJ and CJ. He said, call me either one. So we'll call you CJ. Served 15 years in the Air Force before becoming an ICE agent and spending the last 15 years fighting gang violence and getting dangerous criminals off of our streets. Tough job. At one point, MS-13 leaders ordered CJ's murder, and they wanted it to happen quickly. But he did not cave to threats or to fear. Last May, he commanded an operation to track down gang members on Long Island. His team has arrested nearly 400, including more than 220 MS-13 gang members. And I have to tell you, what the Border Patrol and ICE have done, we have sent thousands and thousands and thousands of MS-13 horrible people out of this country or into our prisons. So I just want to congratulate you, CJ. You're a brave guy. Thank you very much. And I asked CJ, what's the secret? He said, we're just tougher than they are. And I like that answer. Now let's get Congress to send you, and all of the people in this great chamber have to do it. We have no choice. CJ, we're going to send you reinforcements, and we're going to send them to you quickly. It's what you need. Over the next few weeks, the House and Senate will be voting on an immigration reform package. In recent months, my administration has met extensively with both Democrats and Republicans to craft a bipartisan approach to immigration reform. Based on these discussions, we presented Congress with a detailed proposal that should be supported by both parties as a fair compromise, one where nobody gets everything they want, but where our country gets the critical reforms it needs and must have. Here are the 4 pillars of our plan. The first pillar of our framework generously offers a path to citizenship for 1.8 million illegal immigrants who were brought here by their parents at a young age. That covers almost 3 times more people than the previous administration covered. Under our plan, those who meet education and work requirements and show good moral character will be able to become full citizens of the United States over a 12-year period. The second pillar fully secures the border. That means building a great wall on the southern border, and it means hiring more heroes like CJ to keep our communities safe. Crucially, our plan closes the terrible loopholes exploited by criminals and terrorists to enter our country, and it finally ends the horrible and dangerous practice of catch and release. The third pillar ends the visa lottery, a program that randomly hands out green cards without any regard for skill, merit, or the safety of American people. It's time to begin moving toward a merit-based immigration system, one that admits people who are skilled, who want to work, who will contribute to our society, and who will love and respect our country. The fourth and final pillar protects the nuclear family by ending chain migration. Under the current broken system, a single immigrant can bring in virtually unlimited numbers of distant relatives. Under our plan, we focus on the immediate family by limiting sponsorships to spouses and minor children. This vital reform is necessary not just for our economy, but for our security and for the future of America. In recent weeks, 2 terrorist attacks in New York were made possible by the visa lottery and chain migration. In the age of terrorism, these programs present risks we can just no longer afford. It's time to reform. these outdated immigration rules and finally bring our immigration system into the 21st century. These four pillars represent a down-the-middle compromise and one that will create a safe, modern, and lawful immigration system. For over 30 years, Washington has tried and failed to solve this problem. This Congress can be the one that finally makes it happen. Most importantly, these four pillars will produce legislation that fulfills my ironclad pledge to sign a bill that puts America first. So let's come together, set politics aside, and finally get the job done. These reforms will also support our response to the terrible crisis of opioid and drug addiction. Never before has it been like it is now. It is terrible. We have to do something about it. In 2016, we lost 64,000 Americans to drug overdoses, 174 deaths per day, 7 per hour. We must get much tougher on drug dealers and pushers if we are going to succeed in stopping this scourge. My administration is committed to fighting the drug epidemic and helping get treatment for those in need, for those who have been so terribly hurt. The struggle will be long and it will be difficult, but as Americans always do, in the end, we will succeed, we will prevail. As we have seen tonight, the most difficult challenges bring out the best in America. We see a vivid expression of this truth in the story of the Holetz family of New Mexico. Brian Holetz is 27 years old, an officer with the Albuquerque Police Department. He's here tonight with his wife, Rebecca. Thank you, Ryan. Last year, Ryan was on duty when he saw a pregnant, homeless woman preparing to inject heroin. When Ryan told her she was going to harm her unborn child, she began to weep. She told him she didn't know where to turn, but badly wanted a safe home for her baby. In that moment, Ryan said he felt God speak to him. You will do it because you can. He heard those words. He took out a picture of his wife and their 4 kids. Then he went home to tell his wife, Rebecca. In an instant, she agreed to adopt. The Holetz named their new daughter Hope. Ryan and Rebecca, you embody the goodness of our nation. Thank you. Thank you, Ryan and Rebecca. As we rebuild America's strength and confidence at home, we are also restoring our strength and standing abroad. Around the world, we face rogue regimes, terrorist groups, and rivals like China and Russia that challenge our interests, our economy, and our values. In confronting these horrible dangers, we know that weakness is the surest path to conflict, and unmatched power is the surest means to our true and great defense. For this reason, I am asking Congress to end the dangerous defense sequester and fully fund our great military. As part of our defense, we must modernize and rebuild our nuclear arsenal, hopefully never having to use it, but making it so strong and so powerful that it will deter any acts of aggression by any other nation or anyone else. Perhaps someday in the future there will be a magical moment when the countries of the world will get together to eliminate their nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, we are not there yet, sadly. Last year, I also pledged that we would work with our allies to extinguish ISIS from the face of the earth. 1 year later, I am proud to report that the coalition to defeat ISIS has liberated very close to 100% of the territory just recently held by these killers in Iraq and in Syria and in other locations as well. But there is much more work to be done. We will continue our fight until ISIS is defeated. Army Staff Sergeant Justin Peck is here tonight. Near Raqqa last November, Justin and his comrade, Chief Petty Officer Kenton Stacy, were on a mission to clear buildings that ISIS had rigged with explosive, so that civilians could return to that city, hopefully soon and hopefully safely. Clearing the second floor of a vital hospital, Kenton Stacy was severely wounded by an explosion. Immediately, Justin bounded into the booby-trapped and unbelievably dangerous and unsafe building and found Kenton, but in very, very bad shape. He applied pressure to the wound and inserted a tube to reopen an airway. He then performed CPR for 20 straight minutes during the ground transport and maintained artificial respiration through 2.5 hours and through emergency surgery. Kenton Stacy would have died if it were not for Justin's selfless love for his fellow warrior. Tonight, Kenton is recovering in Texas. Raqqa is liberated, and Justin is wearing his new Bronze Star with a V for valor. Staff Sergeant Peck, all of America salutes you. Terrorists who do things like place bombs in civilian hospitals are evil. When possible, we have no choice but to annihilate them. When necessary, we must be able to detain and question them. But we must be clear, terrorists are not merely criminals. They are unlawful enemy combatants. And when captured overseas, they should be treated like the terrorists they are. In the past, we have foolishly released hundreds and hundreds of dangerous terrorists, only to meet them again on the battlefield, including the ISIS leader, al-Baghdadi, who we captured, who we had, who we released. So today, I'm keeping another promise. I just signed, prior to walking in, an order directing Secretary Mattis, who is doing a great job. Thank you. To re-examine our military detention policy and to keep open the detention facilities in Guantanamo Bay. I am asking Congress to ensure that in the fight against ISIS and al-Qaeda, we continue to have all necessary power to detain terrorists wherever we chase them down, wherever we find them. And in many cases, for them, it will now be Guantanamo Bay. At the same time, as of a few months ago, our warriors in Afghanistan have new rules of engagement. Along with their heroic Afghan partners, our military is no longer undermined by artificial timelines, and we no longer tell our enemies our plans. Last month, I also took an action endorsed unanimously by the U.S. Senate just months before. I recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Shortly afterwards, dozens of countries voted in the United Nations General Assembly against America's sovereign right to make this decision. In 2016, American taxpayers generously sent those same countries more than $20 billion in aid. That is why tonight I am asking Congress to pass legislation to help ensure American foreign assistance dollars always serve American interests and only go to friends of America, not enemies of America. As we strengthen friendships all around the world, we are also restoring clarity about our adversaries. When the people of Iran rose up against the crimes of their corrupt dictatorship, I did not stay silent. America stands with the people of Iran in their courageous struggle for freedom. I am asking Congress to address the fundamental flaws in the terrible Iran nuclear deal. My administration has also imposed tough sanctions on the communist and socialist dictatorships in Cuba and Venezuela. But no regime has oppressed its own citizens more totally or brutally than the cruel dictatorship in North Korea. North Korea's reckless pursuit of nuclear missiles could very soon threaten our homeland. We are waging a campaign of maximum pressure to prevent that from ever happening. Past experience has taught us that complacency and concessions only invite aggression and provocation. I will not repeat the mistakes of past administrations that got us into this very dangerous position. We need only look at the depraved character of the North Korean regime to understand the nature of the nuclear threat it could pose to America and to our allies. Otto Warmbier was a hard-working student at the University of Virginia, and a great student he was. On his way to study abroad in Asia, Otto joined a tour to North Korea. At its conclusion, this wonderful young man was arrested and charged with crimes against the state. After a shameful trial, the dictatorship sentenced Otto to 15 years of hard labor before returning him to America last June, horribly injured and on the verge of death. He passed away just days after his return. Otto's wonderful parents, Fred and Cindy Warmbier, are here with us tonight, along with Otto's brother and sister, Austin and Greta. Please. Incredible people. You are powerful witnesses to a menace that threatens our world, and your strength truly inspires us all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Tonight, we pledge to honor Otto's memory with total American resolve. Thank you. Finally, we are joined by one more witness to the ominous nature of this regime. His name is Mr. Ji Sung Ho. In 1996, Sung Ho was a starving boy in North Korea. One day he tried to steal coal from a railroad car to barter for a few scraps of food, which were very hard to get. In the process, he passed out on the train tracks, exhausted from hunger. He woke up as a train ran over his limbs. He then endured multiple amputations without anything to dull the pain or the hurt. His brother and sister gave what little food they had to help him recover and ate dirt themselves, permanently stunting their own growth. Later, he was tortured by North Korean authorities after returning from a brief visit to China. His tormentors wanted to know if he'd met any Christians. He had, and he resolved after that to be free. Sung Ho traveled thousands of miles on crutches all across China and Southeast Asia to freedom. Most of his family followed. His father was caught trying to escape and was tortured to death. Today, he lives in Seoul, where he rescues other defectors and broadcasts into North Korea what the regime fears most, the truth. Today, he has a new leg, but Sung Ho, I understand you still keep those old crutches as a reminder of how far you've come. Your great sacrifice is an inspiration to us all. Please, thank you. Sung Ho's story is a testament to the yearning of every human soul to live in freedom. It was that same yearning for freedom that nearly 250 years ago gave birth to a special place called America. It was a small cluster of colonies caught between a great ocean and a vast wilderness. It was home to an incredible people with a revolutionary idea that they could rule themselves, that they could chart their own destiny, and that together they could light up the entire world. That is what our country has always been about. That is what Americans have always stood for, always strived for, and always done. Atop the dome of this Capitol stands the Statue of Freedom. She stands tall and dignified among the monuments to our ancestors who fought and lived and died to protect her. Monuments to Washington and Jefferson and Lincoln and King. Memorials to the heroes of Yorktown and Saratoga, to young Americans who shed their blood on the shores of Normandy and the fields beyond, and others who went down in the waters of the Pacific and the skies all over Asia. And freedom stands tall over one more monument, this one. This Capitol, this living monument, this is the monument to the American people. We're a people whose heroes live not only in the past, but all around us, defending hope, pride, and defending the American way. They work in every trade. They sacrifice to raise a family. They care for our children at home. They defend our flag abroad. And they are strong moms and brave kids. They are firefighters and police officers and border agents, medics and Marines. But above all else, they are Americans. And this capital, this city, this nation belongs entirely to them. Our task is to respect them, to listen to them, to serve them, to protect them, and to always be worthy of them. Americans fill the world with art and music. They push the bounds of science and discovery, and they forever remind us of what we should never, ever forget. The people dreamed this country. The people built this country. And it's the people who are making America great again. As long as we are proud of who we are and what we are fighting for, there is nothing we cannot achieve. As long as we have confidence in our values, faith in our citizens, and trust in our God, we will never fail. Our families will thrive. Our people will prosper. And our nation will forever be safe and strong and proud and mighty and free. Thank you, and God bless America. Good night. Members.
All right, what's up, everybody? I told you I'd jump in every once in a while and talk to you about some news that's happening. Well, we got some news happening. We definitely have some news happening. Canada is going crazy. I mean, the people in Canada are going stark raving nuts. Individuals, constituents, residences, government, it's all just they're gone crazy. They don't even know what to do at this point. It's not like it snuck up on them. Trump said, I'm going to hit you with tariffs. If you don't do what I want you to do, you're going to get spanked. Well, the spanking has begun, and they're not taking it very well whatsoever. Let's first start with this nutbag. Let me make sure the volume's okay so you guys can actually hear him and his gnashing of teeth and wailing, because check this out.
We need to be ready to escalate using every tool in our toolkit. That includes surcharges or even outright restrictions on the critical minerals and electricity we supply to the United States. The critical minerals and electricity they depend on. Today, I'm writing to every senator, every congressman and woman, and the governors from New York State, Michigan, and Minnesota, telling them that these tariffs persist. If the Trump administration falls through on any more tariffs, every congressman and woman, and the governors from New York State, Michigan, and Minnesota,
I wanted to rewind that because I wanted to hear the states he was going to go after. New York, California. So? You mean those deep blue states that, no, we don't give a crap about? Go ahead. Make your calls, bro. That's all I can say. Make those calls.
That these tariffs persist. If the Trump administration follows through on any more tariffs, we will immediately apply a 25% surcharge on the electricity we export. We will not hesitate to shut off their power as well. I'm encouraging my fellow premiers to follow suit.
So now you're threatening Donald Trump and America with 25% tariffs in California, Michigan, and wherever, and you're threatening these blue states that you're going to shut off their power. Good luck with that. Good luck with all that. Whew, talk about overplaying your hand and thinking you're something you're not. I'm sorry, Canada, or should I say, oh, Canada, you about F-A and F-O'd. He told you what was coming. It was very simple. Instead of all this back and forth, why didn't you just decide to close the border? What is the big deal with you trying to flood us with newcomers? Why are you trying to let as much fentanyl and trafficking occur? Why? Why? It's very simple. He told you what to do. You chose not to do it. Now you get the other side. Let's continue with more lunacy.
President Trump stabbed America's best friend in the back. My message to the president is this: Canada will fight back. We will defend our people and our economy, and we will put Canada first. There is no doubt that our economy will suffer, but so will yours, President Trump. In fact, you're already paying the price, with trillions of dollars erased in stock market value over the last month of these threats. Already Americans are paying higher gas prices, as at midnight, a new American gas tax kicked in on U.S. working class taxpayers and motorists. Your workers will soon start losing jobs they had upgrading Canadian raw materials, which, by the way, you were getting at an incredible and ridiculous bargain. And your businesses will be selling fewer products to your closest neighbor.
Do these people realize that we only export a fraction of what you guys get from us? Again, just like with Zelensky, these people have to save face. They have to get out there and make these asinine speeches when they know full well in a week or so they're going to have to come crawling right back. Maybe 2 weeks. You can't win this. Canada must understand at some point you're just like Zelensky. Unfortunately, you ran up against a buzzsaw called Donald Trump, and you're right back in the same situation he is. You have no way to win this. None. You're trying to play it in the media and in a court of public opinion, but you know what? We don't care. He asked you to do something, and then he went back and forth with Justin Trudeau, and Justin Trudeau decided to stick his neck into the fight over with Zelensky. Now you get what you get. It's unfortunate for the Canadian people, but it's on you at this point. It's on your government. They wanted this one world globalist crap. Now you're going to find out what happens when the big dog on the block, the Americans, don't play. When they're not going to be a part of your scam. All the Green New Deal, all the transformers, we're done. Get your people, get your country in line, do the right thing, and quit blaming everybody else. Now we got to talk to the crybaby in charge.
I want to speak first directly to the American people. We don't want this. We want to work with you as a friend and ally. And we don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you. As of this morning, markets are down, and inflation is set to rise dramatically all across your country. Your government has chosen to put American jobs at risk, at the thousands of workplaces that succeed because of materials from Canada or because of consumers in Canada, or both. They've chosen to raise costs for American consumers on everyday essential items like groceries and gas, on major purchases like cars and homes, and everything in between. They've chosen to harm American national security, impeding access to the abundant critical minerals, energy, building materials, and fertilizers that we have and that the United States needs to grow and prosper. They've chosen to launch a trade war that will, first and foremost, harm American families. They've chosen to sabotage their own agenda that was supposed to usher in a new golden age for the United States. And they've chosen to undermine the incredible work we've done together to tackle the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that must be wiped from the face of the earth. So on that point, let me be crystal clear. There is absolutely no justification or need whatsoever for these tariffs today.
Well, I think Donald Trump thought otherwise. You guys can go out there and manipulate the stock markets. You're going to get your big buddies in the industry here in America to try and play ball and try to show that this thing is chaos. But it's not. My wife just went shopping. I had to push pause before I came on here because at that point, I can't be loading groceries while I'm doing the show. We are not going to be impacted. These people need to play to the media. Donald Trump doesn't need to play to the media. I mean, this woman here is the one who talked about the nukes. I'm not sure if the video will format properly, but let me see if I can bring this in. I'll bring it in, and you guys can listen to her. It might look a little distorted because of the size differential. It's a square video versus a landscape. Don't want to like get into the weeds on that, but when you start saying stuff like this, and you go out there and talk about using nuclear weapons, how are you getting Americans behind your case here? Because we're seeing it. Hold on, let me listen, because you probably don't believe me. Like, Barry, did she really say anything about using nuclear weapons? I said this when Peter was on. Let me see if it plays well. Hold on.
The U.S. is turning predator. And so what Canada needs to do is work closely with our democratic allies, our military allies. I've been foreign minister. I know how to do that. That's why I would start with our Nordic partners, specifically Denmark, which is also being threatened, and our European NATO allies. I would be sure that France and Britain were there, who possess nuclear weapons, and I would be working urgently with those partners to build a closer security relationship that guarantees our security in a time when the United States can be a threat.
So you want to use get together and think you're going to, put a nuclear coalition because Donald Trump's the president. These people aren't thinking right. It's obvious they've completely lost it. And I'm not just talking about Canada at this point. The globalists all around the world have completely imploded. They can't see right from wrong at this point. And as Elon has said right here, very simply, that's where we are. Are we getting to a position where this turns into a physical war? No, all they're doing is augmenting the civil war that's already happening in America. It's going to continue, and it's going to probably escalate here, and you probably see some of that tonight because they're going to freak out. So how did President Trump respond? President Trump said, President Trump just announced that, quote, if Governor Trudeau of Canada puts on a retaliatory tariff on the U.S., our reciprocal tariff will immediately increase by a like amount. This means the 25% is just the beginning. He's letting Canada choose its fate. There's a picture of him. And Doge AI says President Trump's bold move with the United States Reciprocal Trade Act is game-changer, giving him the power to impose tariffs on countries like Canada when they try to play dirty with retaliatory measures. This act is a masterstroke in trade strategy, allowing Trump to match and escalate further, forcing compliance and ensuring fair trade terms. Critics whining about consumer prices are missing the point. This is about protecting American interests and dismantling unfair trade practices. Congress can't easily block this thanks to the bill's strong legal backing. It's about time we had a leader who put America first. Again, they cannot win this. There is no possible way Canada can stand toe-to-toe with Donald Trump. They just can't possibly do it. Well, what are we going to pay more here? Only if you buy Canadian products. They kind of left that out. I don't need Canadian bacon. Don't care. Doesn't bother me. I'll buy something else. Don't need, Canadian syrup or whatever. Don't need it. This is going to escalate to the point where he no longer, how can I say this? He no longer wants to really negotiate. Now it's time to just bend your frickin' arm and make you submit, which is something a lot of people are uncomfortable with because they're not used to seeing that from an American president. Someone that actually decides that they want to fight, and he'd rather fight. I don't mean physically, but he'd rather just beat you into submission at this point. Do what I tell you. I only got a couple years. I'm not going to go back and forth with all this stuff and go nuts. So let's look further. While that was on, and I'm like, okay, I need to wait until everybody, I see what this news is. This is absolutely incredible, which again, on the night that he is going to give this speech, this comes out. What happened? Okay. Let me get to this. All right. This is important, so I'm going to spend a little bit of time in reading this. From Zelensky, I would like to reiterate Ukraine's commitment to peace. None of us wants an endless war. Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than Ukrainians. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership. That's a key word, under. We submit to you to get a peace that lasts. We are ready to work fast to end the war, and the first stages could be the release of prisoners and truce in the sky, banning all missiles, long-range drones, bombs on energy and other civilian infrastructure, and truce in the sea immediately. If Russia will do the same, then we want to move very fast through all the next stages and to work with the U.S. to agree a strong final deal. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. And we remember the moment that things changed when President Trump provided Ukraine with javelins. We are grateful for all of this. Our meeting in Washington on Friday did not go the way it was supposed to. It's regrettable that it happened this way. It's time to make things right. We would like future cooperation and communication to be constructive. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time, in any convenient format. We see this agreement as a step towards greater security and solid security guarantees, and I truly hope it will work out. While he didn't actually say the words, thank you, and he didn't actually say the words, I apologize, he kind of submitted there. He kind of went, okay, I get you. And then here's what's happening tonight. And I called this. I told you. Hold on. Let me do a little padding. Bada bing, bada boom. Breaking. President Trump and Zelensky plan to sign the Ukrainian mineral deal today. And Trump will announce it during the address tonight. The art of the deal. What I also told you, I said, you ain't coming back here. I'm not going to waste my time. Someone will go over there. They'll put it in front of you, and they say you need to sign this thing. And then that person will courier back this agreement, and they'll get back here and land, and then I will sign it today. We got a deal, boys. We got a deal, boys and girls. We have a deal. President Trump showing these people what it's all about, how to get it done. Canada, you're next. You are going to have no choice but to submit. Enjoy that. I mean, and Trump's been on he's off today getting ready for his speech, probably practicing up, and he's just in here just pounding out the information on Truth Social. So let's look at this one on Truth Social right now. Canada, take note. You're next. You're on the clock, as they say in the NFL draft. You're on the clock, bro. You're next. All right, here we go with this one. If companies move to the United States, there are no tariffs. As you heard in my conversation earlier with Peter St. Ange, that's the whole idea. Bring it here. Do your business here. And they're going to be coming. Next one. This one, Trump threats and Mexico's crackdown hit Mexican cartel. This came out of the New York Times, and it says, one cartel leader said he's trying to figure out how to protect his family in case the American military strikes inside Mexico. Another says he's already gone into hiding, rarely leaving his home. Two young men who produce fentanyl for the cartels say have shut down all their drug labs. A barrage of arrests, drug seizures, and lab busts by the Mexican authorities in recent months has struck the behemoth Sinaloa cartel, according to Mexican officials. And interviews with 6 cartel operatives forcing at least some of its leaders to scale back on fentanyl production in the Sinaloa state, their stronghold. People everywhere. You tried to take a shot at this guy, and now he's feeling 10 feet tall and bulletproof. And he ain't taking no crap from anybody, which, again, terrifies the libnuts. And in this one, Canada doesn't allow American banks to do business in Canada. I'm not sure if you knew that. But their banks flood the American market. Oh, that seems fair to me, doesn't it? I wish I had that GIF ready. You know, the one with the sly girl. That seems fair to me, doesn't it? He's telling Trudeau what's coming. Your banks are about to get booted out of the United States. That will cripple your economy. That will just destroy whatever financial structure you guys have. Canada, you're on the clock. Zelensky, he's signing his deal imminently. What is Canada going to do at this point? We're about to find out. We are definitely about to find out what Canada will do. They've got no options. See, at least Zelensky, he went and talked to England, and he went and talked to, Germany, and he went to talk to all. There's nobody here, Canada. We're it. There's no one else for you to discuss things with. You have no choice. Submit. I know it hurts. I know it's embarrassing. It sucks that this guy's a president and he's being such a hard ass, but you got no choice. I hate being the one to tell you that. You got no army. You got nothing. You absolutely have nothing. Talk tough in front of the media, but then what are you going to do? What are you going to do at that point? Nothing. Cry, moan. And so tonight you're going to see these Democrats are going to go absolutely crazy. My concern with this entire thing tonight is that the Democrats are being beat so bad, they really have nothing to lose. They are not going to win a national election anytime soon. They're getting beat on every front. Nobody wants to pay any attention to them. They're doing stupid stuff like this. I don't know if you saw Elon post this thing. What's her name? Maxine Waters, old Maxine Waters, is out there trying to cause havoc. Says, breaking, I asked Maxine Waters if the reason she's so against Doge is because she was caught funneling over $1 million in regulated funds to her daughter. And so Nick just went up and she's surrounded by these people. Again, like I told you, they never want to talk in public. They never want to talk. Just get away from me. Move away as fast as possible. I know you guys couldn't hear that. I didn't want to play the audio. But there's nothing. Today with the group video of everybody saying the same thing, it's getting kind of pathetic to be a Democrat, just to tell you. So whatever happens tonight, make sure you post it and share how idiotic these people are doing. And then on top of all that, you know, they always have the response after the State of the Union address. Well, tonight, the person they chose to give the State of the Union response is a Marxist. Let me see if I can bring her picture up, and you guys can do some research on her. But they went and brought it. They're bringing in a Marxist. Where is it? I have it. I'm pretty sure I have it. Yes, here we go. Just in, Representative Latifah Simon will deliver the response to President Trump's address to Congress on Tuesday. That's who you're sending out. Simon will deliver the Working Families Party's response. It just keeps getting worse. This party is so lost. You're sending out a Marxist to respond to this guy who's doing everything we can to be a good capitalist. Trump plus Vance equals winning. Which banks are Canadian? Well, Royal Canadian Bank, RCB, that might be one of them. He stated that before. President Trump is too brilliant. He's winking at him. You know, it'd be a shame if something happened. Why carry Canada? If we are basically financing them, why not incorporate them? That's what he's been saying. He's been saying that around the world. You cannot be a country. You do not have a sovereign nation if you can't be a sovereign nation. Because the word sovereign, hey, we are XYZ country. Okay, so you have enough to defend yourself? No, we have NATO. So what you're saying is you can't defend yourself. So if we clip NATO, they're all screwed. Oh, bad. Good point. Put up a graphic on what Canada and Mexico get from us versus what we get from them. I'd have to look. You know, as I go in and get ready for the next interview, I will do that. But somebody said play this. Oh my God. It's absolutely crazy. Sounds like a welfare queen hood. Oh, I didn't say that. You did. Here, let me see if I can find some background on Latifah. Latifah, what you got, girl? You're going to be all up in Trump's grill tonight, aren't you? You're going to be telling us all, no, he didn't. Okay, let's see what the people are saying about Miss Latifah. Let you guys see as I scroll. Breaking, she'll deliver the address. There's the address. Latifah, Trump loves Putin. Should we deliver in the Working Family address? How can we share a country with these people? Oh, okay, so now you're going to make me download this. Hold on. Okay, now you want to hear what Latifah is all about. Let me give you some Latifah. Latifah, tell us. What's your ideology? You know, I don't want to mislabel you if you're not a Marxist. Let's see what Latifah is all about. 1 second, I got the video, and we can put on Miss Latifah, not to be confused with Queen Latifah, but nonetheless, this is Latifah Simon who will be giving the address tonight, and I'll be surprised if she can get through it with all the big words in her speech. But we shall see. Let's listen.
The commander-in-chief and the leaders of this administration, they're spewing hate. Can you believe that, in this blanket, curious, chaotic policy of ending diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion, I believe, are going back to a 1952 America that is segregationist at best.
So what you're saying essentially is that all of these actions, these orders, these measures are essentially dog whistles. But I'm curious what your conversation.
They're not dog whistles. They're not whistling. They're screaming. The hoods are off.
Good luck with that tonight. Good luck with that tonight. I hope you do something like that. That would be just fantastic for us all to see. Whew, wow. So we're all hood-wearing, closet racist. Got you. Let's see, what do we got here? Oh, here's something Latifah should probably talk about. In order for her to get elected, Latifah, she was working with CA CARE, helped get her elected. CARE remains dedicated to amplifying Muslim voices in government. CARE works throughout each election season to mobilize the nation's over 2.5 million registered American Muslim voters. And that's her. I don't care what religion she is, but if you're going to be promoting those kind of, those kind of, oh, wait, we got another one from her. Oh, wait a second. Oh, this is good. Ooh, yeah. I'm going to have to put this one up. Yeah, This is Latifah. She mad. Girl mad. She big mad in this video. Wait a second. Okay, hold on. She's throwing down here at one of these anti-Musk rallies. Where's she at? Where you at, girl? Did I download it yet? Hold on. Yeah, you'll love this one. Okay, so her big shtick is that Donald Trump is going to take us back and turn us into an apartheid country. That's interesting. That's very interesting. All right, here's Latifah in a much more uncalm nature. Latifah, take the stage.
It is our duty to ensure that this administration doesn't take us back to an America in 1952, an apartheid America. It is important that we hold the line to accuse these folks of the law that they are breaking. We are not colonizers. We are supposed to be a democracy that loves our neighbors. We are supposed to be a democracy that works to heal instead of kill. I gotta tell you one last thing. The Republican Party claims to love a Jesus that loves its neighbor. Claims to love a God that blesses its people, to heal the sick, and to take care of the widow. To take care of the child with no mother, no father. We honestly must ask this party to reevaluate its own relationship with God. We will move forward.
Okay, so I hope she does some of that tonight. I hope she comes out and accuses Christians of being bad Christians. That's going to work really well, Latifah. You're going to tell us that we're racist and we're apartheid and we're bad Christians. That's really going to work well. I can't wait. I can't wait for you to do that speech. I think it'll be well received. I think it'll be one of the best speeches we've ever heard. No doubt. Exactly. Somebody just said, leave Jesus out your mouth. That's when you know something's really bad, okay? So yeah, you are possessed by a demon, lady. Yeah, you're right, Beth. This is getting, you know it's going to get crazy tonight. I mean, at about 8:45 or so, go ahead and get the popcorn ready, because these people are going to lose it. I mean, absolutely. I don't know what they have in store, but they're so worked up into a frenzy at this point that they're actually going nuts. So John goes, serpent. Absolutely. She's a serpent. Oh my God. These people. We picked a good day. We picked a good day. Trump is out there. Can you imagine what's going to happen if somehow he walks out there tonight and goes, my fellow Americans, I worked on a speech. I was prepared for my speech. I'll give that to you. But first, Here is the signed document by Zelensky. It's over. It's done. I got it done. I'm sorry I didn't get it in the first week. I'm sorry I didn't get it in the first day. But will you take 36 days, 37 days? Will you take that? Because I got it done. And I'm going to check off another one of those Infinity Stones. Remember, last night when I showed you the Glenn Beck and the boxes and the war, make Zelensky and Russia feel good. Check them boxes off, boy. Do it. They always trying to make white people feel bad. Yeah, I ain't buying that. I'm a black man with a white wife. I'm not buying it. Okay? No. Oh, darn it. My microwave is broken. I can't make any popcorn. Go old school. Go get some Jiffy Pop. Get some Jiffy Pop. That's better for you anyway. It comes away. I used to love that as a kid. I was like, it's magic. It's magic, Mama. There's a little silver thing here, and it turns into delicious popcorn. Shut up, kid. Eat the damn popcorn. Yeah, Oh, what a great day. All right, so as you're seeing, this is how I cut in while we're doing this stuff. And Monica Payne, which should be interesting because there's some new information about Karoline Leavitt and what they're doing. But as more stuff comes up, I'm going to jump in, and I'll go ahead and obviously take your comments as we go, so we get some fun in here. I do have to make this read. Hold on. I'm clicking the button. Is it working? Yes. All right. Just want to tell you, if you guys want this, I'm working with Patriot Addict, and just let me tell you, this is the red Trump knife. The Trump knife. It's worth, they say, $70. I think the way it looks, the way it feels, and how it's balanced, this thing may be worth more than $70, but you can get it for free. Just for shipping. I believe shipping is $13.99. All you've got to do is click the QR code over here. But I'll show it to you again. This thing, number one, it's got some weight to it. It's not a light knife. It's very nice. Boom. There it goes right there. And it's full. To give you an idea of the size, I mean, I've got really big hands. So you can see that's a big knife. I'll hold it here. You can see how far it stretches. It's very big. It's weighty. It's nice. $13.99. $13.99 is a gimme. You buy 2 or 3 of these, all right? And then you've got the seat belt cutter thing right there, and then you've got a glass breaker, window breaker on the end. It's not flimsy. This thing doesn't bend. It's pretty strong, and if you want one, and I mean it closes pretty easy, just like most switchblades do, so you're not going to cut yourself or anything else. See, very easy. Don't give it to your kids. But this is, and it says Trump all over it. And it's got red, white, and blue. So you can do some field dressing, all kinds of stuff with this knife. What did I do with the cover? Oh, I put the cover on the other side. And it comes in this nice little cover with styrofoam and black box, and boom, right there. There you go. That's it. $13.99 shipping. Great deal. I love this one because they get it out to you pretty quick, and all you got to do is use the QR code right here, and they will go ahead and get that out to you. So, Patriot Addict, thank you guys very much, and it's a very good piece of equipment. That being said, I'm going to get out of here, let some more of this play, continue working, compiling things in the background. I've got Monica coming up at 4 o'clock. Monica Page, who's at the White House, so we're going to get some inside information, some inside baseball about the Canadian stuff, about Zelensky. And then, of course, after her, I've got Jade Wall coming. He's going to be talking about some more of the taxes. And then, of course, George Behezy is coming on at 8 o'clock to take us into the speech at 9. So if you're hanging out and, do what you need to do, but 4 o'clock, actually, what I'll probably be back is about 3:45 to bring in Monica and talk about some of the things she's been posting as well. So in the meantime, let's go ahead and continue with Mr. Donald Trump, and this is his 2019 speech.
Of Congress, the First Lady of the United States, and my fellow Americans. We meet tonight at a moment of unlimited potential. As we begin a new Congress, I stand here ready to work with you to achieve historic breakthroughs for all Americans. Millions of our fellow citizens are watching us now gathered in this great chamber, hoping that we will govern not as two parties, but as one nation. The agenda I will lay out this evening is not a Republican agenda or a Democrat agenda. It's the agenda of the American people. Many of us have campaigned on the same core promises to defend American jobs and demand fair trade for American workers, to rebuild and revitalize our nation's infrastructure, to reduce the price of health care and prescription drugs, to create an immigration system that is safe, lawful, modern, and secure, and to pursue a foreign policy that puts America's interest first. There is a new opportunity in American politics if only we have the courage together to seize it. Victory is not winning for our party. Victory is winning for our country. This year, America will recognize two important anniversaries that show us the majesty of America's mission and the power of American pride. In June, we mark 75 years since the start of what General Dwight D. Eisenhower called the Great Crusade, the Allied liberation of Europe in World War II. On D-Day, June 6, 1944, 15,000 young American men jumped from the sky and 60,000 more stormed in from the sea to save our civilization from tyranny. Here with us tonight are three of those incredible heroes. Private First Class Joseph Riley, Staff Sergeant Irving Locker, and Sergeant Herman Zaitchik. Please. Gentlemen, we salute you. In 2019, we also celebrate 50 years since brave young pilots flew 250,000 miles through space to plant the American flag on the face of the moon. Half a century later, we are joined by one of the Apollo 11 astronauts who planted that flag, Buzz Aldrin. Thank you, Buzz. This year, American astronauts will go back to space on American rockets. In the 20th century, America saved freedom, transformed science, redefined the middle class, and when you get down to it, there's nothing anywhere in the world that can compete with America. Now we must step boldly and bravely into the next chapter of this great American adventure. And we must create a new standard of living for the 21st century. An amazing quality of life for all of our citizens is within reach. We can make our communities safer, our families stronger, our culture richer, our faith deeper, and our middle class bigger and more prosperous than ever before. But we must reject the politics of revenge, resistance, and retribution, and embrace the boundless potential of cooperation, compromise, and the common good. Together, we can break decades of political stalemate. We can bridge old divisions, heal old wounds, build new coalitions, forge new solutions, and unlock the extraordinary promise of America's future. The decision is ours to make. We must choose between greatness or gridlock, results or resistance, vision or vengeance, incredible progress or pointless destruction. Tonight, I ask you to choose greatness. Over the last 2 years, my administration has moved with urgency and historic speed to confront problems neglected by leaders of both parties over many decades. In just over 2 years since the election, we have launched an unprecedented economic boom, a boom that has rarely been seen before. There's been nothing like it. We have created 5.3 million new jobs, and importantly added 600,000 new manufacturing jobs, something which almost everyone said was impossible to do. But the fact is, we are just getting started. Wages are rising at the fastest pace in decades and growing for blue-collar workers who I promised to fight for. They're growing faster than anyone else thought possible. Nearly 5 million Americans have been lifted off food stamps. The U.S. economy is growing almost twice as fast today as when I took office, and we are considered far and away the hottest economy anywhere in the world, not even close. Unemployment has reached the lowest rate in over half a century. African American, Hispanic American, and Asian American unemployment have all reached their lowest levels ever recorded. Unemployment for Americans with disabilities has also reached an all-time low. More people are working now than at any time in the history of our country. 157 million people at work. We passed a massive tax cut for working families and doubled the child tax credit. We virtually ended the estate tax, or death tax, as it is often called, on small businesses, for ranches, and also for family farms. We eliminated the very unpopular Obamacare individual mandate penalty. And to give critically ill patients access to life-saving cures, we passed, very importantly, right to try. My administration has cut more regulations in a short period of time than any other administration during its entire tenure. Companies are coming back to our country in large numbers, thanks to our historic reductions in taxes and regulations. And we have unleashed a revolution in American energy. The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. And now, for the first time in 65 years, we are a net exporter of energy. After 24 months of rapid progress, our economy is the envy of the world. Our military is the most powerful on earth by far. And America America is again winning each and every day. Members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. That sounds so good. Our country is vibrant and our economy is thriving like never before. On Friday, it was announced that we added another 304,000 jobs last month alone, almost double the number expected. An economic miracle is taking place in the United States, and the only thing that can stop it are foolish wars, politics, or ridiculous partisan investigations. If there is going to be peace and legislation, there cannot be war and investigation. It just doesn't work that way. We must be united at home to defeat our adversaries abroad. This new era of cooperation can start with finally confirming the more than 300 highly qualified nominees who are still stuck in the Senate, in some cases years and years waiting. Not right. The Senate has failed to act on these nominations, which is unfair to the nominees and very unfair to our country. Now is the time for bipartisan action. Believe it or not, we have already proven that that's possible. In the last Congress, both parties came together to pass unprecedented legislation to confront the opioid crisis, a sweeping new farm bill, historic VA reforms, and after 4 decades of rejection, we passed VA accountability so that we can finally terminate those who mistreat our wonderful veterans. And just weeks ago, both parties united for groundbreaking criminal justice reform. They said it couldn't be done. Last year, I heard through friends the story of Alice Johnson. I was deeply moved. In 1997, Alice was sentenced to life in prison as a first-time nonviolent drug offender. Over the next 22 years, she became a prison minister, inspiring others to choose a better path. She had a big impact on that prison population and far beyond. Alice's story underscores the disparities and unfairness that can exist in criminal sentencing and the need to remedy this total injustice. She served almost that 22 years and had expected to be in prison for the remainder of her life. In June, I commuted Alice's sentence. When I saw Alice's beautiful family greet her at the prison gates, hugging and kissing and crying and laughing, I knew I did something right. Alice is with us tonight, and she is a terrific woman. Terrific. Alice, please. Alice, thank you for reminding us that we always have the power to shape our own destiny. Thank you very much, Alice. Thank you very much. Inspired by stories like Alice's, my administration worked closely with members of both parties to sign the First Step Act into law. Big deal. It's a big deal. This legislation reformed sentencing laws that have wrongly and disproportionately harmed the African American community. The First Step Act gives nonviolent offenders the chance to re-enter society as productive, law-abiding citizens. Now, states across the country are following our lead. America is a nation that believes in redemption. We are also joined tonight by Matthew Charles from Tennessee. In 1996, at the age of 30, Matthew was sentenced to 35 years for selling drugs and related offenses. Over the next 2 decades, he completed more than 30 Bible studies, became a law clerk, and mentored many of his fellow inmates. Now Matthew is the very first person to be released from prison under the First Step Act. Matthew, please. Thank you, Matthew. Welcome home. Now, Republicans and Democrats must join forces again to confront an urgent national crisis. Congress has 10 days left to pass a bill that will fund our government, protect our homeland, and secure our very dangerous southern border. Now is the time for Congress to show the world that America is committed to ending illegal immigration and putting the ruthless coyotes, cartels, drug dealers, and human traffickers out of business. As we speak, large, organized caravans are on the march to the United States. We have just heard that Mexican cities, in order to remove the illegal immigrants from their communities, are getting trucks and buses to bring them up to our country in areas where there is little border protection. I have ordered another 3,750 troops to our southern border to prepare for this tremendous onslaught. This is a moral issue. The lawless state of our southern border is a threat to the safety, security, and financial well-being of all America. We have a moral duty to create an immigration system that protects the lives and jobs of our citizens. This includes our obligation to the millions of immigrants living here today who followed the rules and respected our laws. Legal immigrants enrich our nation and strengthen our society in countless ways. I want people to come into our country in the largest numbers ever, but they have to come in legally. Tonight, I am asking you to defend our very dangerous southern border out of love and devotion to our fellow citizens and to our country. No issue better illustrates the divide between America's working class and America's political class than illegal immigration. Wealthy politicians and donors push for open borders while living their lives behind walls and gates and guards. Meanwhile, working-class Americans are left to pay the price for mass illegal immigration. Reduced jobs, lower wages, overburdened schools, hospitals that are so crowded you can't get in, increased crime, and a depleted social safety net. Tolerance for illegal immigration is not compassionate. It is actually very cruel. One in 3 women is sexually assaulted on the long journey north. Smugglers use migrant children as human pawns to exploit our laws and gain access to our country. Human traffickers and sex traffickers take advantage of the wide open areas between our ports of entry to smuggle thousands of young girls and women into the United States and to sell them into prostitution and modern-day slavery. Tens of thousands of innocent Americans are killed by lethal drugs that cross our border and flood into our cities, including meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. The savage gang MS-13 now operates in at least 20 different American states, and they almost all come through our southern border. Just yesterday, an MS-13 gang member was taken into custody for a fatal shooting on a subway platform in New York City. We are removing these gang members by the thousands. But until we secure our border, they're going to keep streaming right back in. Year after year, countless Americans are murdered by criminal, illegal aliens. I've gotten to know many wonderful angel moms and dads and families. No one should ever have to suffer the horrible heartache that they have had to endure. Here tonight is Deborah Bissell. Just 3 weeks ago, Deborah's parents, Gerald and Sharon, were burglarized and shot to death in their Reno, Nevada home by an illegal alien. They were in their 80s and are survived by 4 children, 11 grandchildren, and 20 great-grandchildren. Also here tonight are Gerald and Sharon's granddaughter, Heather, and great-granddaughter, Madison. To Deborah, Heather, Madison, please stand. Few can understand your pain. Thank you, and thank you for being here. Thank you very much. I will never forget, and I will fight for the memory of Gerald and Sharon, that it should never happen again. Not one more American life should be lost because our nation failed to control its very dangerous border. In the last 2 years, our brave ICE officers made 266,000 arrests of criminal aliens, including those charged or convicted of nearly 100,000 assaults, 30,000 sex crimes, and 4,000 killings or murders. We are joined tonight by one of those law enforcement heroes, ICE Special Agent Elvin Hernandez. When Elvin When Elvin was a boy, he and his family legally immigrated to the United States from the Dominican Republic. At the age of 8, Elvin told his dad he wanted to become a special agent. Today, he leads investigations into the scourge of international sex trafficking. Elvin says that if I can make sure these young girls get their justice, I've really done my job. Thanks to his work and that of his incredible colleagues, more than 300 women and girls have been rescued from the horror of this terrible situation. And more than 1,500 sadistic traffickers have been put behind bars. We will always support the brave men and women of law enforcement. And I pledge to you tonight that I will never abolish our heroes from ICE. Thank you. My administration has sent to Congress a common sense proposal to end the crisis on the southern border. It includes humanitarian assistance, more law enforcement, drug detection at our ports, closing loopholes that enable child smuggling, and plans for a new physical barrier or wall to secure the vast areas between our ports of entry. In the past, most of the people in this room voted for a wall, but the proper wall never got built. I will get it built. This is a smart, strategic, see-through steel barrier, not just a simple concrete wall. It will be deployed in the areas identified by the border agents as having the greatest need, and these agents will tell you where walls go up, illegal crossings go way, way down. San Diego used to have the most illegal border crossings in our country. In response, a strong security wall was put in place. This powerful barrier almost completely ended illegal crossings. The border city of El Paso, Texas, used to have extremely high rates of violent crime, one of the highest in the entire country, and considered one of our nation's most dangerous cities. Now, immediately upon its building, with a powerful barrier in place, El Paso is one of the safest cities in our country. Simply put, walls work and walls save lives. So let's work together, compromise, and reach a deal that will truly make America safe. As we work to defend our people's safety, we must also ensure our economic resurgence continues at a rapid pace. No one has benefited more from our thriving economy than women, who have filled 58% of the newly created jobs last year. You weren't supposed to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All Americans can be proud that we have more women in the workforce than ever before. Don't sit yet. You're going to like this. And exactly 1 century after Congress passed the constitutional amendment giving women the right to vote, we also have more women serving in Congress than at any time before. That's great. Really great. And congratulations. That's great. As part of our commitment to improving opportunity for women everywhere, this Thursday, we are launching the first ever government-wide initiative focused on economic empowerment for women in developing countries. To build on, thank you. To build on our incredible economic success, one priority is paramount: reversing decades of calamitous trade policies. So bad. We are now making it clear to China that after years of targeting our industries and stealing our intellectual property, the theft of American jobs and wealth has come to an end. Therefore, we recently imposed tariffs on $250 billion of Chinese goods, and now our Treasury is receiving billions and billions of dollars. But I don't blame China for taking advantage of us. I blame our leaders and representatives for allowing this travesty to happen. I have great respect for President Xi, and we are now working on a new trade deal with China. But it must include real structural change to end unfair trade practices, reduce our chronic trade deficit, and protect American jobs. Another historic trade blunder was the catastrophe known as NAFTA. I have met the men and women of Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, New Hampshire, and many other states whose dreams were shattered by the signing of NAFTA. For years, politicians promised them they would renegotiate for a better deal. But no one ever tried until now. Our new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, will replace NAFTA and deliver for American workers like they haven't had delivered to for a long time. I hope you can pass the USMCA into law so that we can bring back our manufacturing jobs in even greater numbers, expand American agriculture, protect intellectual property, and ensure that more cars are proudly stamped with our 4 beautiful words, made in the USA. Tonight, I am also asking you to pass the United States Reciprocal Trade Act so that if another country places an unfair tariff on an American product, we can charge them the exact same tariff on the exact same product that they sell to us. Both parties should be able to unite for a great rebuilding of America's crumbling infrastructure. I know that Congress is eager to pass an infrastructure bill, and I am eager to work with you on legislation to deliver new and important infrastructure investment, including investments in the cutting-edge industries of the future. This is not an option. This is a necessity. The next major priority for me and for all of us should be to lower the cost of health care and prescription drugs and to protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Already as a result of my administration's efforts in 2018, drug prices experienced their single largest decline in 46 years. But we must do more. It's unacceptable that Americans pay vastly more than people in other countries for the exact same drugs, often made in the exact same place. This is wrong, this is unfair, and together we will stop it, and we'll stop it fast. I am asking Congress to pass legislation that finally takes on the problem of global freeloading and delivers fairness and price transparency for American patients, finally. We should also require drug companies, insurance companies, and hospitals to disclose real prices to foster competition and bring costs way down. No force in history has done more to advance the human condition than American freedom. In recent years, we have made remarkable progress in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Scientific breakthroughs have brought a once distant dream within reach. My budget will ask Democrats and Republicans to make the needed commitment to eliminate the HIV epidemic in the United States within 10 years. We have made incredible strides, incredible. Together, we will defeat AIDS in America and beyond. Tonight, I am also asking you to join me in another fight that all Americans can get behind, the fight against childhood cancer. Joining Melania in the gallery this evening is a very brave 10-year-old girl, Grace Eline. Every birthday, hi, Grace. Every birthday since she was 4, Grace asked her friends to donate to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. She did not know that one day she might be a patient herself. That's what happened. Last year, Grace was diagnosed with brain cancer. Immediately, she began radiation treatment. At the same time, she rallied her community and raised more than $40,000 for the fight against cancer. When Grace completed treatment last fall, her doctors and nurses cheered. They loved her. They still love her. With tears in their eyes as she hung up a poster that read, "Last day of chemo." Thank you very much, Grace. You are a great inspiration to everyone in this room. Thank you very much. Many childhood cancers have not seen new therapies in decades. My budget will ask Congress for $500 million over the next 10 years to fund this critical life-saving research. To help support working parents, the time has come to pass school choice for Americans' children. I am also proud to be the first president to include in my budget a plan for nationwide paid family leave so that every new parent has the chance to bond with their newborn child. There could be no greater contrast to the beautiful image of a mother holding her infant child than the chilling displays our nation saw in recent days. Lawmakers in New York cheered with delight upon the passage of legislation that would allow a baby to be ripped from the mother's womb moments from birth. These are living, feeling, beautiful babies who will never get the chance to share their love and their dreams with the world. And then we had the case of the governor of Virginia, where he stated he would execute a baby after birth. To defend the dignity of every person, I am asking Congress to pass legislation to prohibit the late-term abortion of children who can feel pain in the mother's womb. Let us work together to build a culture that cherishes innocent life. And let us reaffirm a fundamental truth. All children, born and unborn, are made in the holy image of God. The final part of my agenda is to protect American security. Over the last 2 years, we have begun to fully rebuild the United States military with $700 billion last year and $716 billion this year. We are also getting other nations to pay their fair share. Finally. For years, the United States was being treated very unfairly by friends of ours, members of NATO. But now we have secured, over the last couple of years, more than $100 billion of increase in defense spending from our NATO allies. They said it couldn't be done. As part of our military buildup, the United States is developing a state-of-the-art missile defense system. Under my administration, we will never apologize for advancing America's interests. For example, decades ago, the United States entered into a treaty with Russia in which we agreed to limit and reduce our missile capability. While we followed the agreement and the rules to the letter, Russia repeatedly violated its terms. It's been going on for many years. That is why I announced that the United States is officially withdrawing from the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, or INF Treaty. Perhaps we really have no choice. Perhaps we can negotiate a different agreement, adding China and others, or perhaps we can't, in which case we will outspend and out-innovate all others by far. As part of a bold new diplomacy, we continue our historic push for peace on the Korean Peninsula. Our hostages have come home. Nuclear testing has stopped, and there has not been a missile launch in more than 15 months. If I had not been elected President of the United States, we would right now, in my opinion, be in a major war with North Korea. Much work remains to be done, but my relationship with Kim Jong-un is a good one. Chairman Kim and I will meet again on February 27th and 28th in Vietnam. Two weeks ago, the United States officially recognized the legitimate government of Venezuela and its new president, Juan Guaido. We stand with the Venezuelan people in their noble quest for freedom, and we condemn the brutality of the Maduro regime, whose socialist policies have turned that nation from being the wealthiest in South America into a state of abject poverty and despair. Here in the United States, We are alarmed by the new calls to adopt socialism in our country. America was founded on liberty and independence, and not government coercion, domination, and control. We are born free, and we will stay free. Tonight, we renew our resolve that America will never be a socialist country. One of the most complex set of challenges we face and have for many years is in the Middle East. Our approach is based on principled realism, not discredited theories that have failed for decades to yield progress. For this reason, my administration recognized the true capital of Israel and proudly opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Our brave troops have now been fighting in the Middle East for almost 19 years. In Afghanistan and Iraq, nearly 7,000 American heroes have given their lives. More than 52,000 Americans have been badly wounded. We have spent more than $7 trillion in fighting wars in the Middle East. As a candidate for president, I loudly pledged a new approach. Great nations do not fight endless wars. When I took office, ISIS controlled more than 20,000 square miles in Iraq and Syria just 2 years ago. Today, we have liberated virtually all of the territory from the grip of these bloodthirsty monsters. Now, as we work with our allies to destroy the remnants of ISIS, it is time to give our brave warriors in Syria a warm welcome home. I have also accelerated our negotiations to reach, if possible, a political settlement in Afghanistan. The opposing side is also very happy to be negotiating. Our troops have fought with unmatched valor, and thanks to their bravery, we are now able to pursue a possible political solution to this long and bloody conflict. In Afghanistan, my administration is holding constructive talks with a number of Afghan groups, including the Taliban. As we make progress in these negotiations, we will be able to reduce our troops' presence and focus on counterterrorism, and we will indeed focus on counterterrorism. We do not know whether we'll achieve an agreement, but we do know that after 2 decades of war, the hour has come to at least try for peace, and the other side would like to do the same thing. It's time. Above all, friend and foe alike must never doubt this nation's power and will to defend our people. 18 years ago, violent terrorists attacked the USS Cole, and last month, American forces killed one of the leaders of that attack. We are honored to be joined tonight by Tom Wibberley, whose son, Navy seaman Craig Wibberley, was one of the 17 sailors we tragically lost. Tom, we vow to always remember the heroes of the USS Cole. Thank you, Tom. My administration has acted decisively to confront the world's leading state sponsor of terror, the radical regime in Iran. It is a radical regime. They do bad, bad things. To ensure this corrupt dictatorship never acquires nuclear weapons, I withdrew the United States from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. And last fall, we put in place the toughest sanctions ever imposed by us on a country. We will not avert our eyes from a regime that chants death to America and threatens genocide against the Jewish people. We must never ignore the vile poison of anti-Semitism or those who spread its venomous creed. With one voice, we must confront this hatred anywhere and everywhere it occurs. Just months ago, 11 Jewish Americans were viciously murdered in an anti-Semitic attack on the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. SWAT officer Timothy Mattson raced into the gunfire and was shot 7 times chasing down the killer, and he was very successful. Timothy has just had his 12th surgery, and he's going in for many more. But he made the trip to be here with us tonight. Officer Mattson, please. Thank you. We are forever grateful. Thank you very much. Tonight, we are also joined by Pittsburgh survivor Judah Samet. He arrived at the synagogue as the massacre began. But not only did Judah narrowly escape death last fall, more than 7 decades ago, he narrowly survived the Nazi concentration camps. Today is Judah's 81st birthday.
I'm back in here getting ready for Monica Page to come on in at 4 o'clock. Hopefully nothing has really gone crazy at the White House and that she can indeed make it. Love to talk with Monica. She always has such good insight as to what's going on. All right, so we got this 4 o'clock interview coming up, and then we've got Jade Wall at 6:30. And then at 8 o'clock, we have George Behezy. And then I'm trying to work on a prayer, not a prayer vigil, but just a quick prayer with Pastor JJ at 8:45. So I'm going to see if we can tie all that in before we go into the speech at 9 o'clock. So while I'm off screen, just to let you know, when it wasn't like I went to the beach or anything, I've been working. And oh my gosh, there's just so much going on. I want to show you guys something. Now the Mexican president, she's all ticked off at Trump as well. So let's listen to what she has to say, okay?
No hay motivo, razón ni justificación que soporte esta decisión que afectará a nuestros pueblos y naciones. Lo hemos dicho de diferentes formas. Cooperación y coordinación, sí. Subordinación, intervencionismo, no. En estos 5 meses de gobierno, hemos decidido responder con medidas arancelarias y no arancelarias que anunciaré en plaza pública el próximo domingo de 2025. Pero es inconcebible que no se piense en el daño que se va a causar tanto a ciudadanos y empresas de los Estados Unidos por el incremento en los precios de los artículos que se producen en nuestro país, como también el daño que se va a provocar por detener la creación de empleos en ambos países. Nadie gana con esta decisión. A las y los mexicanos.
So she's mad because she's now getting hit with tariffs. Everybody's getting upset because they're hit with tariffs, and the easiest thing is just stop the drugs from coming in. Why is that so hard for these countries to understand? You guys hold the key to your prison. All you've got to do is stop the trafficking and the drugs. That's it. If your militaries or whatever's left of your militaries are in Canada and Mexico can't do that, then you got a problem, a big problem. All Trump has asked you to do is to stop the flow of fentanyl in the drugs and to stop the other stuff that's going on. And reduce your tariffs. If you raise your tariffs, you're, again, just like Canada, Mexico, you cannot win this. There's no possible way your people can win this. And all that's going to happen is the companies that are doing business in Mexico, they know they need the American dollar more than they need Mexico. And so they're not going to hesitate to leave. Same thing in Canada. I'm not sure what's so hard to understand. Listen to this by, I think his name is Ken Hassert.
Earlier today, Trudeau also referred to the president as Donald and said that this was a stupid move on the president's part. What's your response to Prime Minister Trudeau on that?
Right. Well, respectfully, this is not a trade war. It's a drug war. And with all of the intelligence that we've been gathering from our intelligence agencies and our investigative people at the FBI and elsewhere, the president is extraordinarily disappointed in the actions that Canadians and Mexicans have taken to fight the drug war. Make no mistake, in 2023, Canada, which claims it's an innocent party, we found increased fentanyl seizures by 2,000% in 2023. And in Mexico, we know that the cartels operate basically without inspection by government or police officials because they're probably very often, especially in some regions, controlled by the cartels. And we think that there are cartel influences in Canada if you look at the lack of progress we've made on the drug war. Make no mistake that more than 100,000 people died from this last year, and the chemicals that are being shipped here are coming from China. And so these people are killing Americans more than the Vietnam War, and when our intelligence agencies look at the actions that they're taking, they feel like they're not enough, that they're not trying hard enough, and that's why this is here.
So that's all it is. And I can't imagine how many dollars are flowing through to some, shady people here in America that they're unable to stop the flow of these drugs, which is going to cause their economy a ton of stress. These things went in today, day one. So they're already on the board. And they're taking effect. And people are seeing, I saw one guy, a car dealer, he's like, it's going to cost $20,000 more for a car. Really? Well, guess what? People are going to shop elsewhere. They're not going to pay for what you're pricing. And it's amazing how the media will run to those people. Oh, look at how this person's being hey, tell Mexico. Tell Mexico. Tell Canada. It's becoming absolutely a clusterfig, if you know what I'm saying. Everybody's screaming. Media's screaming. Mexico's screaming. Canada's screaming, and they're all just losing their crap because of one thing. Basically one thing. Stop the flow of fentanyl. Why won't you? Why are you looking to do this and go back and forth with all these different, escalations of tariffs when it's a very simple thing? It must tell you a lot. That has to tell you a lot as someone looking from the outside looking in going, and I guarantee you Trump would be like, okay, I don't want to push you too hard. I understand you're trying. But the more he pushes, tells you they can't respond for whatever reason. Maybe they can't. Maybe they're afraid of the cartels. I don't know. But what we are seeing right now is a rapid escalation. Wall Street's flipping out. I'm telling you, if you're in here talking to other people in the chat, you're doing well. Because everybody else is freaking out. And it's only, day 35, 6? I don't even know what day it is anymore. This is just where he's going with all of this. And it's working. Now, tonight, from what we're hearing, and I want to ask Monica, I hope she can come on. Hearing lots of rumors. Hearing all kinds of rumors that he may announce things tonight. Just strap in. This might be a really big night. I want to see if she has heard. Remember a couple weeks ago when President Trump was talking about making MAGA Gaza and, rebuilding it, and then he put out the video to troll over there. And one of the reasons he was going to do it was because none of the Arab countries had stepped up. None of the Arab countries said, okay, we'll take care of things. And he's like, okay, I'll do it. Well, that was enough to light the spark. Just in. This was at 3 o'clock an hour ago. The Arab nations have rejected President Trump's proposal to take Gaza and control it, and yet instead unveiled a $53 billion plan to rebuild the Gaza Strip. When they found out he was going to do it, they all got together and said, oh, okay, we'll do it. It's funny, some of the comments here. You will soon learn the art of the deal. No Arab countries wanted anything to do with Gaza. Now look. Do you see what President Trump did there? Genius level times a 5,000. Another classic Trump move. Gaza will be taken care of by the local Arab nations, just like he wanted all along. This is best for the United States. Perfect. The art of the deal. Now they will be responsible for keeping it safe. That's all he wanted. He wanted them to do it to begin with. And now, look, they're going to invest $53 billion in Gaza and take care of their own stuff. Of course, that's what he wanted. That's what should have been done a long time ago. But it wasn't, for whatever reason. Now, here's something, Mark Mitchell, who's been on the show a few times, this is when I want to ask Monica, could this be tonight? And here's what he posted, Mark Mitchell. Whoa. Unconfirmed reports are that President Trump will announce tonight at the speech that the United States is leaving NATO, and he's going to be telling the Congress. This would be the greatest news in modern history. Tomorrow night will be big, as you know. Unconfirmed, obviously, that's the most important part of that. It's unconfirmed. We don't know. But that would be huge. That would be absolutely monstrous if tonight he mentioned that. Can you imagine if he said tonight, A, I got to deal with Zelensky. B, I also have a deal with Putin. C, we're pulling out of NATO. All these little nutbags that are going to be running around, they'll just self-inflame. They won't be able to do anything. It would be absolutely crazy. Then, on top of all that, the Democrats, their stranglehold is the unions. So how do you think the unions are reacting to all these tariffs being put on Mexico and Canada? Well, United Auto Workers praises Trump's tariff on Canada and Mexico. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
I mean, seriously, people. I've never seen anything like this. I truly have never seen anything like this. Maybe back when John Wooden was coaching the UCLA, maybe then. Maybe the Dolphins in '72 when they ran the table. Maybe some of the years when Tom Brady was doing the stuff that he was doing. Boston Celtics era. I've not seen this kind of winning in a government ever. Checking calendar, still under 60 days. 60 days, we're on the 4th, 60 would be the 20th, so we're at what, 16 days away from the 20th, so we would have to say, at this point, we're talking 46 days? And he's taken this snow globe of politics and is completely shaking it, and these people can't take it. And every time you look in here and you see something else happening. So, as you know, President Trump says we're going to take the Panama Canal. We're not going to let China have it. We're going to take it. Now, this is a weird one, because when I show you what's happened, in case you guys haven't seen it, you're going to go, not them, but at least they're American. This is pretty interesting. BlackRock acquires key Panama Canal ports in $22 billion deal. BlackRock, a leading global investment company, has agreed to acquire two major ports near the Panama Canal from C.K. Hutchison, a Hong Kong-based conglomerate, for approximately $22.8 billion. The transaction also includes 40 other ports globally. The deal follows geopolitical tensions, with the United States expressing concerns over Chinese influence, particularly highlighted by President Donald Trump's comments on reducing Chinese control over the Panama Canal. And there's libs of TikTok putting it on right there. BlackRock is taking control of 2 key Panama Canal ports from Hong Kong for about $23 billion, just weeks after Trump called them out. George, same thing. Hong Kong company that owns ports on the Panama Canal is suddenly selling its stake to an American group of investors. Mario, BlackRock seizes Panama Canal ports in $19 billion mega deal. So it is BlackRock, which I know a lot of people have a problem with BlackRock, but at least it is, things are moving and they're getting out of the Democrat hands. I mean, not the Democrat, the hands of the Chinese. So everywhere you turn, the dude is winning. The court cases aren't amounting to anything, the challenges. He's just moving forward, doing what he's doing, checking off the boxes that he has to do. And they don't seemingly have the ability to stop him. This happened an hour ago. President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky are set to sign it today. So obviously, you know Trump's in Washington because he's going to be making a speech tonight. I don't know where Zelensky is, but if it's going to be signed tonight, either the paperwork is being brought over or Zelensky is coming in. And I haven't seen anything about Zelensky coming into town, but everybody is talking about the deal has been made, the deal will be announced, and it will have been signed. Don't know how, doesn't really matter. I mean, I've done real estate closings from people not even near me. So if he signs it, he signs it. I've been refreshing to see if there's any notification of it being signed. I mean, this one just came out a little while ago. BRICS news just in 1 hour ago. U.S. and Ukraine to sign minerals deal after Zelensky said he's ready to work with Trump to end the war. DC Drano. Zelensky has conceded to every one of Trump's demands. Sometimes you have to walk away from the table to show that you're serious, and that's what Trump did. I told you guys that many times. So I don't know the parameters. I was hoping, I don't know where Monica is. She's usually not late. I don't know the parameters of the deal to understand how it's going to work, how the documents being flown back and forth. Haven't seen Marco Rubio all day. I'm not sure if he's over there. It's what, a 12 or 14 hour flight, so it would have had to been signed by 9 o'clock this morning to get it here to Washington tonight. So we'll see, but everyone's saying it's imminent. It has not been announced yet. It's imminent, which is huge news. Huge, absolutely huge news. Let's see what else we got here. This broke a little while ago. It's pretty big. EPA head Lee Zeldin reveals no real oversight of shocking $20 billion that Biden administration funneled through Citibank. Tip of the iceberg. So what has been coming out lately is that there's a money trail that they're actually following. And the money trail that's showing, and as he said, tip of the iceberg, $20 billion laundered through Citibank. They are catching these people left and right, and I don't know where it's going to end up. It's that voluminous, and Lee Zeldin was on television earlier talking about that they're finding all this money, $20 billion. That's just the tip of the iceberg. That's how much they've been stealing. If I can find the video of Lee talking, I'll go ahead and, hold on, Ashley just texted me. Ashley said, Monica is getting ready. I think that's what she just said. Let me just check here. Okay, yeah, she's getting on. All right, so looking for that video with Lee Zeldin and see if I can find it. Yep, I found it, and there it is. I'm not sure how much time I have because she's on right now. So we're gonna. I'll save this video, and then I'll come back to it after we talk to Monica because this is going to be important. I hate that Monica's always outside because it's probably cold up there today. Where are we? Monica.
It's
Hey,
not too
Monica.
bad out here, Gary.
No,
Hey.
no. Hey, not
Not too bad at all.
Oh,
We're pretty good. It's like it's the wind. The wind will always ruin everything. But it's like 60 degrees today, Barry. It's
Oh,
not bad.
okay, not bad. Because I always hate him. Like she's going to be standing outside talking, and it's like 2 degrees or something. 'Cause it's crazy. So you're not you're not having a busy day or anything, are you?
Oh no, not at all. Like there's no joint session of Congress happening in just a few hours.
Oh my goodness, and it's just been constant. So I don't want to keep you too long because I know you got stuff to do. So I'm just going to rapid fire at you. Number one, what is going on with this potential rumored deal with the mineral deal with Zelensky, and it's imminent? Is somebody flying it over? I mean, how's that supposed to happen? Have you heard anything?
I haven't heard anything, but it could be announced tonight. That's the rumor. The rumor tonight is that President Trump is going to address this. He could say that they have come to a deal from afar, from abroad, perhaps. But I think that something like this would need to be worked out in person. I know President Trump is great at bringing two sides together and working something out. I do also know that there are special guests supposed to be there at the joint session. We don't know who they are yet. I joined an off-the-record phone call this morning with the press secretary, and she did not give any sort of hints as to who they could be. But there's a ton of American heroes, everyday American heroes, that will be there tonight. And some special guests, which, could be up to interpretation. We have no idea. But as far as that minerals deal goes, I think we could see something tonight. I mean, President Trump was very clear that Zelensky needs to want peace. And if he doesn't want that through whether his actions or his words, I don't know if we're going to get one. Any sort of peace deal, any sort of ceasefire deal, he's got to want it. So we'll see what happens tonight, but it's going to be explosive, I think. I think that this joint session tonight is going to be one for the books.
I think so too. Yeah, let me see if I hit the right button here. Yeah, there you are. You posted that earlier. You said that so that video is out there floating around, and it's gotten actually worse at this point in terms of all the senators that decided they were going to stick their face on it. What are you guys hearing about that? That is the lamest. I'll show it to people. Hold on. Maybe I can bring it up real quick and you can watch it. Okay, where is it? Okay, I think this is it. Make sure. Hold on. You can see this.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Enough. It goes on for like another 45 seconds. And I'm like, who came up with this lame idea and thought number one, thought it was good. Number two, thought nobody would see it and put it all together and realize how insane it is. So are people talking about it up there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, of course, there's a lot of Democrat journalists up here, but they're not going to talk about it. They're trying to forget that it even happened. Any of those videos even happened. But it's funny because this is what they do. This is what they have been doing, trying to control the narrative by all making the same scripted talking points. This is what they do, and putting out the same video. And it's wild to me because they can't formulate their own independent thoughts because they know that if they do, then they're just going to shoot themselves in the foot. Because us Republicans, we have facts on our side. We have the truth on our side, and they clearly do not. So they have to band together and make a highly edited video. Who knows how many takes those videos did? Remember when Joe Biden used to post on his TikTok page?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the most we've ever heard from him. No stumbling, no gaffes. Perhaps maybe like 25 different takes to make one single TikTok video, 10-second video. But this is what we can expect from them. It's absolutely insane. And I'm glad that videos like these are finally coming to the surface. We need more of this.
They had I think it was one I saw was like a 60-second video, and it had about 20 or 30 cuts. In order to get to that one, 20 or 30, it's like he said one word each sentence. Today and he would go through it.
And the zoom in and the zoom out.
It was crazy.
Oh my gosh.
And anyone who has edited videos knows exactly what they're doing. It's crazy. So The fireworks tonight. I want to show you this. This is Jack Posobiec put this up. I think you can see it. And it said they haven't thought this through. It said, breaking, Democrats contemplate having congresswomen like AOC, who won't be there, I've heard. She's not going to be there. But they're going to wave empty egg cartons and streamers and dang fanglers and all kinds of different stuff to try and disrupt the State of the Union. Number one, why? I mean, do they think that's going to play well on television? To be screaming like, petulant kids?
Yeah, they think that this is what's going to make good TV, is trying to interrupt President Trump. And then by trying to boycott it, you've had that MSDNC anchor who's like, don't go, just let him stew, Nancy Pelosi says. It's just like, you have these Democrats and they're trying to make a whole fiesta out of something like this. But in reality, take a look at what President Trump is going to address. He's bringing in the angel moms and angel families of those who were killed by illegal aliens. He's going to address how different companies want to invest billions into our own country, and just talking about, the enhanced crime that we have seen under Joe Biden. And to your point about how AOC is skipping out, well, it's no surprise because she wants to hide from border czar Tom Homan. He actually just came down here and gaggled with us for, I'd say, about 5 minutes because he already spoke this morning. But I asked him if his administration and his team is looking into the 350,000 missing children that went missing under the Biden administration, and they're working on it. There's a lot of kids. There's a lot of children that don't have digital footprints. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and we're glad to hear from him. And I also asked him about how is it possible that this previous administration knew exactly where these criminals were hiding out in these sanctuary cities, and that this previous administration actively chose not to go after them. Wow. So it's super interesting to hear what Tom Homan said. He said, absolutely yes. He said, yes, that is exactly what this previous administration was doing. And it's our job to apprehend every single one of them. Record-breaking numbers of apprehensions. We're going to hear that tonight. And for these Democrats to make a mockery of President Trump and to not listen or applaud all the things that he's going to say and what he's trying to do within his first 100 days is quite vulgar and disgusting, to be quite honest with you. I mean, we also have Peyton McNabb. I don't know if you remember, she was hit in the head with a volleyball because there was a man on the opposing team who paralyzed her. I'll actually be speaking with her in a couple of hours. I think she's going to be coming by these media tents at 5 p.m. Eastern time, so I'm hoping to catch her. She'll be there. So it's just for these Democrats to vote against keeping men out of women's sports, to look a girl like Peyton in the eyes and say, yeah, I voted for that. I voted for a man to be on the opposing team, is disgusting. And for any of the Democrats that are looking to make a fool of themselves tonight, I highly encourage you not to. And if anything, cheer for President Trump. He's trying to make this country great again. He wants peace overseas, and he wants women's rights in sports and in schools and in their own bathrooms. He wants these girls to feel safe. There's a lot to talk about. And that's just a small little snippet of what we can expect to hear tonight. But it's definitely going to be interesting to see what these Democrats do. And I'll be interested to see what kind of protests there will be tonight, because they're all ramping up outside the Capitol as we speak right now, Barry. I'm probably going to head over there around 7 p.m. and kind of see where the action's all about and maybe try to talk to some of these freaks. So we'll see.
How is the security? I could imagine the security is like, because they're bringing outside people in to sit there, and they're probably going to end up trying to disrupt. Are they making sure these people don't have signs? I would imagine they're getting basically have to go through a magnetometer like they're going through an airport or something.
Oh, I don't think they can get into the Capitol, but if somehow they manage to, because there's always a handful that manage to get in. I mean, we saw it last year at Joe Biden's State of the Union. There was a bunch of pro-Palestinians in that. In the State of the Union. But this year, I'm assuming they'll all be outside. They still have their barricade fencing up outside the Capitol. They have a ton of barricade fencing still up here outside the White House. They've actually torn down the inauguration stands and bleachers that they had out here for Inauguration Day, but the riot fencing is still up. We're trying to decide if that's going to stay up throughout President Trump's next 4 years, or if they're going to eventually take that down. So this is a first. We have seen unbelievable things under the Biden administration, and now we're unfortunately dealing with the repercussions.
One more question before you leave, because I know you guys are ton of busy. Have you heard any rumblings in regards to what is going on with Pam Bondi and Kash
Oh, boy.
Patel.
Oh boy,
there's gotta
opening
be
up a can of worms here, Barry.
hey, I'm just asking. If you can't, just tell me, hey, Barry, we can't go there right now. That's fine with me if we can't. But it just makes me wonder, like, people have got to be wondering what in the heck is going on. I mean, it's become such a volatile topic just in our chat room because people are like, get rid of her, give her some more time. What's going on?
I mean, it's hard to tell because I'm even asking myself that question. I mean, we understood as Pam Bondi was appointed that we were going to get more transparency and truth and, a quick turnaround on these kinds of things. But unfortunately, we haven't really had that. There's been a couple of slip ups, but it just appears that everyone's kind of pointing fingers. It's been a blame game here. But essentially, I would blame the department in New York City who haven't turned over those files. And I mean, for Pam Bondi to say, oh, our team is scouring through the truckloads of paperwork now and the files now. It's like, okay, you should have gotten this all straightened out ahead of time before you even stepped in. This should have all been on deck. So we're still waiting to hear on, what the official word is going to be. But to get American people's hopes up and then kind of just leave them out to dry there, leave them hanging, I don't know. It's not a good look, especially, we're less than 3 months out at this point, and to kind of make a flub like this, an error like this, it's not the best look. But I still have hope. I still believe in second chances here. So we'll see. But I don't blame the American people for being upset because I was kind of feeling that way too.
All of us were. So last question, what are you looking for tonight? And I mean, there's so many rumors. This may happen. This guest, there was even somebody I showed who said he may announce they're getting out of NATO tonight. What are you looking for?
I mean, it's a great question. I'm looking forward to seeing who President Trump has up his sleeve to attend tonight. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing Elon Musk. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what the First Lady is going to be wearing. I'm a huge fan of her outfit choices. But I'm really looking forward to seeing some other guests that President Trump is bringing in. I understand he has like some everyday labor workers. He's bringing in Corey Competor's family, the Angel family's there. I'm really looking forward to President Trump sticking it to the Democrats and saying, look what you have done over the last 4 years. That's what I'm hoping to hear. And I'm really hoping to actually listen to his speech because I know I have to cover these protests, but I'm really looking forward to just kind of seeing the look on their faces. And honestly, I'm hoping that there's a lot of fallout with the Democrats after this joint session of Congress. I want to see them not clapping for these illegal alien apprehensions. And it's like, why wouldn't you clap for that? These are criminals. You know what I mean? So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the aftermath of it as well. But that's just like I said, it's just a short little snippet of more of what I'm looking forward to. So we'll see.
Will you be covering the response?
That'll be interesting. Alyssa Slotkin doing the rebuttal. Yikes!
Oh, I thought it was some Marxist lady. They had Letitia or Lafitha something. Did you?
I heard it was her, but Newsmax is reporting that it's Alyssa Slotkin. Unless they're changing it, clearly they can't keep up with what President Trump has to say. They're messing around with who they want to do the rebuttal, but. I don't know. Whoever they pick will never be able to stand up to the facts that President Trump has on his side.
Well, you mentioned Slotkin. She's a senator, right?
Yeah, I believe so. But she's been a Democrat. She's been an uprising Democrat, like a very popular Democrat. I remember when Kamala Harris was polling very poorly in Michigan. She was coming out and saying that Kamala's underwater with our state of Michigan. So it'd be interesting to see where she goes, especially if she does the rebuttal tonight.
I know I said last question, but I do have one more. How are people?
I got all day.
How are people reacting to the tariffs?
Oh, they do not want to see the tariffs. We're happy to have them. Listen, I'm all for tariffs. If that means that it's lower prices for us, if that means as far as lower federal taxes, I'm happy about it. But I know that a lot of people aren't happy about them. They seem to be a little confused about how tariffs work. But I mean, I'm excited to see more of that. And President Trump, his message has been clear. It's treat others the way we've been treated. And I think it's fair that we should finally be standing up for ourselves as a country and make ourselves number one again.
Absolutely. Well, Monica, thank you for taking the time out on what is obviously a very busy day up in Washington, D.C. Stay safe, and we'll be looking for your tweets tonight to see what you come up with.
Oh yeah, definitely stay tuned. I'll be pumping those tweets. So thank you again for having me, Barry. As always,
Thank you.
I always love coming on.
Absolutely anytime. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, everybody. That was Monica Page. Oh, did I show her handle? Let me see if I can get her handle up so you guys can follow her. This is Monica Page, and she had some imposters there for a while, but this is her official page at Monica Page TV. If you guys want to follow her, and I also want to say thank you, because you guys, I'm not saying all of you, but many of you jumped on and followed her, and her page kind of exploded, which she was. That's why you come on here. You want to be able to talk to people and engage and everything else. And so I appreciate everything that you guys have done, and supporting her as well. Being that she's a newer, absolutely newer White House reporter, it really helps her in terms of things that she has to do. Let me see what this is. Let me talk to you about the Trump mystery boxes. All right, so the Patriot Addict, who does, by the way, I'm going to combine two things in one. You got to get this knife. I made a mistake earlier and I called it a switchblade. I don't know. I'm sorry. It's not a switchblade. Whatever kind of knife you want to call it. Yeah, here it is. But that was earlier I was talking about. Right now, what I want to talk about is the mystery box. And the mystery boxes, they're giving away Trump mystery boxes absolutely free. No hidden charges, no recurring fees, none of that. Just covers shipping starting at only $13.99. If you're interested, go ahead and scan the QR code now or visit berrybox.com. Just go ahead and scan it right there. Imagine unpacking Trump socks, Trump beanie hats, and who knows what else could be in the box. I don't think they're talking about the bobbleheads. I don't know if you guys can see it. He's hold on. Let me, right, wait a minute, which hand? That's my left hand. The ring finger. Right there. I'm going to have to go get it. Right there. Boom. There's a Trump bobblehead. It's cool. It's really cool. Maybe I should get it, but if I can't get it right now because I got to push away from the camera, but I'll get it and bring it up here. But anyway, hurry. Stocks are flying off the shelves, and we would not want you to miss it. Don't wait. Scan the QR code right now, or go right there, or go to berrybox.com. Again, that's berrybox.com, or just scan the QR code right there on the screen. So I'll get when I come back, I'll go ahead and get that bobblehead that's hanging back there. He's just chilling. The Trump bobblehead. I love him. I just think it's really cool. It's really cute. So in any event, do that. Also, with everything going on in the world right now, I keep talking to you guys about gold and silver. Reason why I show you these things, let me tell you why. One, it's actual product. Not a certificate saying, hey, you own some gold. No, I don't want that. I don't want none of that. I want stuff that I can put in a safe in whatever increments you want. This is, I think, like 1/10 of an ounce. This is 1 ounce of silver. It's like $35. And that's it. I can put a whole bunch of these in a safe. Not going to, cause any problems whatsoever. And it fluctuates, obviously, especially right now with all the tariff stuff going on. But it's solid. That's silver and that's gold. Obviously, you buy more gold, you get bigger coins and stuff. It's worth it. It's absolutely worth it right now because things are kind of crazy. Hopefully tonight we have a resolution to the Ukraine stuff and things calm down. But now we got the next thing to worry about. It was all these tariffs and everything else. So if you are in a position to, and when I say position to, I'm talking about as low as like $35, for a piece of silver. That's how far down you can break it. A lot of people say, I can't afford it. I can't afford silver or gold. Yeah, most of you can. Most of you can if you realize that it's $30 or so. I mean, I can look it up, but you can look it up yourself and see what the cost of silver is right now. But in any event, please listen to this. As you know, President Trump has assembled the Avengers to make America great again. And of course, we're all excited and ready to see them get to work. But with everything we're seeing right now, don't take your eye off the ball. Things could get much worse before they get better. With the possibility of World War III still looming, and with the Democrats doing everything they can to impede Trump, you still need to keep your guard up and your money protected. Oh, and our national debt is still massively increasing. Don't get me wrong, I have high hopes for Trump's America, but I also have a family to look out for. You see, Trump and the Avengers have quite the uphill battle ahead. That's why I'm making sure I'm protected, and I'm recommending that you do the same. One way to be protected is by diversifying your portfolio. That's why on this channel I've been happy to partner with Lear Capital. As you know, I've been involved in real estate for quite some time, and although I dabbled in gold and silver, Kevin and his staff at Lear have helped to educate me even further, especially in regards to silver. Give Lear a call today and they'll show you how easy it is to move some of your savings or your retirement account into gold and silver. Gold and silver have been proven to hold value and protect wealth for the long term. Call Lear today at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com to get your free gold and silver wealth protection guides. There's no obligation, just free information. Many of you have seen my interviews with Lear founder Kevin Demerit, and I can tell you this company is solid and likes to educate their customers. Just so you know, Lear has over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and over $3 billion in trusted transactions, and is the only company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase. You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. So call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. And when you call, don't forget to ask how you can get up to $15,000 in bonus gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. So if you'd like to take advantage of this opportunity, please call my friends at Lear Capital at 800-601-5430 and tell them Barry sent you. All right, I told you that I would get my boy here. He's got kind of a weird haircut. I mean, yeah, anyway, it looks like a weird haircut. But here's my little guy. Well, my little Trumpy bobblehead. It's so cool. And it says on it, Trump 47 on the bottom. You can see it. I think you can see it. There you go. Now you can see it. Trump 47 and a little bobblehead. He sits up on the shelf. He's got quite the do though, man. He's got some long hair. And they got him in the black suit with the red tie. And that's all buddy does. Just sit there and smile and look over at you. But pretty cool. Little pretty cool thing. You know, to have on your desk, or I keep him back there on the shelf next to some things. Right now he's gonna hang out here and bobble away. Just talk to me. Oh, I'm sorry. Sometimes I get silly. Sometimes. In any event, let's take some stuff before awesome bobblehead Barry. I like bobbleheads. I just finished zesting 16 lemons. Now processing for dehydration. Lots of manual labor. I can imagine zesting. Wow. That's a lot of work. The Trump knife is a decent deal, but just keep it in the box. It's cheaply made and won't hold up. No, you're a troll. You're a troll. Like I said, I can't even bend it. Yeah, it's really cute. Yes, leave NATO and both of them, NATO and the United Nations. Yep. Yeah. Let's see here. Just be yourself. Just be yourself. Okay. I have a Trumpy bear. We've had a total clear blue skies in 2 days. You're talking about the chemtrails and stuff. Let's see here. We've had Don't Change It, She Rocks. I have the Trumpinator bobblehead. He is metal. Very nice. Very nice. All right. Somebody says I received my knife a couple of days ago. Was that? Yeah. It's cool as hell. I'm not sure why people would have a problem with it. I mean, I'm not looking to go do something bad with it, but it definitely, it's sharp. It works. So I don't know what you mean it's cheaply made. Looks good to me and other people. Question: okay, I'm gonna have to read this word. How EU leaders were able to How were the EU leaders able to meet Zelensky Saturday after the White House? Another podcast said EU Commission signed 4 years ago a memorandum of understanding with Ukraine for rare minerals. So there's been a lot of talk going around that the minerals were already, sold or promised or something to the UK or somebody. Yep, I've seen those reports. Obviously, it's misinformation, disinformation, clickbait. Insert word there. How do I know it? Barry, how can you possibly be calling the other reports clickbait? Well, I'm going to tell you that because I'm pretty sure Donald Trump has a staff of the best lawyers available, and they've looked over everything, and they understand what they are signing. So unless Trump's a complete idiot, and unless Trump's attorneys and advisors are complete idiots, I would have to believe that they've checked out who owns and has these certain rights. That is why I think the other ones in the reports that you're talking about are complete BS. Maybe, just maybe, Zelensky went to the other people he may have promised them to and said, hey, I got to get out of the deal. I don't know. But I am 100% confident that if Donald Trump signs this arrangement, we're getting the minerals. I don't have any doubt with that. If he signs it and they agree to it, we're getting it. Period. So I don't know what got signed before. The EU likely welched on the mineral deal. Don't know. Don't even know. But if he gets it, he's getting it. And so we're going to keep going and we'll see what happens. All right, so next interview is at 6:30. What's this? Let me ask this question. So Barry, what about fishing bait from Canada and the tacos from Mexico? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, Robin makes tacos all the time and nachos. Our corn tortilla chips, I don't know where they're from. We get them at the grocery store, same price. She went shopping today, gets the hamburger meat. I don't know where that's coming from, but what? It's the same thing. Cheese, meat, and nacho chips. As for fishing bait, you're pulling my leg, bro, because the fishing bait comes from the same place we get the fish. The ocean. Like one of the, let's see, what does Robin use down here? Robin uses shrimp. She uses, pieces of other fish as well. Squid is for bait. But the biggest one I've seen them use here is shrimp. And they would just put the shrimp on. That's for smaller fish. Obviously, for bigger fish, you put the squid on. So it comes right, and then even for some of the smaller fish, we chop up the squid. When I say we, I'm lying. I'm really lying. It's like I'm sitting on the dock watching her do it because, ew, yes, go ahead, man card with a demerit on it. I don't even like the squid. I don't even like the cutting up the squid. I definitely don't like dressing the fish. City boy can't survive. I'm sorry. But she's in there. Take that knife right there. Start cutting up pieces of squid. Put it on, throw it in the water. And if you're on a boat, you put the whole dog thing on it because you want the big fish at that point. So I'm not sure what you're going to bet. She has been robbing fishing bait. Yeah, we used to get shrimp out of the Indian River here in Brevard. Yeah, like I said, down here, it's different than fishing in other areas because it's an ocean. We have piers. If you go down to, let's see, what's our closest pier? There's a pier in Deerfield. You get some good fishing there. There's a pier in Pompano. There's a pier, where's this one? Right by Commercial Boulevard, the Angler Pier. And they go pretty far out. And you can catch some fish off the piers down here. Let me tell you that. I've been with her, and we've caught, Why do I keep saying we like it's me? I ain't catching nothing. Actually, she took me deep sea fishing in between. One time we went and I was throwing up the whole time. Another time we went, the ocean was like glass. It was flat. I was like, I'm good with this. I'm okay. Let's keep going. And I caught my first ever big fish. I was like so psyched. We're sitting there, everyone else is drinking a beer. I'm trying to just keep my eye on the horizon so I don't get sick. And all of a sudden, the reel goes. And she's like, "You're up." What do I do? Grab the fishing thing, start with. You reel the fish in. She caught a sailfish, and I caught a couple of what were they? Kingfish. And then the kingfish, most people don't like eating kingfish, and so that becomes your next bait. And now you got bait. So I'm not sure what the other guy was talking about in terms of not being able to get Canadian bait. Why in the hell would I buy Canadian bait? Barry, am I ever going to have the meet and greet in Florida? Me and my husband would love to come down. Consider it done. We'll make it happen. I promise. I will get that done, and we'll have a meet and greet down here. Promise. What did she say? No smelt bait? No, I don't think she used. I haven't even ever heard her mention smelt. It's all squid, shrimp, the kingfish. Sometimes the barracuda will come by and they'll eat a fish, and you can use the rest of whatever you had out there you're bringing in. But I don't know. I don't think she uses smelt. I think she uses real fish. Remember, this is salt water off the pier and deep salt water when you're in a boat. So that I don't know if you guys are used to deep sea fishing, but when you're even on the pier, if you go all the way out, the water's pretty deep. Really deep on the pier itself. Down here, what do they call it? See, I don't want to embarrass myself, but I think it's called the Gulf Stream. It's meaning it's deep, really, really quick, right by the pier. And when you're down here and you're on the beach, you can see the fishing boats just out there. All the fishing yachts are just, some of them go way out, some just go right there. It's pretty cool, really cool. Maybe we can do a fishing trip. And some of you guys can come down and I'll sit by the dock and have a couple brewskis while you guys go ahead and head out there. Barry is scary, but a nice guy. It doesn't scare me. It's just like icky. Yeah. It's nice. It's fun. I like being outdoors, but it's for catfish. A lot of catfish here in the freshwater. You'd like to come down to striper and bluefish popular in Connecticut. Yes, I grew up in Connecticut, and my dad used to take us, until I got sick again. Off Misquamicut in Rhode Island, and they would fish for cod. Barry, what is this, Barry? I challenge you to find the link on Lear Capital for us to buy gold, silver without investing. What? I think you might want to retype that. You challenged me to find a link on Lear Capital for us to buy gold without investing. They're not giving it away. What do you mean without investing? Yes, you have to buy gold and silver. They're not giving it to you. So maybe you wrote that wrong. I'm not sure what you were trying to say. You say it's not my thing. I was game. I was up for it. Let's do this. I want to get out there and deep sea fish. I thought I was ready, but not too ready, I guess. Robin can start a charter service. Don't start, please. She'll see that comment and go. We've only freshwater fished in Pistakee Lake. Yeah, it's completely different. like I know what I'm talking about, okay? Because I know a friend of mine who I used to work with has a bass fishing boat, and he would go up to Lake Okeechobee, and it's a nice little flat boat, and he would spend all day out there catching catfish and bass and stuff like that. And it's very, I could do that. That's very, very calming. But it seems to me, it's always, let me just give you a hint. To me, you've heard the saying, a bad day fishing is better than being at work. What SB? What happened? Oh my goodness! What happened now? SB is texting me. I don't know. I don't know what he's referring to. You ever been snipe hunting? That's an inside joke there. Oh, I do have a drum roll. I should have just used that. Fish those piers and dive those waters for years. Absolutely. Barry, you need a Dramamine before going out on the boat. I tried that. I tried it all. I tried the compresses. I tried Dramamine. We went on a cruise one time over to the Bahamas, but that was fine because it was on like what do you call those things? Like a catamaran, and it went like it was like a jet ski. I was like, I'm okay with that. Lots of breeze, and so that was fun. Yes, okay, yes, leave Nate. All right, so I'm gonna get back to some actual stuff here, because we could spend all day talking about fishing and stuff down here. But I'm going to indeed look at confirming something up with a get together down here. I'm definitely gonna look at firming that up. A 3-hour tour. I wish it was a 3-hour tour. That's the other thing. They take you out there, and you're out there for 4 or 5 hours. And they're not going to turn around like, you better go lay down in the salon and put the air conditioner on and put a cold compress on your face, because we're going to be here a while. So if you get sick early, you just get off the boat. But if you don't get sick for a while, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Pontoon boats. Do any hunting? Nope, I've never gone hunting. You know why? Hydrofoil. Okay. The reason why I don't do hunting is because I came from Connecticut. I'm going to be a little embarrassed right here and talk to you. I come from Connecticut, and people in Connecticut are taught, like people in most of the Northeast areas, to be pacifists. You're not supposed to have a gun. You're not supposed to. Well, how are we going to eat? Well, you go to the store. I mean, there were some people up north and, in Connecticut do deer hunting. But me personally, no, I've never gone hunting. And there's 2 reasons. Not the gun. That doesn't bother me anymore. Looking at the animal, I got over that. I could do that. The part that got me was, it's cold. It's cold in Connecticut. I mean, most of the time it's like, hey, listen, we're going to go out in this high hide and we're going to hang out. Hey, you realize it's like 38 degrees out here, right? Hey, the brothers we're not cut out for that. That's why I'm in South Florida. And down here, the kind of hunting you do here is kind of dangerous because the stuff will hunt you back. So you go up north. I know some people go after bear and some people go after deer, but there's stuff down here that will eat you. The Florida panther. Man, you can do some stuff on YouTube and see the Florida panther. Big, giant, crazy-sized pythons, because it got populated in the Everglades. And then, of course, chomp, the alligators. There's people down. You've seen the television shows with the alligator hunters and stuff, and that's some manly, can't sit easy type stuff, because there's something you're hunting, because now you're actually doing something. You're not just taking a shot at something and pulling it down. This is something that if you mess up, you might not come back. And I'm talking big, giant gators. If you guys have never come to South Florida, maybe we should do that when you come down. If you've never been here in South Florida, you need to take a trip on an airboat and go through the Everglades. And you're flying, and the wind's in your hair, and all of a sudden you realize this isn't a zoo. This is real life, right? Yeah. What's that? Oh, he's coming over to check you out. Boom! Big, giant gators. I mean, and you feel it. You realize I'm out here in nature. Or you see a big 400-pound wild boar. Yeah. That stuff is crazy. I want to go alligator hunting. You mean alligator surviving? Those guys are really seriously good, and you can go on some alligator hunts and at night you as well. But it's interesting. It's interesting because it's a different kind of hunting, and you don't want to fall off the boat, if you know what I mean. And these guys are good. They're very good. Let's see here. What area do you live in Florida? I live in South Florida in Boca Raton, Florida. Yeah, I need an airboat. You stop giving her ideas. I ain't got no doggone airboat. Let's see, been on an airboat in the Everglades. Very cool. If you come down here, everybody always wants to go to the casino, the beach, and all that stuff. You want to see life in Florida like it hasn't changed. It's the land that time forgot. Take a ride up, the Alligator Alley, which is what exactly it's called because there's a whole bunch of alligators. And there's all kinds of rest areas where you can get off, and there's all kinds of people who rent airboat, like little resort places, and you can hear the stories and stuff. But then they'll take you out into the Everglades, which if you've never seen the Everglades is a sight on its own. It is monstrous. I mean, we are bordering the Everglades. Where I live right now, I bet you it can't be more than 2 miles west of us is actually where the Everglades start. So we could get in our car and go down the road, and all of a sudden the road stops, it turns into gravel, and then the Everglades is right there. And it's beautiful, absolutely, especially this time of year. And you can take, walk on boardwalks and go sneak through the whole Everglades, and it's elevated. And the one time that really made me realize, careful, is walking, and I didn't see it. And Robin's like, look right there. And I looked down, and just in the marsh, sitting there, was 2 eyes looking at me, looking right back up at me. Go ahead, fall. And I was like, whoa, there's an alligator right there. One day I'll share with you an alligator video Robin and I took. We put it on YouTube. And we were walking on a boardwalk, and the alligator chased us. And you're probably thinking, I've never seen an alligator chase somebody. Oh, yeah. You know what? I'll do that tomorrow. I'll find that alligator video. I've got it someplace. And that alligator just came after us. It was a male, a bull, that was, basically protecting his woman. And he, have you ever heard an alligator growl? Let me just tell you, if you never heard an alligator growl and rattle, and I was like, is this supposed to happen? I mean, I've seen this stuff on television, but no one's ever told me that A, they growl, and B, they rattle. Because they're telling you, get lost. And then they keep coming. And if you've never seen that, seeing it in person with no fence in front of you, I think he's mad. I think I need to get the hell out of here. Yeah, I'm not going. Oh, and by the way, alligators can run more than time faster than you. Just keep that in mind. So when you come to Florida and you hear the stories every year, somebody's walking their dog along the trail, and all of a sudden, because you don't do that. Any body of water down here that's not in the ocean, you have to assume there's gators. And I can show you emails, even where we live. We come in the front gate, and there's 2 nice ponds. And every once in a while, we'll get an email, hey, saw a gator in the pond. Keep the dogs and little kids away. I'm like, oh my God. Oh, so I'm never getting out of my car. So, all right. Yeah, so Nita says you might be able to outrun a gator if you're really fast, because they get tired quickly. I mean, so if you can depending on who you are, I probably couldn't outrun a gator. You got zigzag though, you might do something. Yeah, they run really fast. I'm in Louisiana, and yes. Oh, you ever see they can climb? You ever see the videos of them climbing fences? I'm telling you, living in South Florida, you learn a whole lot of stuff. Don't be sticking your hand in places and holes and stuff. No. But, we live here. It's paradise. Just don't understand how you live in paradise. All right, thank you for humoring me with that. That was kind of funny. So anyway, we've got Jade Wall coming up at 6:30. So let me finish some news for you here, then I can grab some more news. This is news. Dan Bongino has named his, I don't know if you want to call it interim or his new host or whatever. Somebody named Vince Coglianese. Vince Coglianese is going to take the chair and the microphone for Dan Bongino. I don't know much about him, haven't heard about him, haven't heard his storytelling. I don't know. But obviously, we all wish Dan Bongino the best luck in the world. And let me just be the first one to tell you, Vinny, we coming for you. The big dog Dan is not here anymore. So the rest of us are like, yeah, you're like a raw meat in an alligator patch right now. We're coming. But good luck. I hope everything works out for him. What a major sacrifice Dan Bongino is doing for America. Walking away from a easy 7-figure a year gig and gonna go serve his country. I salute him for that. That's yeah, it's one of those things where people will rip him apart in the media and all kinds of things, but none of them would do what he's doing. He walked away from a very lucrative, I don't think he walked away from the business per se, but it won't do nearly the numbers that it was him. He was a star. Look at the people who took over for Rush Limbaugh. I mean, Clay and Buck are doing a great job, but, I mean, they're not Rush. No one's going to replace Dan. They're going to fill in. And so I wish Dan all the luck in the world and pray for his safety. And also hope Vince does well. Because he deserves it. All right, so let's continue with some news. I told you about the Mexican tariffs. I don't need to talk about that again. Big mistake that they're doing. This came out earlier. Nicole Shanahan is now backing a campaign to recall Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. She's getting fired. If you're in LA or know people there, make sure they sign a petition. There's a petition out now. It's called Recall Bass. You can actually go to their sign. Yeah, right here. Recall Bass. Just started. Only 890 followers, but people are looking to recall Karen Bass, and it's don't know how she ever got elected, and it's not my fight out there, but she needs to definitely go away. All right, let me see what else I can share with you before I get into a couple of videos. Oh, this is crazy, absolutely crazy. Some of the stuff that I'm looking at. Mark Mitchell, make Europe great again. This is an hour ago. Trump withdraws Ukraine aid, and a day later, Europe is considering almost $1 trillion in future defense spending, and Germany is considering compulsory military service. So what's that mean, Barry? Well, that means the draft. They now know they cannot defend themselves. They have to do it themselves. And so they're going to have to spend $1 trillion getting their military up to speed. Good luck with that. And now Germany is considering compulsory military service. Ouch. Ouch. And then this one here, this guy just got, what is RIF? I guess he got fired and he's complaining. It is what it is. They're trying to complain. So this is something I wanted to show you. This is what happened earlier. Let me download this real quick so I can show it to you, because Lee Zeldin at the EPA, you could imagine at the Environmental Protection Agency, that was a way for them to really hide a bunch of money, because it was gonna go behind all these green programs. wait till you see the numbers on this, the kind of dollars that they were spending in regards to this fake EPA crap. Listen to this. This is just nuts.
You had these NGOs, several of which didn't even exist before this pot of money emerged. They designed this program to distribute the $20 billion to limit the government's oversight, tying the hands behind the back of the EPA. So if you asked me where all this money is going, I actually don't know. And it was designed that way. So listen, I would say that when you look at a system that has $20 billion go through 8 pass-throughs, which in many cases go to many other pass-throughs, the American taxpayer is already going to decide out of the gate, this isn't enough oversight. This should be reviewed. We want to know about self-dealing and conflicts of interest. We want to reestablish oversight that doesn't exist now. And they want to know what are our options at this point. So I've been working closely with the Justice Department. They've been investigating. There's currently a freeze on the funding at the bank. We've been working with the Department of Treasury. Had a call last night.
On all $27 billion a freeze, or has some of it already gone out?
So the money that went to the bank, that was $20 billion of it. Almost all of that money is still at the bank.
You and I have been robbed blind. We were talking to Peter St. Onge earlier, and we were talking about how to reduce the liability that each of us has. You know, if we don't have to pay all this money out for all these stupid groups, how much do we actually need to run the country? And because they've never done a budget or haven't done one in years, we don't know what that number is. Elon Musk, who they're all terrified of, went into then Twitter and said, I can cut 80% of the people here. I can cut 80% of the expense and still run this company well. Could you imagine cutting 40% of government employees and still being okay? 30%? How much money are we wasting? And every single day, more and more stuff keeps... $27 billion! And the problem is the data Republican, Big Balls, and these people are finding out that the grift is bad on both sides. Not just Democrats, but both sides. But some good news is President Trump racks up $3 trillion of investments. And in just under 2 months. $3 trillion of investments. That's a lot of damn money. And so, like Monica was saying, how are they going to tonight come out and go against the success of what he's been doing? How do you realistically look at Americans and say, no, you don't want this. You want to go back to what we were doing. You weren't doing anything. You had newcomers just running through the street. You had the economy in free fall. And why didn't you have $3 trillion of investment? There literally is no excuse. There's nothing they can say. And that's why I continue to say that we're in such a big... They can't win. That's why I keep saying it. They can't win. Let me see what this says here. Okay, so I'm going to come back because what I'm finding here is that a lot of the Republicans are beginning to get their feet underneath them. They're starting to realize maybe we should get on this Trump train. And by getting on this Trump train, they're showing people this is making a lot of sense. And it's successful. It's historic. You're making a whole lot of money. And I know some people, even people in our chat here, don't like the idea of making money. I don't know why. I can't tell you. They think it's bad. They think it's evil. They don't like making money. Me personally, I think it's because people have been programmed that, you know, whether it's religiously or elsewise, that you shouldn't you don't deserve to prosper. And I'm not going to go back into what I said yesterday, but I'm just saying that mindset has to change. You're seeing it change in front of you. Why wouldn't you want to take a part of that?
This joint address to Congress, Larry, is historic. I mean, normally you would have a State of the Union. The president would come in really about the end of the first year of his term. But I invited him this early because there is so much to report. President Trump is having an historic second term, and he's done so much in less than 45 days that it would take him 3 hours to just go through all of the wins and all the victories and the things that he's achieved so far. So I hope the Democrats don't try to disrupt that, because the American people back home are applauding it, and we are here as well in the House Republican Conference.
Oh, you can count on it. They are absolutely planning on disrupting everything. They won't have two of the big dogs there. Two of the big dogs have said, we're not going. AOC and Maxine Waters boycott Trump's address to Congress. We know why AOC might not, because she might be going to jail. House Democrats are running scared, with AOC, Maxine Waters, and others skipping Trump's speech instead of facing reality. They refuse to acknowledge Trump's booming economy, strong borders, historic efficiency cuts, because it exposes their failures. The source of that was CBS, who posted that. And this was the lady who chose Latifah. So I'm not sure if because they're having a congressional one and or a Senate one with Slotkin. But in any event, more and more people from the Democrat Party are just choosing not to show up. Whatever. We don't care. Man, it's getting bad. Let's see here. If there was something else I saw. All right, so I'm going to have to download this real quick. I want you guys to see this. So when I grab these links, usually when I'm doing a regular show, I would have already had them in place. But in order for me to, on the fly, do it, I have to bring them in, download it real quick, and then put it inside the program so you guys can see it. So here's one I want you to bring notice of. This is Howard Letnick again, which is, he's actually ticking a lot of people off on the left because he's so energetic about making money, about the country being a prosperous country. And some people just can't take it. So here's what he had to say just a little while ago.
He's going to come out today angry that Americans are still being killed. Now, both the Mexicans and the Canadians were on the phone with me all day today trying to show that they'll do better. And the president's listening because he's very, very fair and very reasonable. So I think he's going to work something out with them. It's not going to be a pause, none of that pause stuff. But I think he's going to figure out, you do more, and I'll meet you in the middle some way. And we're going to probably be announcing that tomorrow. So somewhere in the middle will likely be the outcome. The president moving with the Canadians and Mexicans, but not all the way.
Just to clarify,
Okay, so when he says moving with the Canadians, he's probably talking about going from 2025 down to 15 or 10. And as Howard said, it's not going to be an elimination. It is actually going to be some sort of reduction, which is fine with me. And that'll be happening tomorrow. So one of the things that Democrats are having such a hard problem with is they can't keep up. I mean, they're going to hear a speech tonight, which they're going to spend all day making those fake videos. The videos I showed you earlier. You can't stomach it because it's like, oh my God. But they're wasting all their time doing this.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
They're wasting all their time doing that stuff instead of coming up with something constructive to either work with him or help Americans. At this point, their entire party is nothing but people getting in the way, obstructionists. Nobody is looking to help America. These 22, 23 senators decided they were going to become TikTokers, and they embarrassed themselves. Absolutely. If I were teaching people how to do videos, I would tell them, whatever you do, be authentic. Number one, be authentic. Number two, don't copy somebody else. Don't just say the exact same thing somebody else said. And what do these idiots do? Because they don't know what to do. Somebody told them, hold the little microphone like you're a Zoomer and just go ahead and talk into it like this and pretend like you're... What's that meme that's going around about Steve Buscemi? Hello, fellow kids. That's what they look like. They look like somebody who told them, this is how you make a video on TikTok. Okay, so hold the little microphone and talk. Whew, morons. Absolute morons. So I want to share something with you that happened on The View. If you haven't seen it, I'm going to play it, then we'll talk about it.
It's only been in office for 6 weeks. Seems like 6 years, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. And he's been going around with his cronies touting his so-called landslide and blowout win. But he won the popular vote by 1.5%, one of the smallest ever, and he won the general election by less than 50%. So what kind of mandate is this really?
Well, it is a mandate, and I'm going to explain why. And I don't mind the question, but let me be very clear. I'm no supporter of Trump. I'm a supporter of truth and the facts. And here's the facts. The man won every swing state. He increased in terms of his voter turnout in his favor from the standpoint of blacks, Latinos, and young voters. He increased his numbers in that regard from 2020. 89% of the counties shifted to the right. That's a mandate. We can sit up there and play around all we want to.
Guess who ain't getting invited to The View anymore? Stephen A., you're done. They're not going to let you come back. I'm sorry, bro.
In 2020, Trump didn't win the popular vote. He didn't win the electoral college vote. A matter of fact, the Republicans hadn't won the popular vote, if I remember correctly, since 2004. Yeah. But they did this year. So 20 years after they last won the popular vote, they won the popular vote. They won the electoral college vote. The man won every swing state. And on top of it all, 89% of the counties shifted against. I don't understand how people can look at that and say, there's no mandate. There's a mandate.
Well, it's a different definition of a mandate, I guess.
But the problem is that if you're the Democratic Party and you lost 49.8% to 48.3%, and you're looking at that 1.5% dip, that's an excuse for you to say, what we did really wasn't that bad.
Well, some people didn't
we should continue to do that. Don't continue to do that. Find a new strategy.
You can hear one of them up the side. That's just because a lot of people didn't show up. They don't get it. They still don't get it. They're not going to get it. They're going to continue to just look the other way. It must be something else. Good. Stephen A., stop telling them. Stop telling the people on the left how much idiocy has besieged them. They don't understand. It was an anomaly. It was a mistake. It's not what you think. You know, we're fine as a party. You know, people just got to get our messaging right. They hate Donald Trump. And I'm like, you're ignoring everything. Stop telling them. At this point, just let them be. There's no fixing these people. I've said many times, there's many of them are never, ever, ever, ever coming back. They're done. And you can see it on a daily basis if you know what to look for. Stephen A. Smith is by far a MAGA person. And he's trying to tell these ladies on The View, I deal in stats all the time. I'm in sports, and let me school you on some stats. Bam, 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 bam. They don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear it. La, 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 la. Don't want to hear it. Good. Good. Let them all wallow in it. And then tomorrow morning, they will be wallowing in it again, all over again. I mean, it's just... They don't get it. Stop trying to teach them. This was interesting. And it says, Doge now estimates they have saved a total of $105 billion to date, which equates to approximately $652 per taxpayer. And they've only been going for a month and a half. These kind of things are just... absolutely tough for Democrats to ignore. Think about it. If you're a Democrat right now, how do you combat any of this stuff? Don't know. Don't know how you do that. All right, let me go ahead and take a few of your comments. But that Lee Zeldin, the numbers are so big that I think that's where some people are missing it. It's like 27 billion here, 30 billion here, and Again, nobody can tell you what to do with the taxes, But I think we're on the precipice of a huge revolution. I want all mine back, period. It's time for a refund to the American people. Absolutely. I hope Trump and Howard work on something in that regard and come up with some sort of numbers that actually make sense. SV is texting me again. What's he got here? He's got some breaking news. Whenever he texts me and said there's breaking news, I always let's see what he's got. Is it oh gosh, is this the one? Hold on, let me make sure, because I see two different ones here. Yeah, that's the one. We're just kind of talking about this. Breaking. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick just announced that the Canadian and Mexican officials are on the phone begging President Trump to ease the tariffs, and an agreement could be reached by tomorrow. That's what I just showed you guys. Both the Mexicans and the Canadians were on the phone with me all day trying to show they'll do better. That sounds like little kids. We'll promise we'll do better, Daddy. All day they'll do better, and the president is listening because, he's very, very fair and very reasonable. So I think he's going to work something out with him. It's not going to be a pause. That's what I just played. None of the pause stuff, but I think he's going to figure it out. You do more, and I'll meet you in the middle. If you're Trudeau, the guy in Ontario who is trying to play bad, and the Mexican president, if you guys are all making these statements, and they're like letting everybody know, hey, they're full of crap, they're crying. Howard Lutnick don't give a F. They're up there, they keep calling me, what do you want? What do you want? Oh, can you tell him to stop? Can you tell him this is kind of hurting? They're like, no, you deserved every bit of this. Oh, because they're all talk. Yeah, cry. Why did Trudeau just call Trump dumb on television? I'll tell you why. Because you got to look tough to your supporters. You don't want them to know, okay, well, I'm going to call Donald Trump because this is going to hurt a lot. All the economists who look at this always said Canada and Mexico are going to suffer. They don't have the power. The problem with all this stuff is the globalists are starting to realize quickly, without the United States involved, and without all this money flowing from the United States, they're done. As you look around now, you're starting to see this country and that country and the WHO, and you're like, so y'all couldn't even be doing anything if it wasn't for the United States. Everything you do and pontificate and do stuff in these other countries, the only reason you can do it is because of the United States. And so now we've got a president who's not afraid of putting the bat on his shoulder and saying, I know what I have. Poo-poo diaper Biden, he didn't know or didn't want to do it. Kamala didn't have any force. It was just not in her DNA to be forceful. And now you get a guy you guys took a shot at? He doesn't give a crap. Doesn't give a crap. America, the grift is over, and you're seeing these countries, they can't believe it. I'm sure before they make the phone call to the White House, they're having huge meetings, big conference rooms. Okay. All right, so what about this? Can't do it. What about we send the Mounties in? Can't do it. Hey, shut it all off. Look at what happened to Hollywood. They are stuck because a lot of the money that came for these movies came from other countries, or it got funneled from USAID so that they could make the propaganda movies. Look at one of the Oscars I talked to you about last night. Look at what they're doing. They look like they're just adrift. If you're not doing the right by MAGA, you are probably going to fail. Because at this point, a month and a half into this guy's second term, Everybody can now see it. Everyone's it's becoming into focus. Like you're turning the lens on your camera like, oh, this is really easy. You want less taxes? Yes. On taxes, on tips, on Social Security, on overtime. Makes a lot of sense. What are you doing? Oh, we want to tax you more. Okay, so it's almost too easy. Not easy to implement, but too easy to see. The contrast, watch what happens tonight. Here's what's going to happen. We're talking about the eloquence, the luxury, the history of America is going to be on display. And the pageantry, and the knock, knock, knock. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. And the President walks in, and everyone, shakes his hand and everything else. But tonight, you're going to see them boo and screaming, and the rest of the world's like, these people are stupid. You don't realize what this guy is capable of doing? Hasn't he showed you? And he's going to walk up there, and he's going to get behind the podium, and behind him, unlike before when it was basically two assassins, Mike Pence and Paul Ryan, or Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi, at this point he's going to have two people who are working with him. You're going to have J.D. Vance right there, right there, J.D. Vance, and right here is going to be Mike Johnson. And he's got the Senate, he's got the House, he's going to look down at the Supreme Court justices, got them, and you think he's going to be worried that you didn't show up? Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Oh, it gets worse. How can it gets worse? Okay, let me get rid of that comment so I can show you this. Just in, the Italian Prime Minister Meloni rejects offers from France and UK to send troops to Ukraine. You can go, not with my soldiers. I love the smirk on her face. Nah, not gonna happen. So they're making all these deals behind the scenes. Hey, let's do this, and we'll get your soldiers to come on in with us, and we'll start fighting real hard, and we'll go in with. Ain't gonna happen. So you can tell right now they are scrambling, and I don't know if if at this point the order or agreement has been flown in. I'm not really sure. I keep refreshing. This is a funny tweet. I'm not going to download the video, but you can see this. It goes, new Alberta lawyer, Alberta, Canada. Jeffrey Rath says a delegate is planning to travel to D.C. to pitch President Trump on Alberta becoming the United States. It's quite evident that we're being overrun by idiots in Ottawa. There's a number of us in Alberta that have had enough. Y'all can't even keep your own people under wraps. That's how bad this is getting. Unreal. And they can't even put together a good protest anymore. What's there? 30 people? Oh, we don't have the money to pay protesters. There's no protesters. Look at that sad display. Wow. You see what I mean? There's nothing, there's no energy. It's all defeat. It's them trying to figure out what do we do to stop this guy, and there's nothing you can do. Because he's rolling over you at this point. He's winning.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
I told you I was going to end up wearing out that button. but this is getting absolutely crazy how things are going. So let me show you another video, and then I'm going to go off for a little while we're waiting for Mr. Jade to show up. Let me just go on through here. What's this? All right, so I want you to see this. This is what they're planning tonight.
Hey, good afternoon, Bianca. Now, leading up to this joint session before Congress, we're hearing from dozens of Democrats, all literally reading off the same sheet of music. Take a listen.
That ain't true. That's what you just heard. Since day one of Donald Trump's presidency, prices are not down, they're up. Inflation is getting worse, not better. The prices of grocery, gas, housing, eggs, of essentials, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has done nothing, goose eggs, to lower prices. Instead,
Well, we should have warned you about the cacophony there, but Senate Democrats, dozens of them potentially, all released the exact same video, nearly word for word, the same statements attacking President Donald Trump and his agenda. It comes as the party is rebooting and also trying to connect with the voters and appear more authentic. Now, we're hearing those reports that there could be noisemakers and all types of signage, hand clappers, eggs and egg cartons, to distract potentially tonight, to take over and hijack the messaging. Democrats, though, are divided about the path forward as leadership warns members that such antics could be poor optics and potentially backfire. Now, Minnesota Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar is also giving us a preview of some of the theatrics on tap tonight.
We shouldn't be surprised if we see walkouts. We shouldn't be surprised if we see, the kind of coordinated effort in dressing a certain way to send a message. We shouldn't be surprised if we see people might even, verbally react to some of the lies that we know he is going.
They actually think this is a good strategy. There are adults who have thought this out, who have decided that this is a good strategy for the Democrats. How? How do you think this makes any sense whatsoever to let the world see your petulant children? Your people who deserve a spanking. This is politics. This is your government. And you're going to have people showing up tonight with dang clanglers and fankalangers and all the stuff like what the Grinch said, making all kinds of noise. And then they'll get escorted out. What are they going to do? Kicking and screaming? And that's who you expect people are going to vote for you? What focus group did you talk to that said, hey, this is a good idea. We should probably do this? I can't imagine. I can't imagine anybody has said, just go in and disrupt and don't let him talk. Well, I guess you don't know President Trump, because many of you have watched his rallies with me, and if somebody would get sick, he'd just stop, walk around, dance a little bit. He didn't care. Take the time. Do what you need to do. Then you come back and talk. So I don't think they have thought this out. It may have worked with somebody else who wanted to make a speech and get off stage. He doesn't care. He'll stay out there. Here, get her some water. Yeah, you okay, honey? Yeah. Don't take your time. I mean, how many times did you and I see that? It'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Take your time. Doctor here. Yeah. And he just walk around and wait, because he knows he's commanding the audience at that point. We're not leaving. The people who are at the rallies, they're not leaving. And so he knows that. So just go ahead, scream. Yeah, throw him out. Yeah. I hope he does what he did in some of the rallies. Go back to your mama. Hey, little boy. Just demean them for being idiots. We're not going to go away. We're going to watch. Maybe it's delaying the inevitable, but none of you are going to turn away because you have to wait until one of these idiots are done. No.
To tell.
Now, during Trump's first term, campaign videos quickly picked up on when Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi ripped up a copy of Trump's address, and there were close-ups of the pained and unhappy expressions on the faces of numerous progressive Democratic lawmakers. The new tactic being considered would instead take a more aggressive, assertive approach to protesting Trump. Now, there could be upwards of a dozen or more lawmakers that sit this one out, Bianca, and we are also hearing that a number of members on both the House and the Senate sides, they could also be staging their own live stream events with rebuttals in real time for Trump's speech. Bianca?
Well, you think the renewal of the American dream is something everyone would get behind, but apparently not, Alana. There are some reports, though, that there's Democrats not really on the same page of how to be this vocal opposition. What are you hearing right now on the Hill about, the lack of unity, which usually the left is so good at?
In the aftermath of the 2024 elections, Bianca, it's no secret that the Democratic Party has been struggling to find their footing once again, find the right people who will be front and center for the messaging, and that has been a struggle for them. Some members of the party, they want to be really forceful, they want to be really vocal tonight, potentially even shouting at the president when he makes comments they don't agree with. Others think that could potentially be a bad idea, and perhaps somewhat of a more restrained messaging could be more effective heading into the 2026 elections.
Fascinating. Well, that Mockingbird clip you played earlier, I definitely need an Advil after listening to that, Alana. Great to have you with us, though, with a preview of what's going to go down potentially tonight.
All right, so you tell me. what before you start putting in the chat, how do you think that's going to work if all their tactic is to interrupt him? Senator Mike Lee put this out after the Calvin Coolidge Project talked about what they're planning. He goes, somehow I don't think this will end well. And if in fact this is what they're planning. And so, reports several congressional Democrats are planning to disrupt President Trump's speech to Congress tonight by using a variety of tactics, including noisemakers, hand clappers, signs, eggs, and walkouts. That last one, that's not going to disrupt. If you get up and leave, nobody's going to care. No one. Eggs? You mean egg cartons? I dare you. I double dare you to throw an egg at the president. Show me you got that kind of nonsense. You're going to throw an egg? Signs, hand clappers, noisemakers. How about y'all just frisk these idiots and don't let them bring them in? How about stop it before they get into the chambers? You're going to let these people bring in eggs and noisemakers and whatever else? Why would you even let that happen? That makes no sense. Stop them before they get in. So I'd love to see what you guys are saying about this because, oh my goodness, this is funny. I got to show this. Oh no, the Canadians are really sticking it to us by taking alcohol they've already paid for off the shelf. What will we do now? And it's a picture of, I guess, someone in a liquor store, and what they're doing is they're taking American products off of the shelves, so you can't buy the bourbon and everything else, the whiskey. You can't. We're not going to let you sell it here. Can they really be that stupid? I mean, I know it originally came from Brian Krasenstein, who is part of the resistance, and he goes, make America great by making the world hate us and not buy from us. This is American liquor produced in red states that has been ordered to be taken off the shelves across Ontario. Did he not realize they already paid for it? It's already been paid for. They own that product, you moron. Yes, it is making America great again because they're going to cave again, just like Zelensky. They don't get it, man. We're dealing with mental midgets. It's just simply phenomenal how bad they are in terms of understanding this. Brigitte Gabriel had posted this earlier. Here are just some of the historic tariffs Canada hits Americans with. a 270% tariff on milk, 245% on cheese, 300 nearly on butter, 230 on chicken. We're already paying it. They're already tariffing our products. This isn't new. I mean, they count on Americans not knowing, and that's one of the problems. That's exactly what they count on. But it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts at this point that these people don't know anything about economics. Nothing. So I don't care what they do. I just hope it doesn't look. This is the Serbian parliament, and look what happened in their. I just hope it doesn't look like this tonight. This is the Serbian parliament, and they're launching like little missiles inside their in their hall. Look at this. What happens if that happens tonight? They launch it. It looks like bottle rockets they're throwing. Did you get your popcorn? I mean, you got time. You got time to go get some popcorn because these people cray. Unity stops with the flow of monies. Exactly. We are going to be unfazed by the big babies. Yep. Yes, they really hurt our dairy farmers. They did. Somebody's like, "Oh damn, we need this." I'm telling you, go get break away. You come back. We'll be here, but go get your popcorn and stuff tonight. Because oh my God, that's crazy. Smoke bombs. Wow, that's insane. Woo, absolutely crazy. Smoke bombs. Another arrest a lefty insurrectionist. Ooh, that's crazy. I mean, left has lost their minds. Absolutely lost their minds. I've said it. I'll say it again. There is no turning back for some of these people. They have no idea. All right, so let me go ahead and show you this one. That was Howard Letnick. I just played it. This is J.D. Vance earlier today.
Obviously, I'm here to talk about my friend Bridge Colby. I think he'll make a great policy lead at the Department of Defense. That's why the president nominated him. And I just wanted to be here to give a word of encouragement, a word of approval, and just lend my reputation to Bridge's confirmation, because I think he's a really important person for us to have at the Department of Defense. We have gone for too long letting our industrial base get degraded, allowing our troops to not even have the munitions that they need to fight the wars of the future. President Trump really believes in peace through strength, but a core part of peace through strength is ensuring that our troops have the weapons that they need in order to fight the next war, if God forbid it necessarily comes. So Bridge is an important part of that defense policy. I think the Senate will confirm him, and I'm glad to be here and speak on his behalf. Happy to take a few questions if you guys have them.
Does Paul need for Ukraine to leave Ukraine vulnerable right now and give Russian advantage?
Look, what the president has said very clearly about our Ukraine policy is that he wants the Ukrainians to come to the negotiating table. We want the Ukrainians to have a sovereign and an independent country. We think the Ukrainian troops have fought very bravely, but we're at a point here where neither Europe nor the United States nor the Ukrainians can continue this war indefinitely. So it's important that everybody come to the table, and the president is trying to send a very explicit message. The Ukrainians have got to come to the table and start negotiating with President Trump.
Do you still have hope for the mineral deal? Do you believe that the mineral deal can still be reached with Ukraine?
Yeah, I certainly do. And I think the president is still committed to the mineral deal. I think we've heard some positive things, but not yet, of course, the signature from our friends in Ukraine. But look, the mineral deal is a really important part of the president's policy. Number one, the American people have got to get some payback for the incredible financial investment we've made in this country. A lot of the aid that the Europeans have sent has come in the form of money that is getting repaid to them. Well, it's really ridiculous and frankly an insult to the American people that the Europeans are getting a better deal than the American people. The president is just trying to ensure that the American people get a fair deal while simultaneously ensuring we have access to some minerals and resources that are very important for the economy of the future.
If Zelensky changes his posture, his focus, his gratefulness, as you guys have talked about, would there be a consideration of bringing the aid back on, or is that an indefinite pause, a long-term pause? Do you see it?
Now, look, the president has been very clear he wants the Ukrainians to come to the negotiating table. I think when the Ukrainians come to the negotiating table, everything is on the table.
What
What do you need to see from President Zelensky?
Look, I think the most important thing, a lot of people have made this about public statements. President Zelensky needs to say that he's committed to the peace, or President Zelensky needs to apologize to the president. The public stuff doesn't matter nearly as much as what are the Ukrainians doing to meaningfully engage on what a peaceful settlement would look like. We need the Ukrainians privately to come to us and say, this is what we need, this is what we want, this is how we're going to participate in the process to end this conflict. That is the most important thing, and that lack of private engagement is what is most concerning to us.
President Trump said that.
There's a lot of pressure on Ukraine, but not much pressure on Russia. Do you expect to do maybe more sanctions on Russia or any other steps to pressure both sides if you want to have them on a negotiation?
Well, I don't think that's right, actually. I mean, we still have a number of sanctions that are placed on the Russians. We do believe that the Russians economically are struggling because of this conflict. We do believe that it's in Russia's best interest, but also Ukraine and the United States' best interest to bring this conflict to a close. So we believe in applying pressure to everybody to stop the killing, because that's what the president's policy is, and that's what's in the best interest of the American people.
President Trump characterized it as a deal being a long way away. You just said if the Ukrainians came privately to the negotiating table, I could get things moving. What are we talking about timeline here? Like, how fast can we get things back on track?
President Trump said that, or President Zelensky said that?
I believe that President Trump had characterized it as being a deal being a long way away.
So I know that President Zelensky said that, but what I think the president has said is that we can make a deal here. The Russians can't continue this thing forever. The Ukrainians can't continue it forever. And most importantly, the United States can't continue it forever. Look, there are a lot of details to be worked out. There are a lot of questions about territory, about everything else. We want to have that conversation. We're not saying that we're committed to one pathway or another. We're just saying you can't even bring the peace to the forefront if the Ukrainians aren't willing to negotiate in good faith. And right now, they haven't been able to, haven't been willing to. Hopefully that changes.
Do you think that European peacekeepers are a non-starter for the Kremlin? Do you think that could realistically be part of the solution, or no?
I won't speak for the Kremlin. I don't know what is a non-starter or not for the Kremlin. I know that obviously, and we appreciate this, the British and the French have offered to step up in a big way. That's very, very important. But fundamentally, the question of what's a non-starter for this or that party, that's part of the negotiated settlement we have to come to. We can't even really start that negotiated process in earnest until the Ukrainians, led by President Zelensky, come to the table.
What do you need to see from Canada in terms of...
Go ahead, man. Yeah.
Mr. Colby has said in the past that the U.S. could tolerate or contain a nuclear-armed Iran. How is that consistent with the president's maximum pressure policy?
Well, number one, the president's been very clear he doesn't want to tolerate a nuclear-armed Iran. And I don't know what Mr. Colby has written in the past, but I'll say that every single person that we nominate to a position is going to have at least one thing that they disagree with the president about. That's okay, but the president's policy is extremely clear. We cannot tolerate nuclear proliferation, especially in Iran. That will be the policy of the administration. It has been, and it was during the first Trump administration.
What do you need to see from Canada to roll back these tariffs?
Look, the president's going to have conversations with the Canadians. We need to see real engagement on the fentanyl issue, on the drug issue. That is fundamentally the underlying element of these tariffs, is we think the Canadians have not been serious about stopping the drug trade. Now, people will sometimes say, well, if you look at the numbers, the Mexicans send way more fentanyl into the United States than the Canadians do. The Canadians have allowed a lot of fentanyl to come into the country. It's not a defense to say more has come from Mexico, because way too much has come from Mexico too. Great. Thank you all.
All right. So he's laying it down. I think he's giving you an idea as to what exactly is going to be happening tonight. Good at this point. Very good what he's doing. All right. So I'm going to take a break, and Jade is coming up at 6:30. So it looks like at about 6:15 or so, I will be jumping back on. And then we're going to move into the nighttime part of the programming. So, as you saw earlier, we're going to be playing one of Trump's, or the end of one of Donald Trump's speeches for the State of the Union. And then I'll be back here at 6:15 or so. We're about a half an hour. So you guys go ahead, grab some dinner. We still have a long way to go. We're going to probably be here till, I would think, close to 11 o'clock tonight, because he starts at 9, probably an hour and a half. And I want to see the rebuttal speech afterwards. So we're getting closer. We're not there yet. We'll talk to you guys in about 35 minutes.
Nation worked closely with members of both parties to sign the first step Act into law. Big deal. Big deal. This legislation reformed sentencing laws that have wrongly and disproportionately harmed the African American community. The First Step Act gives nonviolent offenders the chance to re-enter society as productive, law-abiding citizens. Now, states across the country are following our lead. America is a nation that believes in redemption. We are also joined tonight by Matthew Charles from Tennessee. In 1996, at the age of 30, Matthew was sentenced to 35 years for selling drugs and related offenses. Over the next 2 decades, he completed more than 30 Bible studies, became a law clerk, and mentored many of his fellow inmates. Now Matthew is the very first person to be released from prison under the First Step Act. Matthew, please. Thank you, Matthew. Welcome home. Now, Republicans and Democrats must join forces again to confront an urgent national crisis. Congress has 10 days left to pass a bill that will fund our government, protect our homeland, and secure our very dangerous southern border. Now is the time for Congress to show the world that America is committed to ending illegal immigration and putting the ruthless coyotes, cartels, drug dealers, and human traffickers out of business. As we speak, large, organized caravans are on the march to the United States. We have just heard that Mexican cities, in order to remove the illegal immigrants from their communities, are getting trucks and buses to bring them up to our country in areas where there is little border protection. I have ordered another 3,750 troops to our southern border to prepare for this tremendous onslaught. This is a moral issue. The lawless state of our southern border is a threat to the safety, security, and financial well-being of all America. We have a moral duty to create an immigration system that protects the lives and jobs of our citizens. This includes our obligation to the millions of immigrants living here today who followed the rules and respected our laws. Legal immigrants enrich our nation and strengthen our society in countless ways. I want people to come into our country in the largest numbers ever, but they have to come in legally. Tonight, I am asking you to defend our very dangerous southern border out of love and devotion to our fellow citizens and to our country. No issue better illustrates the divide between America's working class and America's political class than illegal immigration. Wealthy politicians and donors push for open borders while living their lives behind walls and gates and guards. Meanwhile, working-class Americans are left to pay the price for mass illegal immigration. Reduced jobs, lower wages, overburdened schools, hospitals that are so crowded you can't get in, increased crime, and a depleted social safety net. Tolerance for illegal immigration is not compassionate. It is actually very cruel. One in 3 women is sexually assaulted on the long journey north. Smugglers use migrant children as human pawns to exploit our laws and gain access to our country. Human traffickers and sex traffickers take advantage of the wide open areas between our ports of entry to smuggle thousands of young girls and women into the United States and to sell them into prostitution and modern-day slavery. Tens of thousands of innocent Americans are killed by lethal drugs that cross our border and flood into our cities, including meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. The savage gang, MS-13, now operates in at least 20 different American states, and they almost all come through our southern border. Just yesterday, an MS-13 gang member was taken into custody for a fatal shooting on a subway platform in New York City. We are removing these gang members by the thousands, but until we secure our border, they're going to keep streaming right back in. Year after year, countless Americans are murdered by criminal, illegal aliens. I've gotten to know many wonderful angel moms and dads and families. No one should ever have to suffer the horrible heartache that they have had to endure. Here tonight is Deborah Bissell. Just 3 weeks ago, Deborah's parents, Gerald and Sharon, were burglarized and shot to death in their Reno, Nevada home by an illegal alien. They were in their 80s and are survived by 4 children, 11 grandchildren, and 20 great-grandchildren. Also here tonight are Gerald and Sharon's granddaughter, Heather, and great-granddaughter, Madison. To Deborah, Heather, Madison, please stand. Few can understand your pain. Thank you, and thank you for being here. Thank you very much. I will never forget, and I will fight for the memory of Gerald and Sharon, that it should never happen again. Not one more American life should be lost because our nation failed to control its very dangerous border. In the last 2 years, our brave ICE officers made 266,000 arrests of criminal aliens, including those charged or convicted of nearly 100,000 assaults, 30,000 sex crimes, and 4,000 killings or murders. We are joined tonight by one of those law enforcement heroes, ICE Special Agent Elvin Hernandez. When Elvin When Elvin was a boy, he and his family legally immigrated to the United States from the Dominican Republic. At the age of 8, Elvin told his dad he wanted to become a special agent. Today, he leads investigations into the scourge of international sex trafficking. Elvin says that if I can make sure these young girls get their justice, I've really done my job. Thanks to his work and that of his incredible colleagues, more than 300 women and girls have been rescued from the horror of this terrible situation. And more than 1,500 sadistic traffickers have been put behind bars. We will always support the brave men and women of law enforcement. And I pledge to you tonight that I will never abolish our heroes from ICE. Thank you. My administration has sent to Congress a common sense proposal to end the crisis on the southern border. It includes humanitarian assistance, more law enforcement, drug detection at our ports, closing loopholes that enable child smuggling, and plans for a new physical barrier or wall to secure the vast areas between our ports of entry. In the past, most of the people in this room voted for a wall. But the proper wall never got built. I will get it built. This is a smart, strategic, see-through steel barrier, not just a simple concrete wall. It will be deployed in the areas identified by the border agents as having the greatest need. And these agents will tell you where walls go up, illegal crossings go way, way down. San Diego used to have the most illegal border crossings in our country. In response, a strong security wall was put in place. This powerful barrier almost completely ended illegal crossings. The border city of El Paso, Texas, used to have extremely high rates of violent crime, one of the highest in the entire country and considered one of our nation's most dangerous cities. Now, immediately upon its building, with a powerful barrier in place, El Paso is one of the safest cities in our country. Simply put, walls work and walls save lives. So let's work together, compromise, and reach a deal that will truly make America safe. As we work to defend our people's safety, we must also ensure our economic resurgence continues at a rapid pace. No one has benefited more from our thriving economy than women, who have filled 58% of the newly created jobs last year. You weren't supposed to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All Americans can be proud that we have more women in the workforce than ever before. Don't sit yet. You're going to like this. And exactly 1 century after Congress passed the constitutional amendment giving women the right to vote, we also have more women serving in Congress than at any time before. That's great. Very great. And congratulations. That's great. As part of our commitment to improving opportunity for women everywhere, this Thursday, we are launching the first ever government-wide initiative focused on economic empowerment for women in developing countries. To build on, thank you. To build on our incredible economic success, one priority is paramount: reversing decades of calamitous trade policies. So bad. We are now making it clear to China that after years of targeting our industries and stealing our intellectual property, the theft of American jobs and wealth has come to an end. Therefore, we recently imposed tariffs on $250 billion of Chinese goods, and now our Treasury is receiving billions and billions of dollars. But I don't blame China for taking advantage of us. I blame our leaders and representatives for allowing this travesty to happen. I have great respect for President Xi, and we are now working on a new trade deal with China. But it must include real structural change to end unfair trade practices, reduce our chronic trade deficit, and protect American jobs. Another historic trade blunder was the catastrophe known as NAFTA. I have met the men and women of Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, New Hampshire, and many other states whose dreams were shattered by the signing of NAFTA. For years, politicians promised them they would renegotiate for a better deal. But no one ever tried until now. Our new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, will replace NAFTA and deliver for American workers like they haven't had delivered to for a long time. I hope you can pass the USMCA into law so that we can bring back our manufacturing jobs in even greater numbers, expand American agriculture, protect intellectual property, and ensure that more cars are proudly stamped with our 4 beautiful words, made in the USA. Tonight, I am also asking you to pass the United States Reciprocal Trade Act so that if another country places an unfair tariff on an American product, we can charge them the exact same tariff on the exact same product that they sell to us. Both parties should be able to unite for a great rebuilding of America's crumbling infrastructure. I know that Congress is eager to pass an infrastructure bill, and I am eager to work with you on legislation to deliver new and important infrastructure investment, including investments in the cutting-edge industries of the future. This is not an option. This is a necessity. The next major priority for me and for all of us should be to lower the cost of health care and prescription drugs, and to protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Already as a result of my administration's efforts in 2018, drug prices experienced their single largest decline in 46 years. But we must do more. It's unacceptable that Americans pay vastly more than people in other countries for the exact same drugs, often made in the exact same place. This is wrong, this is unfair, And together, we will stop it, and we'll stop it fast. I am asking Congress to pass legislation that finally takes on the problem of global freeloading and delivers fairness and price transparency for American patients, finally. We should also require drug companies, insurance companies, and hospitals to disclose real prices to foster competition and bring costs way down. No force in history has done more to advance the human condition than American freedom. In recent years, we have made remarkable progress in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Scientific breakthroughs have brought a once distant dream within reach. My budget will ask Democrats and Republicans to make the needed commitment to eliminate the HIV epidemic in the United States within 10 years. We have made incredible strides, incredible. Together, we will defeat AIDS in America and beyond. Tonight, I am also asking you to join me in another fight that all Americans can get behind, the fight against childhood cancer. Joining Melania in the gallery this evening is a very brave 10-year-old girl, Grace Eline. Every birthday, hi, Grace. Every birthday since she was 4, Grace asked her friends to donate to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. She did not know that one day she might be a patient herself. That's what happened. Last year, Grace was diagnosed with brain cancer. Immediately, she began radiation treatment. At the same time, she rallied her community and raised more than $40,000 for the fight against cancer. When Grace completed treatment last fall, her doctors and nurses cheered. They loved her. They still love her. With tears in their eyes as she hung up a poster that read, "Last day of chemo." Thank you very much, Grace. You are a great inspiration to everyone in this room. Thank you very much. Many childhood cancers have not seen new therapies in decades. My budget will ask Congress for $500 million over the next 10 years to fund this critical life-saving research. To help support working parents, the time has come to pass school choice for Americans' children. I am also proud to be the first president to include in my budget a plan for nationwide paid family leave so that every new parent has the chance to bond with their newborn child. There could be no greater contrast to the beautiful image of a mother holding her infant child than the chilling displays our nation saw in recent days. Lawmakers in New York cheered with delight upon the passage of legislation that would allow a baby to be ripped from the mother's womb moments from birth. These are living, feeling, beautiful babies who will never get the chance to share their love and their dreams with the world. And then we had the case of the governor of Virginia, where he stated he would execute a baby after birth. To defend the dignity of every person, I am asking Congress to pass legislation to prohibit the late-term abortion of children who can feel pain in the mother's womb. Let us work together to build a culture that cherishes innocent life. And let us reaffirm a fundamental truth. All children, born and unborn, are made in the holy image of God. The final part of my agenda is to protect American security. Over the last 2 years, we have begun to fully rebuild the United States military with $700 billion last year and $716 billion this year. We are also getting other nations to pay their fair share. Finally. For years, the United States was being treated very unfairly by friends of ours, members of NATO. But now we have secured, over the last couple of years, more than $100 billion of increase in defense spending from our NATO allies. They said it couldn't be done. As part of our military buildup, the United States is developing a state-of-the-art missile defense system Under my administration, we will never apologize for advancing America's interests. For example, decades ago, the United States entered into a treaty with Russia in which we agreed to limit and reduce our missile capability. While we followed the agreement and the rules to the letter, Russia repeatedly violated its terms. It's been going on for many years. That is why I announced that the United States is officially withdrawing from the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, or INF Treaty. Perhaps we really have no choice. Perhaps we can negotiate a different agreement, adding China and others, or perhaps we can't, in which case we will outspend and out-innovate all others by far. As part of a bold new diplomacy, we continue our historic push for peace on the Korean Peninsula. Our hostages have come home. Nuclear testing has stopped, and there has not been a missile launch in more than 15 months. If I had not been elected President of the United States, we would right now, in my opinion, be in a major war with North Korea. Much work remains to be done, but my relationship with Kim Jong-un is a good one. Chairman Kim and I will meet again on February 27th and 28th in Vietnam. Two weeks ago, the United States officially recognized the legitimate government of Venezuela and its new president, Juan Guaido. We stand with the Venezuelan people in their noble quest for freedom, and we condemn the brutality of the Maduro regime, whose socialist policies have turned that nation from being the wealthiest in South America into a state of abject poverty and despair. Here in the United States, we are alarmed by the new calls to adopt socialism in our country. America was founded on liberty and independence, and not government coercion, domination, and control. We are born free, and we will stay free. Tonight, we renew our resolve that America will never be a socialist country. One of the most complex set of challenges we face and have for many years is in the Middle East. Our approach is based on principled realism not discredited theories that have failed for decades to yield progress. For this reason, my administration recognized the true capital of Israel and proudly opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Our brave troops have now been fighting in the Middle East for almost 19 years. In Afghanistan and Iraq, nearly 7,000 American heroes have given their lives. More than 52,000 Americans have been badly wounded. We have spent more than $7 trillion in fighting wars in the Middle East. As a candidate for president, I loudly pledged a new approach. Great nations do not fight endless wars. When I took office, ISIS controlled more than 20,000 square miles in Iraq and Syria just 2 years ago. Today, we have liberated virtually all of the territory from the grip of these bloodthirsty monsters. Now, as we work with our allies to destroy the remnants of ISIS, it is time to give our brave warriors in Syria a warm welcome home. I have also accelerated our negotiations to reach, if possible, a political settlement in Afghanistan. The opposing side is also very happy to be negotiating. Our troops have fought with unmatched valor, and thanks to their bravery, we are now able to pursue a possible political solution to this long and bloody conflict.
All right, everybody, welcome back for the 6:30 interview with Jade Wall of Fair Tax. Last time we had Jade on, not too long ago, kind of got in the weeds about how this whole fair tax thing is working, especially the prebate part of it. And so we had a lot of questions. We're bringing Jade back, especially perfect timing with all the stuff that's going on right now with, you know, the tariffs and all the stuff that we're seeing happen. So it's a good time to bring Jade back. But before I bring Jade back, some of you guys may not have, you know, understood what the whole fair tax is all about. So what I want to do is I'd like to play you a quick video. It's just a minute long to explain to you about the fair tax system. Mine's not. My mic is working now. But anyway, we had Jade on before. We were talking about fair tax. It's kind of complicated. Had a lot of questions, so we're bringing them back on right now. Jade, how you doing, man?
Good, Barry. How are you?
Good, good, good. We just want to make sure your volume is good. All right, so just watch the video, and without going way deep into it, can you explain to people again what the whole fair tax thing is about?
Yeah, you bet. Thanks, Barry. Yeah, for your listeners, we'll just keep it really simple. The 30-second elevator speech is this simple. The fair tax system is a tax replacement system meant to bring in the same revenue into our treasury that our income and payroll tax system does now, but it replaces the income and payroll tax system with the consumption tax system. So what that means is you don't pay any income tax, you keep your whole paycheck, and you just pay your tax, your federal burden, when you consume things. That means when you purchase new goods and items. And one of the principles is it's a tax on consumption, but it's only once and only once. So if it's a used item, and I didn't really hone in on this last time, used cars. 88% of home sales in the U.S. are pre-owned homes. There's no fair tax. It's a tax once and only once on new goods and services that completely replaces the income tax. And in maybe I'll go beyond 30 seconds, but it's worth digging a little bit deeper on what it means to eliminate the income tax in the IRS. That means no corporate income tax, no individual income tax, no gift tax if you're a grandparent and you want to give to your grandchild's college savings, no estate tax, aka death tax, where you have to sell the farm to pay the taxes on the farm that you inherited, no alternative minimum tax, and really all the income tax regime is gone. And I'd say all the tax returns, all the tax instruction forms, all the 80,000 plus pages of regulations and tax law that we're required to understand, all of this is gone under the fair tax. You don't have to do any record keeping whatsoever. You just pay at Walmart and Home Depot and off you go.
Now, I'm looking at some of the questions coming up already. And one of the questions right off the bat is, and I know you know the answer to this, who sets the poverty level and how is that determined?
Yeah, that's a good question. So what the fair tax does, it uses a governmental mechanism already in place called the Department of Health and Human Services that establish an annual poverty level for the contiguous 48 states every year, also Alaska and Hawaii. And the prebate, which is a very important part of the fair tax, is determined based on this poverty level. Because the principle is, Barry, that you shouldn't have to pay taxes on the basic necessities to live. No one should. And so the prebate reimburses you for the taxes you pay at the register up to the poverty level, if that makes sense.
Okay. So I'm going to try and make it really palatable and so people understand, because one of the first comments I got here is I think 23% is too high. And they're not really understanding. It's actually not, depending on how you look at it, because if you're in a certain tax bracket, income tax bracket, and you've got a consumption tax, you don't choose, for the most part, your income tax. You're choosing your consumption tax, unless I'm wrong here. And in addition, if you're on a fixed income, and this is where it gets into the weeds, people are not understanding at all about the prebate. Should I roll the prebate video? Do you think that would help at this point?
Barry, that'd be a great, and then we'll address Sherry after the video.
All right, so here's a video on what exactly is the prebate.
The fair tax does not hurt the poor and does not reward the rich because it's not a straight sales tax like the sales tax we already have. The fair tax creates a level playing field by taxing everyone at the same rate at the cash register, but untaxes the household up to poverty level. This means that those living closer to the poverty level pay a lower overall tax rate, while those living a lavish lifestyle pay a higher overall tax rate. Yet the law still applies to everyone equally. This is called the prebate, which reimburses every legal American household the taxes they will have to pay on the basic necessities each month. As those basic necessities vary by household, the fair tax untaxes you and not the purchases. This keeps tax lobbyists out of the picture and keeps you in control of what you pay. Do you think the prebate will be too expensive and act just like a huge welfare program? The prebate will cost less than half of what the current deductions and exemptions cost and operates just like the standard deduction you already take. It's your money. You're just getting it back each month rather than once a year. Everyone under the fair tax controls their own tax rate by deciding when and how much money they spend above poverty level, and thus how much they pay in taxes. To learn more, please visit fairtax.org and be sure to like us on social media to help educate your friends and spread the word.
All right, so Jay, somebody actually went and looked it up, so we have the number so we can refer to Sherry. The federal poverty level is 138% of 20,783. So I guess 20,783 is the baseline. So 28,680 is the poverty level. Okay, so now that we've got that baseline number, what does that mean to somebody who's not making 28,000?
So the way the prebate works, and there's actually a schedule, and I'm happy to flash it up here. It is determined based on your family size. So, for example, it eliminates the marriage penalty, and it doesn't penalize you and say that you only get one poverty level. If you're for example, if you're two adults, it's going to double your annual consumption allowance. This, and you probably can't see it, is the prebate schedule.
I got that, and I have it, so I can bring it up here. So,
okay,
can you see it?
Yep, there you go.
Okay, I can make it smaller so it can fit in that window. Oops, what did I just do? 1 second.
And while you work on that, what I'll say is yeah, there you go, perfect. What the prebate does is, as your family size gets bigger, it says you need more annual consumption allowance. That means AKA the prebate. And so you can see if you're one adult with all these dependents on the left there, you're getting more of a prebate. And then you can see it divided out in its monthly calculation. A two-adult household over to the right with one dependent, two dependent, three dependents, etc. And you can see what the annual prebate is. And again, divide by 12, and that's how much you'll get direct deposited into your bank account. And Barry, I want to say I appreciate, me being a CPA, I can talk through numbers. I can tell you're pretty astute and can talk through numbers, but not everyone's wired by God that way. So I made a few examples, 3 or 4 examples that I can put up. One of them is, I'm on a fixed income Social Security. One of them's maybe I'm married on a fixed income Social Security. And we can see how this would really work as far as your effective tax rate. Because what I hear is 23%, oh my gosh, that's too high. The vast majority of people are not paying 23%. And I can maybe walk through a few examples when you're ready of exactly how that plays out.
Are they on this chart?
No, I've got them here. I think it's pretty visible.
Okay.
So I apologize. I feel a little bit like Karl Rove on Fox News.
The whiteboard. Okay, go ahead.
So here's a single person. They're not really bringing in much money. Their Social Security income's $13,000, and you can see when you're bringing in $13,000, you're spending every single penny of it. So you're spending $13,000. So the fair tax you pay at the register, simple math, is $2,990. Well, your annual consumption allowance is $15,650, and so that means you multiply that by the 23%. Your annual prebate's $3,600, which is $300 a month. So what's the tax rate this person paid? That's a minus 4.7%. And to get real simple, this person paid $29.90 at the register, but they got $3,600 back. So what is that? $610 divided by the $13,000 they spent, minus 4.7% rate. So this might be a single elderly, or maybe Social Security age lady. As I get older, I use that word elderly much less now. 70 isn't as old as it used to be for me. But hopefully that's a little helpful there in scenario number 1. And I've got a few more scenarios if this will be helpful.
Okay, yeah, please.
Let's go to number.
I'm watching the comments, and people are they're understanding it a little bit more. So this, like for instance, let's look at this lady. And thank you, Cindy.
So this is married. They're on Social Security fixed income.
Hold on a second, Cindy. Look at the comment, Jade.
Oh,
okay.
Sorry.
So Cindy goes, I'm single with 0 dependents and $1,240 a month. I believe that would be her income. I've worked from 18 until 68 years old. What about her? That'd be a perfect example.
This is her right here. Right? $1,240 a month. That's pretty darn close to $13,000 a year.
Okay.
This is her. She's actually going to get $3,600 back in the prebate, but only pay $29.90 at the register as she goes to Walmart and buys her groceries and her oranges and everything. And so she's actually going to get money back from the government. Now, some people would say like, oh, this is welfare. Now, this is very similar to our current situation where you have what's called an earned income credit under the income tax, where you actually get more money than you pay in taxes. So again, the powers that be, when the fair tax was created, it says we're going to catch more flies with with honey than vinegar, and we got to keep this progressive, not regressive. And so if you're really bringing in 13,000, we think this is fair. And so in this case, Cindy is going to be completely taken care of. She's not going to be paying any tax to the government.
Okay, so when does she get that money? That $300? Yeah. How does she get it? Where does it come from? How often does it come? That kind of stuff.
So let's get granular. So when you read the 132 pages on PDF, it's 132 pages. The Fair Tax Act. It again, we won't have the IRS. So $13 billion bureaucracy gone. Mm-hmm. What we'll have is a little sales tax administration authority. So think 1/1,000th the size of the IRS, because you still got to collect the money, and annually or whenever there's a change, you will fill out this one form. There's got to be some piece of administration to see, well, who's in my household, how many people are in my household, how big's my rebate. Mm-hmm. So this is the one form you're going to fill out annually and or when there's a major change, and all you're going to put on it is your name, your social security numbers. There's going to be 2 or 3 certifications that you're a lawful U.S. citizen. Social security numbers kind of get that anyway. The certification of the number of people in your household, certification that none of those people are in prison on the determination date.
Right.
And so then the sales tax authority says, yep, all the social security numbers check out, real easy to audit and make sure there's no shenanigans and malfeasance and skullduggery and all these fun analogies to this word. And you get the rebate beginning of the month, every month as that gets processed. In this case, it was, $300 a month for this single lady, Cindy. $300 a month, bam, in your bank account up front.
Just direct deposit. Now
if you get a check, that's fine too.
This would be a government program, right? So it's not an independent agency. If this thing were to move forward, it would be, basically law. So it's not like it's going to some third agency. It would be part of the government, correct?
Absolutely. This is the Sales Tax Administration Authority, part of the Treasury Department. The Secretary of Treasury is kind of over it all.
So this guy San, if assuming he's not a troll, I can't do much when you just say this thing stinks, because I don't know what your financial position is. We don't know how much you're making, how many dependents you have, but I'll just somewhat tell you how it affects me. And in regards to if you make a certain amount, and let's say you're in, a 30% tax rate. If you make, $60,000 a year and you got to pay the taxes on it. If that's not there, if you don't have to pay that. So April 15th, when you're looking at your individual paycheck and you think you're getting what's called a refund, which is really not a refund, it's a loan repayment, you get that money and you lent the government this money over a period of a year. Are you saying that if you never had any taxes taken out of your paycheck for over 12 months, paying 23% at the register wouldn't be more financially beneficial to you? And in that regard, I have to say you're not understanding, because I know right now the check that you have to write for your taxes, or what they take out, because I'm not going to say you're making a schedule. Let's say you're just a regular 1040 person and your boss is taking out so much every single week, whether you like it or not, they're taking it out. So I want you, everybody watching right now, to do me a favor and think to yourself, how much is your net pay? How much is your boss taking out of your paycheck every single week? And then once you know that, then say to yourself, what would I do if I didn't have to pay that? Yet, you also know what your grocery bill is. Let's say your grocery bill is, $200 a month, $300 a month. And that, as Jade said, that's going to come out to $3,600 a year. This isn't even in the prebate. Let's say you make enough money to pay it yourself. I bet you pay more than $3,600 a year in taxes. Am I right, Jay?
Sorry, I cut out there for a second. I heard most of what you said there. You're absolutely right. We don't know, this guy's background, but you give us a little more color. Barry, I've got you said 60,000. I've actually got scenario number 3 here. I'm happy to put up.
Okay. Hold on.
Let's say your guess of San is correct. Family of 4, and he has an income of $58,000. So just coincidentally, I was close to your estimate. The fair tax he'd spend is $13,340. That's just $58,000 times 23%. But this is a scenario. I'm throwing in something unique. San bought a used car this year for $7,000, right? Okay, these things happen. So now, what did he really pay tax on? $51,000, because you don't pay the fair tax on used items. So his true fair tax paid was $11,700 and something there.
Right.
Okay, great. Well, what's his fair tax is still based on his family of 4, annual poverty level, the annual consumption allowance there, $9,700 a year. So that's $811 a month. So what is this guy's tax rate? Well, normally it would be 6.2%, but because he bought a used car, he had legally avoided tax. This guy's tax rate, $58,000 of income and spending, was 3.5%, not even close to 23%. Barry, I hope this helps really bring home the example of this really gets the rich. Like if you're spending $500,000, million, $2 million, new yachts, you're going to be up very close to 23% because the prepaid doesn't do that much to the math. But if you're at 58,000, like half of America is, 3.5% in this particular example. Is that great?
That's like I said the first time we talked, and I also had Peter St. Ange earlier, and the math is going. In order to sell this to Americans, we're going to have to figure out a way to message it because people are. I mean, like for instance, this gentleman right here says those of us who are on disability, Social Security, don't pay taxes already. Correct. I pay groceries with food stamps. No cash. How does it work for people in his situation? Well, if you're not paying taxes and you're on food stamp, well, I'll let you explain that.
Yeah, Barry. Well, you were going in the right direction. So I'd go back to my earlier example. In these situations where you have very limited income, let's just assume you spend everything you make, right? Those of us and a good chunk of my younger life, I definitely spent everything I made, if not more. You are going to have a negative tax rate because your prebate is going to be larger than what you spend at the register to live.
Mm-hmm. Yep. and it's hard. I mean, I'm looking at some people and saying, I'm not seeing how this works for low-income seniors. We're talking about it.
Let's go to the married couple on Social Security, should we?
Okay.
Married couple on Social Security. You get $24,000 a year, and you're just a married couple. You spend $24,000. No savings here. The fair tax paid was $5,520. The annual consumption allowance, $31,300 times your rate. You get $7,200 back a year, $600 a month. So what is the rate? This couple, $24,000 of expenditures. Look, they're getting $7,200 back, and they're paying $5,500. That's a negative 7% tax rate. This will help the working poor. This will help those on a fixed income. I know a lot of your audience is in Florida and maybe living on Social Security. So this is pertinent and this is timely. But what about those people just trying to maybe change their station in life? Mm-hmm. America's great because no other country in the history of humankind allowed people at least the opportunity, not the guarantee, the opportunity to change their station in life. You're not a Patel and down at the bottom of the rung in India. You can change it. This fair tax versus our income tax allows you to actually pull yourself up by the bootstraps much better than the income tax system. It kind of penalizes you. A lot of the comments we get are, well, I don't want to do this or make any more money because I'll go to a higher bracket, and that's encouraging the wrong behavior. The fair tax eliminates that.
Right. LMO asks, is state tax included? Or
States are states. This is a federal program, so eliminating the federal income tax, the federal gift tax, death tax, all this. So states are on their own. Now, what the powers that be, the PhD folks who really did a lot of research on this over the past 20 years, 25 years, they say, listen, a lot of the state income tax returns, what's the very first line? What's your federal adjusted gross income?
Right. Mm-hmm.
That's the first line you start with. Well, with that gone under the fair tax, there's a reasonable presumption and a consensus that the states will follow very quickly and all go to like your Florida and not have an income tax, or introduce a prebate to kind of help reimburse you on your taxes, or keep it, Florida, maybe they don't charge the sales tax on the groceries. Again, the prebate takes care of that federally. You're going to pay tax on everything, but the prebate gets government out of what's food, what's not food. Well, medicine's important. Well, marijuana, is that medicine or not medicine? Oh my gosh, can you imagine the bureaucracy? You just get the prebate, reimburses you up to the poverty level of expenditures, and then you got freedom.
It's almost easier than it appears, because it seems as though if you're below the poverty level, which based on those numbers was 28,000. If all your income combined, your Social Security, your disability, if you're below 28,000, you're essentially going to be paid to buy your groceries. I mean, is that a viable way to say it? So people who are confused, just look at your income. Do you make 28,000 a year or 25,000 a year combined with all of your sources? No. Okay. Well, then you're going to get money to go buy your groceries.
Yeah.
Am I oversimplifying, or is that pretty much it?
And I would add on to what you're saying, Barry. Like, if you're a family, you and your lovely bride, let's just pretend for a second you have 6 dependents. Holy cow! Anything up to $64,300 of expenditures tax free, because that's your poverty level with that many dependents. You kind of add on.
Let's give a real life example, because I'm seeing like. Born on the 4th here says she goes, I got it. It sounds like a real plan. Let's look at, okay, we've looked at the low end. Let's look at moderate income. A two wage earner household, and between the two of them, they're making $100,000 a year, which some people would be considered making a lot of money. So I make $100,000 a year between me and my wife.
Well,
let's look at that.
It's like we coordinated this. I promise your listeners I did not call Barry beforehand, but this is pretty darn close. Okay. I've got a scenario here. And this scenario is family of 4, you're making $114,500. So close, right? And let's just pretend when you're up at this, you're in the top 25% here, or maybe top 35% of wage earners in the country. Let's just say you're saving 10% for retirement. Fair enough? Reasonable assumption? So here, you're really spending $103,000, not that whole $114,000, because you're saving 10%. Fair enough. You're paying fair tax of $23,700 at the register, and your annual consumption allowance for your family of 4 there, $9,700, $811 a month. So what is? Let me make sure that you see that tax rate.
Yeah.
Okay. So your tax rate there, 13.6. Is that anywhere near the 23%? Not even close, because that prebate mathematically untaxes you so much on the first, in this case, $42,000 of expenditures.
Yeah, and it's weird because I'm looking at a lot of the comments, and not a whole lot, but you do see people just, I don't get it. And so I'm trying to help people understand the wherewithal of doing this is, if you don't get it, maybe you should begin to dig more. And here's why. You know what you're paying right now. That's very simple. You know what you pay what they take out of your paycheck or whatever else. You know what it is. You know what you're paying for groceries. So it's very simple just to look what happens if that flipped. I got to keep my money, but the consumption tax was added in. And just start there before you even talk about the prebate. How close are you there? I make $50,000, and they take away. I don't even know what the tax rate is on 50 grand, but let's say it's 20%. I mean, that's 10 grand.
Yeah. Plus your payroll tax. You're 8% on payroll tax.
And so
all 25%. Yeah.
The equation you have to look at is, do I spend this much on groceries? No. Okay, well then 20% on your groceries is going to be far less than what you're being taxed. And that's 20, like you said, is only at the top level. I don't know how to help people understand it even further, because people who say they don't trust it, I don't get it. You're trusting something worse right now.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, Barry, you know what I always say is when someone just vehemently wants to, really poke at this, because you really can't, it's just common sense. But if you really vehemently poke at it, the natural response is, what is it exactly about the IRS and its 80,000 pages of regulations and the payroll tax that's supremely regressive on our working poor? What is it about the IRS and the income tax that you love so much? Can you help me understand that? That's a nice response. I do have a last example of where you can finally see a super wealthy family, 600,000 of income, and we can see. And let me actually do the math for the listener here, because again, sometimes math is tricky, but this is not really complex math. There's no calculus, there's no derivatives. It's pretty simple. So this is an uber wealthy family here, 600,000 of income. Let's say they save 10% of their income, because they want to save for retirement, 401k, or whatever they want to save for. They're going to spend $540,000. Great. What's the tax paid there? $124,000. 23% is a lot on this rich person here, right? They went and bought a new car and maybe a second home in Vail. Wonderful. Very happy for them. Here's the annual consumption allowance. Still that $9,700 for that family of four, $811 a month. And then when we do the math, and let me do this math, they're finally up, if we can see that, 21% paid, if that's coming through there. Yeah, 21%. So how do you calculate that, Jade? How the heck are you getting this? Real simple. I'm looking at this $124,000 that I paid, minus the $9,700 I got in the prebate. So let's call that 115 for easy math. 115 divided by what I spent, 540, that's 21%. It's that simple. It's just some subtraction and some division. That's really it.
I see it. I understand a lot of people who aren't really good in math, and one of the biggest problems is, even though the current tax system is horrible, people have gotten comfortable with it. It's something they know. It's going to be taken out of my paycheck, and I don't even have to think about it. All I need to worry about is my net and what I'm putting in my pocket, and I don't understand what the government's doing with the money, and Doge is telling me $1 gazillion in here, but all I know is what I get here. And so that comfortability, in my mind, is stopping people from looking at the entirety of the picture and saying, is there a better way? And the reason why I talked to Peter earlier and Buddy Baker and Jade here is because right now something is going to change with the tax code. We don't know where it's going to land, whether it's a fair tax or if they just reduce some stuff with tariffs. And you're hearing everything every day about these tariffs. It would behoove you to begin listening, because something is going to change. And so in order to intelligently know how it affects you, listen to the fair tax program that Jade and Buddy Carter and people are talking about. Listen to how the tariffs are working. To just close your eyes and go, it doesn't work, doesn't make any sense, then you're not part of understanding what the economy is doing. And the guy's out there hustling. He's kicking butt, trying to do everything for us. The least we can do is try to understand what could be. And then, if the 23 isn't something that gets settled on, maybe it gets 10, 15 with a tariff. But in any event, whatever things are, and there's different people proposing different things, now to me would be the time for everybody to start looking at their own personal income and understanding, what's it going to be like if I didn't have to pay income tax? Which is probably, I would have to say, anybody watching right now has never known what that's like. That's right. and that's where the problem is. Every single one of us, since the time we're 15 or 16, have had no choice, and this is what we did every April.
Ever since 1913.
When? 1913?
Yeah, that's when the horrible income tax.
So unless you're close to 100 and something years old, which there were a couple who are on Social Security, unless you're 100 plus years old, this is all you've ever known. So it's gonna be like putting on a new pair of shoes, because wait a second, I don't think I want my sandals because they're more comfortable. Yeah, the IRS has made you feel got your eyes crossed, because now we're talking about doing something completely different. And I could go through all of this stuff, all these comments, but we got to wake up. I mean, Jay, we can keep at people. You guys can reach out to these guys on Twitter and keep digging in. It's not something that's gonna all of a sudden light bulbs are gonna go off in a 15 or 20 minute interview. It's going to require you to roll up your sleeves and start looking, because just look around you. I mean, tonight, as he's getting ready to do, his talk, people are freaking out. Canada, they're freaking out. Mexico, they're freaking out. Europe's freaking out. All because he's shaking the tree at this point. And so, Jade, I welcome talking to people like you who have these plans, and I know what you must be going through to try and not convince, but show people, hey, there's a better way to make this mousetrap, and here's how it could work. And I applaud you, because it must be very hard. Some people, even with a lot of money, don't understand it. It's just, I mean, what do you run into when you're talking to people who are even savvy? Do they get it right off the bat, or do you have to spend time explaining to them as well?
Yeah, I do. Some people get it quicker. Like, God makes all different kinds of people. He wires us all with different skills and abilities. And so I stay patient, because not everyone's the same. Like, I could tell, Barry, like you this just snaps with you. You get this. I could just tell by your, eye contact and everything. Not everyone's wired that way. So I stay patient. But once I really get a chance to go, let's just say at least knee deep, right. 9.5 out of 10 are like, yeah, why wouldn't we do that? Because, and I'm actually going to do a podcast on this. I'll try to email Ashley a link, but if you set it up the other way, like, hey, the fair tax is the law of the land, but I've got this great idea. I want to bring in an IRS and an income tax. And you frame it that way, and I start like, you're only going to have to file these returns. There's only 28,000 pages of instruction forms, and when you print them all out, they go around the world 5 times. But when you go through it really kind of shocks you, and it makes you go like, at least I'm going to something where I don't have to do anything. So all your listeners out there, you're not having to go to a system where I'm going to have to fill out what form now? I'm going to have to do what? No, you don't have to do anything. You got that one form. What's your household size? You're done. You are done. And you can keep track of the taxes you pay. You don't have to do that. You see it at the bottom of your Walmart receipt.
And Jay, I'm telling you, in Florida, it makes it easier for me. I mean, because we do it. I mean, so we're already paying a sales tax. We don't have any income tax here. So it's easier for me. I'm like, okay, so if the federal income tax is gone, I already know what paying the sales taxes is doing for us and how we're working. And if that, right now it's 6 or 7, depending on what you buy, if that even doubled, if it tripled, it's still way less than paying income tax. I mean, literally, if it went from 7% to 21%, it's still less than paying income. I mean, it's because we can see it. We can all, it's not hard.
You're right. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
What are the no income tax states? Florida, Texas, and Nevada? Are those the only 3?
Wyoming, Tennessee, I think Oregon might be as well. There's actually 7 or 8 or 9. Yeah, and some of them are like, Tennessee's no income tax, but they do charge maybe a capital gain. So there's little hybrids and things like that. I'll tell you, you might say like, well, a skeptic would say, well, how does that math work? Because I see these tax rates, the effective tax rates we're going to pay after the prebate. How can we fund our federal government? A couple of cool things is like right now, the IRS commissioner said we have $1 trillion of illegal evasion a year, the tax gap. Mm-hmm. Well, what is the tax gap? Well, the law says we should collect $5 trillion. We only collect $4 trillion. Holy cow, $1 trillion a year. That's almost enough to balance the whole budget. Guess what the studies show with the sales tax? $50 billion of evasion, 90% lower evasion. Now, humanity's going to be involved. So think of the lawn guy. Hey, pay me in cash. I won't charge you the fair tax. Welcome to humanity. We're a fallen people. There'll always be some evasion. But the vast majority of expenditures, Amazon, Home Depot, Walmart, Sephora, all these things where you can't skip out on the sales tax. In a vast majority, collects the vast majority of our sales tax. Right. So that's why evasion drastically goes down. Another cool thing, what about all the over 20 million people in the U.S. illegally? They don't fill out Form 1040. We talked about this last time. They go and consume at Ulta, at Sephora, at Walmart, at Discount Tire, and they're going to pay the full federal burden. And oh, by the way, over 20 million people finally paying the federal burden, they don't get a prebate either because they don't have a Social Security number.
Right.
Automatic. And so they're going to pay more than their fair share. They're going to pay more because they're kind of cheating the system. They're going to pay way more than their fair share. That's kind of cool.
Hey, Jade, I can tell, like, recently you've probably reviewed your credit card because you kept saying Sephora and Ulta. And I was like, wait a minute,
and
Jade,
my daughters.
come on, man. He said Sephora and Ulta. And I went, oh, okay, so the wife's been...
Oh, my daughters kill me, Barry. They kill me. I don't even know how they can spend that much.
Sephora and Ulta. I like this comment that, what's his name here? Spanky Ham. The rich would pay their fair share because they would spend more equals. Yeah, the guy who's out there going to buy the Cybertruck is going to spend more money. And I mean, right. So that whole argument about fair share would just completely go away because if you're going to buy like the used Honda and the other guy's going to buy a Cybertruck, he's going to end up paying more and gladly pay it.
And think about, like, sometimes people argue about, like, well, you're going to get rid of the death tax. So these generational dynasties, the Rockefellers, it's not fair because they can do all these schemes and avoid. Mm-hmm. Well, sometimes rich people do save a lot, but what we call savings in the fair tax world, deferred spending. It will get spent.
Yeah.
Think of those, like, prodigal sons, like, maybe... one of our presidents in recent history had a prodigal son that, got into some trouble. Hypothetically. Let's just say hypothetically. Now, he goes out and spends like he's a, rock star, porn star, whatever, right? Mm-hmm. They're going to pay their fair share. They're going to pay at high rates. In those generational dynasties, actually, finally, that generational wealth gets taxed unlike ever before. Because, there's loopholes, there's exclusions, deductions, credits, and ways to get around it when you're uber rich. But you still spend when you're uber rich. Mm-hmm. Even if it's your kid who spends because you were frugal. So fair tax really gets at that generational wealth. That's another little nuance.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense. Like I said, we live it down here, and now Ron DeSantis is trying to do away with property tax. So there must be something to this sales tax and consumption because down here you just have to wonder how are they making it. If they're looking to if there is no income tax and now he's looking to do away with property tax, how's the municipality supposed to run their operations if there's no property taxes? Obviously, people have looked into it and go, this is how. Number one, then doge it locally as well, but there's so much money in the system that is available to be cut, and I love the idea. Where does it fall? I can't answer that question yet. So somebody goes, wait a minute. It says, whoops, if the final amount collected are same as now, where are the savings? Is this just moving the goalposts?
Yeah, it's meant to be revenue neutral, but the cool thing is we're going to have this rate, and you're going to see the spending. And this will get quite common. It's a good, Stephen, it's a fair comment. So it's a rate meant to be revenue neutral, but transparency will be unlike ever before. So let me give you this little scenario. Like right under the fair tax, all you would see is spending and the tax rate under the fair tax. Right. Two simple things, and you'd only have two things to argue with. Now, would your listeners believe, and I'm talking to your listeners now, that the government, because I'm gonna assume, Barry, that you pay a mortgage and you pay a mortgage interest and you might itemize your deductions. The federal government subsidizes Barry's home purchase. They actually give him money to pay. And now I know it sounds convoluted and contrived, but there's what we call tax expenditures, meaning I get a deduction from my home mortgage. Now, the government didn't send me a check, but I paid a few dollars less to the government in taxes because I got a deduction. I get to shield income from taxation for charitable contributions, for home mortgage interest, and for a variety of things on Schedule A itemized deductions. All that's gone away with the fair tax. So under the current income tax, you can actually get away by doing lots of favors for people and groups and constituents by spending money, but it doesn't count as federal spending. It's just lower tax revenue. Now, I know that's a lot to take in. Under the fair tax, that's all gone. I spend what my federal budget is, and I take in, you know what? We don't want to spend that much. Well, your fair tax rate goes down. Right. And good luck to a future politician saying, I want to spend a lot more. Well, the only way to do it, raise your fair tax rate. That'll go over like a fart in church, you know?
Here's a good question. We get it a lot here. Where did it go? Because it sounds like a too good to be true thing. Where does the money for the prebate even come from?
So good question. So when Walmart and Home Depot take in their sales tax receipts, they remit it within a week to the state government. State government gives to the federal government. Great. We already have sales tax collection mechanisms in place. So it's coming out of the collected sales tax receipts month by month by month by month. Small percentage of it.
Another one for you, and it says, does the fair tax need super majority, or can it pass with a simple majority?
Barry asked me this last time, and it's a great question. And actually went back because I was like, oh crap, did I overstep my bounds? And I went and I talked to a lawyer who told me he's not a practicing lawyer right now, but I said, listen, because of the studies that have been done and the dynamic scoring and all that, I'm not smoking crack, am I here? And I was talking to a few people, and they're like, no, Jade, you're not smoking crack. You're correct. This just needs a simple majority in the House and Senate.
I don't know what else, how people are supposed to look at it, because since it just needs a simple majority, this could get done. I mean, and something is going to happen. I mean, because of what we're seeing with these tariffs, and every time Howard talks, and he talks about, yeah, we're going to do tariffs. He's pushing for this stuff. I mean, if you don't listen to me or Jade or Peter or anybody, listen to what the guy in his cabinet keeps saying. We're going to make so much money. We're going to need no income tax. And they're laying the breadcrumbs. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah.
Something is going to change.
Yeah, we say it's like Howard Lutnick is putting out a test balloon because Trump wants to know, is it really palatable to get rid of the IRS and the income tax?
Yeah.
And I think the answer is a resounding yes.
Yeah, and I think people just need to, break the chains and understand that you're some of you may be suffering from Stockholm syndrome because you're like, no tax. Oh my God, what am I gonna do? And then you realize the freedom. You're like, oh. Okay, I'm okay. I didn't drown in the deep end of the pool. I'm going to be okay. Yeah, take your first couple steps and realize it's going to take a lot of education to get people to even just be comfortable talking about no income tax. Well, what happens here? And how do we fight wars? And what do we do? And meanwhile, the guys out there signing $150 billion deals at a time, and people are still worried about, income tax. Which at the same time, nobody wants to pay more taxes, but they're having a hard time realizing, what if there's none, and you're paying it over here instead. So I'm with you. I mean, I'll keep talking about it. The more he talks about it, the more it seems that we have to talk about it, because something is going to happen. I mean, it's obvious at this point. He wouldn't keep saying it. What's the other guy's name? Hassett. He keeps talking about it. Scott Bessent talks about it. So this is his cabinet telling you we're looking to make a change. And like you said, it sounds like a trial balloon. But it's going to take more of us and more people who are watching my videos to just say, I'm good with this. Okay, so let's go with it. Everybody was fine with stop paying all this money to Ukraine. Why? Because you knew about it. That's exactly why. You found out, hey, we're spending $300 billion in Ukraine. Yeah, so right away, everyone was like, let's cut that out. This is the same thing. You're going to have to get used to it, work it in, and educate yourself. So, Jade, I thank you. I love what you guys are trying to do. It makes complete sense with me because I dig into this stuff and do the numbers. And anything I can do to continue this talk. And Buddy Carter, he was amazing, but I got the same kind of questions. You got the kind of RCA dog, and people are like turning to him like, huh? I don't really. All right, Jade, thank you very, very much. Jade, what is it's on the screen at Fair Tax Official, and fairtax.org is the website, correct?
Yep, fairtax.org, please. And please, I'd ask your listeners, if you halfway like it, tell your congressperson and senator you want the fair tax, please.
All right, Jade, thank you very, very much. Enjoy your evening. You're going to watch the speech at 9?
Yes, absolutely. Looking forward to it.
I can't imagine what the fireworks going to be like. So we're counting down a little over 90 minutes or so to it, and thanks for coming on in.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't it be something if Mike Johnson ripped up the speech?
That's funny. Yeah, that's really funny. Or he faked it or something. Or tonight, because the Democrats doing all crazy stuff, if they came in with like hard hats, because these people are going to start throwing stuff or anything. I don't know what these people are going to do tonight. We'll find out for sure.
Hey, have me on anytime, Barry. I always enjoy it.
Thank you, Jade. Thank you very much. All right, everybody. I am not even going to attempt to try and talk through this, further and further, because I know it's very, very complicated. But the one thing I can tell you is you can see the man you voted for, and then the people he's put in place. They are indeed floating trial balloons. They are beginning to talk about it. And because they're talking about it, it's something that at this point, you've heard Peter St. Ange earlier. Who I've had Jade on twice. I've had Buddy Carter on. So you've had 4 people who are now trying to give you information on how this consumption tax would work. It's not a boogeyman. It's math, which I know is hard for people. But if you dig into it, you're going to see the benefit. So we have Trump coming on in, was it 90 minutes from this point? And then before that, we've got Behezy coming up at 8 o'clock. So what I'm going to do at this point, as we're getting closer, I'm going to put back on the speech. Let me see how much time is left on that. And then I'll come on and talk to George Behezy. And then when we talk to George, we'll go ahead and segue directly into everything with President Trump. So we're almost there. We got about, 45 minutes till Behezy comes out. Yeah, about 40 minutes. Okay, wait a minute. I'm getting a text here. Getting a text. Is it SB or Ashley? One of the two. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Let me. Ashley, your question about the Fox contributor that wants to come on. I'm seeing the name, and yeah, let's do that. We can make it work. So, what I'm going to do is take some super chats so that we don't, because it's been here all day. And with this regard, I can start talking to you guys about some of this. And let me see here. Okay. So if I do it this way. Okay, hold on 1 second. Got to be able to do some super chats. Because somebody told me something. They sent me an email, and they had given a super chat, and they were like, is there anything you can do? Because by the time you guys do your super chats, some people may be long gone, or they're not still watching or whatever, and if their super chat was relevant to something they saw at that time, it's not relevant anymore. So I'm like, yeah, that might make some sense. So let's go ahead and take some super chats from some fine people. That'll give me some time to wait until George comes in, and then I'll go ahead and mark it where I've gone, and then I'll take it up from there. All right, so Kevin Ujbury, look forward to your show every day. Got my snacks and I'm ready to roll. Get the popcorn. You got about 90 minutes. Get your popcorn. Subsir, are you saying Pam Bondi may eventually resign? Nope. Nope. I'm not saying that whatsoever. Please. I pride myself on someone who doesn't use innuendos or tries to say something he doesn't mean. I never would say she's going to resign, because one of the things I do know about her, she's not a quitter. She ain't going anywhere. And Trump didn't hire a quitter. All right, so Joy Kirkland, that's not Democratic or Republican ideology. That's humanitarianism. That's just caring for your fellow man, your fellow American. Okay. Beavis, Beavis McLean. If you want the most hilarious stories from military service, look for the Camo Comedy Podcast. That's 2 M's in Camo. Find out how many Jeeps you have to borrow to see Bob Hope live in Vietnam. That's interesting. Intrigue Tech. Working Man, unmentionable topic here. March 28, 29, Passion Resurrection. Okay, that's when, Working Man, the movie, and then Passion Resurrection. Yeah, I want to see that. Of course. Dave Vila, with the U.S. out of NATO, President Trump will save us $1 trillion at best in one move. Wow. Barry, please tell Elon to cut Starlink to Zelensky and see how fast he and Europe will end this war. Somebody, was it Canada, decided they were going to cut Starlink today? Idiots. Mr. Anderson, rinse, repeat, brainwashing scheme won't work. Tommy Radcliffe, hey Tommy, I live in Florida too. I've never eaten anything but fresh fish caught by me or at a restaurant. If you remove the imitation crab and whitefish frozen pack, it drops to 28%. It's the Japanese natural boats. Okay, so earlier we were talking, and it was shocking, where it said that 80% of the seafood in America was imported. And I was like, not down here. And that's what he was saying. It's that imitation crab that's in a lot of food. Dana Wright, I consider the intro Barry's anthem. It's a keeper. Thank you. By the way, that poll came out earlier at 55% said to keep it, 45% said to change it. Intro question, SB3, not 2, or every month. Okay. TJ Brown, thank you. Tina in the World, thanks for your awesome and so are your streams. Thank you very much. We had a long one today. We're almost 10 hours in. This was a marathon. Jennifer Nunn, Barry, can you cut this interview so it can be shared? I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but I will cut all of them and have them posted as well. Sonia Brown, Trudeau met with King Charles yesterday, good or bad. I'm a concerned Canadian. Thank you for your info, as always. Was meeting with King Charles good or bad? I don't think it really matters, does it? England can't help Canada. So they're all leaning on us, all of them. Tommy Radcliffe, what the hell was wrong with the 50s? My parents loved them, had 5 boys, raised them well with their W2 generation. So what's wrong with that? So he's referring to the woman who's making the response tonight for the Democrats who say they want to take us back to 1952. They always try to make it look like that was a bad time. I mean, my dad, my mom were around then. And they never talked bad about the 50s. In fact, Dad loved the movies. I mean, the music. Dave Rutan, some of y'all keep forgetting the U.S. isn't a democracy, it's a republic. Yep, you're right. Don Perkins, Barry, I really appreciate your show and your pleasant personality. Thank you. Cynthia Russell, history would be made if Bondi and Patel made arrests tonight on live TV while President Trump read off their crimes. That would be us. Some people are saying that AOC is not going because she's afraid Tom Homan might be there. Imagine that. Nicholas Cervini, what a great idea to run these ahead of tonight. Thank you. Lloyd B. Thank you, Barry, for cracking me up. I've been watching every day since the 1st of June. You're one funny man. Thank you. Funny how? That's a movie reference, by the way. Jim Wright, seeing all the evil snakes in the past speeches and their facial expressions turns my stomach, knowing now what we didn't know then. We had suspicions, but hindsight is 2020. Wasn't that interesting? Looking at the people who were sitting behind him, and at the same time that they were sitting behind him, they were plotting against him. Biddlebean, my qualia arrived today. I took my first dose of 6 tablets. Tomorrow I will take second dose of 6 tablets. Then I wait a month. I'll let you guys know how I'm feeling each day. Please do. Please do. Because stuff works for me. I am Planet Hermit. Thank you very much. Thank you, Barry. You really went above and beyond the call today. Much respect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Tommy Radcliffe, this is the big one. Political bomb tonight. Forever changes our home one way or the other. Right now we're 90 minutes out. Ryan, Zelensky is a MI6 asset working for Richard Moore. Fair Isle, yay on that meet and greet, ready to drive up from Oh, you're here. All right, you're here. I know Beth's not too far away. Yeah, so either way, we'll do it. We don't know how many people can come, but we'll make it happen. Brian, Barry, if you and Robin catch a tuna, I will pay half of the tuna to be flash frozen and shipped to Lima, Ohio. Are you talking about mahi? Because mahi's plentiful down here. Daniel B. Dwight wants to buy GSW without 40K investment. I didn't understand what he was saying, but you can buy. I showed you how small you can buy things. Tim McMurray, Canadian bait equals Canadian night crawlers, big earthworms. They only come from upper north cold regions. The best come from Canada. Superior bait. For what fish? You're not putting big earthworms and catching, mahi. Dwight Perkins, Barry, my question was, I don't want IRA. I researched Lear Capital and no link to purchase silver without IRA purchase. I'll have to show you. I'll have to show you. Jerry Henson, Vince is the afternoon radio host on WMAL in Washington. He normally followed Dan's program. Okay, so he's talking about the guy who's going to be taking Dan's place. Do you like him, Jerry? Do you like him as a host? Nicholas Lamonicus, Vince is the afternoon. Oh, that's one I just read. Oh no, there's two in a row said it. Okay. Thank you, Nicholas. God bless America. Barry, what are these countries investing in exactly when investing in U.S.? So they're investing in you. I mean, pretty simple. I'm going to put $150 billion here. I'm going to build a plant. I'm going to hire employees. I'm going to teach you people and hire you to make conductor chips and work there and everything else. And you're going to make money. You're going to live in a better house. You're going to eat better. You're going to pay. I mean, they're investing in America. Tommy Radcliffe, with you, Barry. I'll be sitting on the dock of the bay with you playing acoustic guitar classics for us while you have your beer, then rock the house. CR, they all held the cheap little microphones. Yeah, they're little, TikTokers. Let's see here. CR, again, the Democrats want us to pay more taxes, but get upset. We want to tear up other countries. Yep, I posted about that today. Never seen another country tax their residents to give away to other countries. What country is taxing their residents to give to us? Nobody. Daniel Mann, we have to remind our international audience what the boo is an American sign of respect. Good point. Dwight Perkins, Barry, you asked why. Put these in Grok. Matthew 19:24, Luke 12:16, Math 6. Well, I mean, you could just told me. So you gave me a whole bunch of homework. I'll look Matthew 19:24. I'll look right now. And everybody else can just kind of chill for a second. Okay, hold on. Matthew. Let's see what we got. Matthew 19:20. Matthew 19:24. Again, I tell you, it's easy for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God. Interesting that you post that. Jesus used this parable to emphasize that it's impossible for wealthy people to enter the kingdom of God. He contrasted the largest animal most people knew, blah, blah, blah. Jesus was emphasizing that humility and trust are required to enter the kingdom of heaven, and that wealthy people are less likely to have those traits. You got to read the whole thing, okay? So what you're implying are that wealthy people don't have humility and trust, which is maybe you've been around the wrong wealthy people. Just saying. Because if you think all wealthy people are bad, that's on you, bro. That's on you. Not on anybody else. So maybe you've been around the wrong people. Yes, there are some really nasty people who are rich, but there's nasty people who are poor. Doesn't make your character based upon the number of zeros in your bank account. Hopefully, whether you're rich or poor, you're still the same person. Stephen Stergo, is it true Kamala Harris is running for president? Yeah. I don't know if AOC would be the vice president, but I understand she's going to run again. What about capital gains tax? Is it eliminated? Yeah, there wouldn't be any tax. There'd be no need for it. That's what everyone's advocating for. Crete, thank you. Darnley, bless you and your family, Barry. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for watching. FL, I'm an RN right now that is single, making 70 to 80 grand a year. Yep, he showed you how you would actually pay a lot less. Ken Romalina, citizens like a lot of the people in here are going to keep us paying income tax forever. Wake up, people. That's what they count on. You're absolutely right. Yep, you're right. R. Heath, this hits earners who make $200,000 purchasing $50,000 worth of new items. We spend 20 grand on groceries. Would we pay 12 in taxes? That is more than we pay in income tax right now. Diane, Diane discouraged spending? I wish I'd saw that. I would have put it up for Jade to show you. Sorry. Where'd I go there? Okay, Roberto, can't stop. Both leaders don't run their countries. Mega Mama, thank you and God bless you as well. The pseudo master chef, I still feel like you unfairly labeled me a trollberry. Michael Clark, hey Barry, they may need to hire Terry Tate, office linebacker, to honor the Capitol floor during the speech tonight. You remember his commercials with Office Depot? Amazing. Michael Clark, yeah, funny. Goodfellas reference. Yep, funny how. Randy Rittenhouse, Barry, thanks for the fair tax info. This helped. I think the consumption tax is an excellent idea. As always, I love your show. Yeah, you just got to figure it out and do the math, and feel free to contact some of these guys. Rick Moore, hey, Zelensky does not work for me. William Santos, thank you, Barry, for the amazing show. 5 Live, please play We're Gonna Win More. Yep, I think we'll be playing it tonight. Barbara Farley, Anita Hoodie. Well, we're giving away something tonight. Dash Hun Lover, Barry, God love you all day. Thank you, and Robin, for your sacrifice to be with us, keeping us informed of truth. You are a huge blessing. You're like uncle. Thank you very much. Good uncle, hopefully. FB, thank you. And Mama Mima, there's something that people miss. The eye of the needle was actually referring to the gates of Jerusalem, which was referred to as the eye of the needle. What he meant was, while it was difficult, it wasn't impossible. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. I don't like to get into biblical spats with people because, I'm not a pastor, but I do know it's a weird weapon to try and use when people try to use biblical passages as reasoning for why you're bad and I'm not. So let's be careful with it. All right. So George is due up at 8 o'clock. And then, of course, we've got the speech at 9. So let's continue with Donald Trump, and I'll see you guys right at about 8 o'clock. All right? All right.
Rules and respected our laws. Legal immigrants enrich our nation and strengthen our society in countless ways. I want people to come into our country in the largest numbers ever, but they have to come in legally. Tonight I am asking you to defend our very dangerous southern border out of love and devotion to our fellow citizens and to our country. No issue better illustrates the divide between America's working class and America's political class than illegal immigration. Wealthy politicians and donors push for open borders while living their lives behind walls and gates and guards. Meanwhile, working-class Americans are left to pay the price for mass illegal immigration. Reduced jobs, lower wages, overburdened schools, hospitals that are so crowded you can't get in, increased crime, and a depleted social safety net. Tolerance for illegal immigration is not compassionate. It is actually very cruel. One in 3 women is sexually assaulted on the long journey north. Smugglers use migrant children as human pawns to exploit our laws and gain access to our country. Human traffickers and sex traffickers take advantage of the wide open areas between our ports of entry to smuggle thousands of young girls and women into the United States and to sell them into prostitution and modern-day slavery. Tens of thousands of innocent Americans are killed by lethal drugs that cross our border and flood into our cities, including meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. The savage gang MS-13 now operates in at least 20 different American states, and they almost all come through our southern border. Just yesterday, an MS-13 gang member was taken into custody for a fatal shooting on a subway platform in New York City. We are removing these gang members by the thousands, but until we secure our border, they're going to keep streaming right back in. Year after year, countless Americans are murdered by criminal, illegal aliens. I've gotten to know many wonderful angel moms and dads and families. No one should ever have to suffer the horrible heartache that they have had to endure. Here tonight is Deborah Bissell. Just 3 weeks ago, Deborah's parents, Gerald and Sharon, were burglarized and shot to death in their Reno, Nevada home by an illegal alien. They were in their 80s and are survived by 4 children, 11 grandchildren, and 20 great-grandchildren. Also here tonight are Gerald and Sharon's granddaughter, Heather, and great-granddaughter, Madison. To Deborah, Heather, Madison, please stand. Few can understand your pain. Thank you, and thank you for being here. Thank you very much. I will never forget, and I will fight for the memory of Gerald and Sharon, that it should never happen again. Not one more American life should be lost because our nation failed to control its very dangerous border. In the last 2 years, our brave ICE officers made 266,000 arrests of criminal aliens, including those charged or convicted of nearly 100,000 assaults, 30,000 sex crimes, and 4,000 killings or murders. We are joined tonight by one of those law enforcement heroes, ICE Special Agent Elvin Hernandez. When Elvin When Elvin was a boy, he and his family legally immigrated to the United States from the Dominican Republic. At the age of 8, Elvin told his dad he wanted to become a special agent. Today, he leads investigations into the scourge of international sex trafficking. Elvin says that if I can make sure these young girls get their justice, I've really done my job. Thanks to his work and that of his incredible colleagues, more than 300 women and girls have been rescued from the horror of this terrible situation. And more than 1,500 sadistic traffickers have been put behind bars. We will always support the brave men and women of law enforcement. And I pledge to you tonight that I will never abolish our heroes from ICE. Thank you. My administration has sent to Congress a common sense proposal to end the crisis on the southern border. It includes humanitarian assistance, more law enforcement, drug detection at our ports, closing loopholes that enable child smuggling, and plans for a new physical barrier or wall to secure the vast areas between our ports of entry. In the past, most of the people in this room voted for a wall, but the proper wall never got built. I will get it built. This is a smart, strategic, see-through steel barrier, not just a simple concrete wall. It will be deployed in the areas identified by the border agents as having the greatest need, and these agents will tell you where walls go up, illegal crossings go way, way down. San Diego used to have the most illegal border crossings in our country. In response, a strong security wall was put in place. This powerful barrier almost completely ended illegal crossings. The border city of El Paso, Texas, used to have extremely high rates of violent crime, one of the highest in the entire country, and considered one of our nation's most dangerous cities. Now, immediately upon its building, with a powerful barrier in place, El Paso is one of the safest cities in our country. Simply put, walls work and walls save lives. So let's work together, compromise, and reach a deal that will truly make America safe. As we work to defend our people's safety, we must also ensure our economic resurgence continues at a rapid pace. No one has benefited more from our thriving economy than women, who have filled 58% of the newly created jobs last year. You weren't supposed to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All Americans can be proud that we have more women in the workforce than ever before. Don't sit yet. You're going to like this. And exactly 1 century after Congress passed the constitutional amendment giving women the right to vote, we also have more women serving in Congress than at any time before. That's great. Very great. And congratulations. That's great. As part of our commitment to improving opportunity for women everywhere, this Thursday, we are launching the first ever government-wide initiative focused on economic empowerment for women in developing countries. To build on, thank you. To build on our incredible economic success, one priority is paramount: reversing decades of calamitous trade policies. So bad. We are now making it clear to China that after years of targeting our industries and stealing our intellectual property, the theft of American jobs and wealth has come to an end. Therefore, we recently imposed tariffs on $250 billion of Chinese goods, and now our Treasury is receiving billions and billions of dollars. But I don't blame China for taking advantage of us. I blame our leaders and representatives for allowing this travesty to happen. I have great respect for President Xi and we are now working on a new trade deal with China. But it must include real structural change to end unfair trade practices, reduce our chronic trade deficit, and protect American jobs. Another historic trade blunder was the catastrophe known as NAFTA. I have met the men and women of Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, New Hampshire, and many other states whose dreams were shattered by the signing of NAFTA. For years, politicians promised them they would renegotiate for a better deal. But no one ever tried until now. Our new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, will replace NAFTA and deliver for American workers like they haven't had delivered to for a long time. I hope you can pass the USMCA into law so that we can bring back our manufacturing jobs in even greater numbers, expand American agriculture, protect intellectual property, and ensure that more cars are proudly stamped with our 4 beautiful words, made in the USA. Tonight, I am also asking you to pass the United States Reciprocal Trade Act so that if another country places an unfair tariff on an American product, we can charge them the exact same tariff on the exact same product that they sell to us. Both parties should be able to unite for a great rebuilding of America's crumbling infrastructure. I know that Congress is eager to pass an infrastructure bill, and I am eager to work with you on legislation to deliver new and important infrastructure investment, including investments in the cutting-edge industries of the future. This is not an option. This is a necessity. The next major priority for me and for all of us should be to lower the cost of health care and prescription drugs, and to protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Already as a result of my administration's efforts in 2018, drug prices experienced their single largest decline in 46 years. But we must do more. It's unacceptable that Americans pay vastly more than people in other countries for the exact same drugs, often made in the exact same place. This is wrong, this is unfair, and together we will stop it, and we'll stop it fast. I am asking Congress to pass legislation that finally takes on the problem of global freeloading and delivers fairness and price transparency for American patients, finally. We should also require drug companies, insurance companies, and hospitals to disclose real prices to foster competition and bring costs way down. No force in history has done more to advance the human condition than American freedom. In recent years, we have made remarkable progress in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Scientific breakthroughs have brought a once distant dream within reach. My budget will ask Democrats and Republicans to make the needed commitment to eliminate the HIV epidemic in the United States within 10 years. We have made incredible strides, incredible. Together, we will defeat AIDS in America and beyond. Tonight, I am also asking you to join me in another fight that all Americans can get behind, the fight against childhood cancer. Joining Melania in the gallery this evening is a very brave 10-year-old girl, Grace Eline. Every birthday, hi, Grace. Every birthday since she was 4, Grace asked her friends to donate to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. She did not know that one day she might be a patient herself. That's what happened. Last year, Grace was diagnosed with brain cancer. Immediately, she began radiation treatment. At the same time, she rallied her community and raised more than $40,000 for the fight against cancer. When Grace completed treatment last fall, her doctors and nurses cheered. They loved her. They still love her. With tears in their eyes as she hung up a poster that read, "Last day of chemo."
All right, everybody. Wait a minute. I'm still hearing something. Oh. Hold on 1 second. Where am I hearing that sound from? There's some sound coming through. Are you guys hearing that second sound, or is that just me? Because I'm hearing a second sound. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to. Yeah, it's me somewhere. Okay, hold on. Let me fix this. I'm hearing a second sound. All right, well, 1 second. I have to figure out where I'm getting that second sound in from. All right, anyway, we're in the home stretch, everybody. We are in the home stretch at this point. I've got George here. Man, this is driving me crazy hearing two sets of sounds coming in my ear. Hold on 1 second. Let me see where that's coming from. I just ran into this issue. Not sure why. 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Let me figure this out.
Thank you very much, Grace. You are a great inspiration to everyone in this room. Thank you very much. Many childhood cancers have not seen new therapies in decades. My budget will ask Congress for $500 million.
Okay, so I found it. I had another window open and it was playing through my headset. It drives you crazy when you're hearing echoes and different voices and everything, so I apologize for that, but I had to get that cleared up because there's no way I'm going to make it through another two and a half hours with with hearing all that stuff in my ear. But now we're clear. Everything is fine. I've got George Behezy tweets coming on in here. George, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, and
right.
Trust me, there's no two sounds on my end, so you're good.
It was mine. It was in my ear, and I had another window open with the video playing, so just too many things open. Been here since 9:30 this morning. It's just an all-day thing. We've been trying to get to this point.
9:30?
9:30 this morning. 10 and a half hours we've been streaming. And in between there, I've had probably 4 or 5 different interviews, and we're going to bring it home with you tonight. So, yeah, since 9:30. Been grinding all day.
Yeah, you're working harder than our president right now. I'll go to sleep. That man is Truth Social posting. I'll wake up, and he already made 50 news stories by the time I wake up.
Has he posted anything recently? Because I haven't checked. No, nothing. No,
I would hope not, because he should be on his way to the State of the Union thing. So.
He just slapped Justin Trudeau, and that was about it. So how you doing? Busy? Of course you are.
I'm doing good. I'm not as busy as you. I mean, you're on another level here, so.
No, man, you got all the contacts. That's a little bit different. You're actually breaking news, and I wanted to go over something you broke earlier, which is dumbfounding. So we've been talking about tariffs, and we've been talking about abolishing the IRS and consumption tax stuff all day long, and you broke something that is just gonna blow people away. Let me see if I can bring it on the screen so you can see it as well. Yeah, there you are. George put this up. How long ago? Maybe like an hour ago. 6:26. Trump officials at the IRS are now making plans to fire 45,000 employees. That would be 50% of the age. Oh my God! He put their heads are gonna explode.
You know, Barry. So before the election, I had this worry that, Trump would get in there and he would try to reform the system, as in keep everyone in place and then just make it work faster, make it work more efficient. I didn't think he would walk in and start proposing firing up to 50. By the way, they already fired like 10,000 people.
Yeah.
So the IRS workforce has already been slimmed down. And now this isn't a slimming down. Like, you're losing all your weight, So I just think there's nothing more important right now than everyone to grasp just how massive it would be for half the IRS to be gone. Because this is an agency that shouldn't exist. I mean, he says it all the time. And Howard Lutnick, one of my favorite cabinet picks because this guy goes on TV and he just speaks my language. They're talking about reforming government. Lutnick was saying instead of having USPS just be a bunch of people that just deliver mail, how about have them do the census?
Yeah.
How about have them go household to household and do the census? There's already like 600,000 people because every 10 years we do the census. The Census Bureau would have to hire all these people, 600,000 people across the country, to go household to household counting people. But Lutnick's like, well, what other agency has 600,000 people, already has cars and gas in the cars, and already interacts with people on a daily basis that could just go inside those houses and count and do all that stuff. Also, this guy's talking about replacing 20,000 Social Security workers with USPS workers because 20,000 Social Security workers go door to door and hand out forms and do all the stuff that's associated with that. It's like this administration is thinking outside the box because they're on a mission to balance the budget. We have a $2 trillion deficit. And the only way to solve that is to have Doge cut out $1 trillion, canceling all sorts of contracts, and then to have the extra $1 trillion in slimming down and also growing the economy. So it's bizarre to think about how interesting their minds work.
Yeah. And so in addition to that slimming down, these tariffs are driving people absolutely crazy. Canada doesn't know what to do. Mexico doesn't know what to do. Today there was a video, I think you posted it as well, that Howard Lutnick said the phone just keeps ringing and ringing. They're trying to say, what can we do? What can we do? Yet earlier you had posted Trudeau goes out there and tries to act like Billy Badass and how he wants to take on Trump. And Howard Lutnick saying he's basically groveling in my ear. So tomorrow, I think you posted that possibly by tomorrow they could have it worked out. What are you hearing in that regard?
So I really hope we don't get a scenario where these tariffs get reduced to like 5%, because that's not anything, right? 5%. President Trump wants these tariffs to be meaningful, to balance and level the playing field against people that have been screwing us for decades. So I can imagine like a 15%, or nothing happens. I hope nothing happens because I think these countries like Mexico need to feel the pain. Did you know that in, I believe, like 2018 or whenever President Trump imposed tariffs on China, the first time around in his first term, China started exporting their products to Mexico in large numbers and then just snuck them into the United States. They did that so much. That's why the United States exports from China decreased. So and then Mexico's exports increased because we were getting everything through Mexico. So China would avoid those tariffs. And so that's why these tariffs are the way they are. They're structured to punish China indirectly because they were using Mexico to do the dirty work. And so I really don't want the tariffs to be removed or reduced in any way.
Right.
But let's just analyze a little bit. These Canadians get on TV, puffing their chest out like Nancy, right? They are just telling everybody, look, President Trump is a bully. I think Justin or Pierre Poilievre, one of their leading conservative candidates against Trudeau's party, he came out and he said, America just stabbed its best friend in the back. It's funny. Anytime a country wants something from us, we're their best friend. We're their greatest ally. We're in this together. We're like brothers. We have a special relationship. So anytime they need something from us, they just, we're suddenly the greatest people ever. But then, when they're screwing us, they're laughing about our health care. They're laughing about the things that go on here. So, yeah, he's like, America stabbed its best friend in the back. And it's like they say all this stuff on TV, but behind the scenes, like Howard said, they're calling his phone. His phone's melting. 99 plus missed calls from Trudeau. Trudeau said he wanted to speak to Trump, and it seemed like Trump is kind of ghosting him. He's not responding to any of his advances. So to me, it's very obvious. And of course, their rhetoric, it plays really well with the left over here. Because when, this Doug Ford guy, I guess Canada's version of Peter Griffin, he just looks exactly like him somehow. But when he comes out and he says things like, we're going to cut off their electricity. How bizarre is that? Did you know that in order for Canada to transport its own oil from the western provinces to its eastern provinces, Ontario and Quebec, they need to go through a pipeline in the United States? So if Canada were to cut off or charge Americans the electricity, the limited electricity they provide to Minnesota or New York, we could literally cut off Canada's own oil supply because they are so incompetent. They bought into the climate garbage so much, they didn't want to build a pipeline through their own country. So they gave us the power to essentially control their oil supply. And they're puffing their chest, oh, we're going to charge their electricity. Okay, go ahead and do it. Because that's like an act of war, you know?
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
like a really weird tactic just to be retaliating against tariffs that are completely justified, by the way. And then another thing, Barry, most people don't realize this, but you'll read these comments like, but Trump negotiated USMCA. It's his fault, right? Well, no, yes, technically on paper, we're supposed to have free trade with these people. They're supposed to be open. But what they'll do is they'll charge like a sales tax nationally for products that come into Canada. It's not like a tariff or an import duty, but it's a sales tax on those products that they know are coming from the United States. And so whether that's like 5% or 10%, that seems innocent. But then another thing they'll do is they'll subsidize their own national or their companies. Canada will give $10 billion to a certain sector to boost those companies against U.S. companies, and that gives them a bigger marketing budget. It gives them more power in the market. The United States doesn't do that. We don't subsidize. You don't ever hear, oh, the government's going to. Well, 4 years ago, the last 4 years, we have been hearing the government subsidizing nonsense, but we don't do that. We don't subsidize our companies, and we don't charge any other countries, taxes to do business. And so they'll do that, and then everyone's like, oh, but there's no tariff. No, there is a tariff. Trump understands that. It's just it's a different form, a different way of charging a tariff. Also, look, if a cruise ship left the United States and it hovered around Mexico's ports, just didn't even go inside Mexico, but hovered around it, each passenger gets charged like 50 cents. Most people don't know that. And so Mexico just collects thousands, in seconds, right? They collect millions daily just because some cruise ship from the United States hovered around its port, its waters. And then people don't realize these are tariffs, just in different ways, different words for them.
The reason why they don't know is because obviously the politicians that were in office don't talk about it, and the media pretends like it just doesn't exist. So it just goes away. One of the things you reported on today as well, which kind of surprised me actually, was this one about what's her name, Muriel Bowser. So she's going to rename the you look at this, it just makes you laugh. Number one, why was it ever named that way? Number two, why all of a sudden, and what kind of pressure must she have been under to go ahead and rename Black Lives Matter Plaza to something non-political, non-racist? All of a sudden, these are the kind of side things that people don't realize that Trump is actually influencing, that you guys need to get your act together. And I hope they change the Redskins back. I mean, the Commander's name back to the Redskins, but that's a whole other story. So what's causing her to basically make nice with Trump?
Well, so Representative Andrew Clyde, a Republican from Georgia, introduced a bill to strip D.C. of its funding, transportation funding. If they didn't remove that name, I think they should just remove it, not replace it or rename it. So now she's going to erase the name Black Lives Matter. I mean, for good measure, she should just do All Lives Matter now, because that way no one's going to be angry. But we don't really need words on streets. If it's a street that cars drive on, why don't you just have it be a normal color, like how roads should look? Because I would argue it's more confusing driving somewhere and there's all these colors and all this text distracting you. This is causing a lot of accidents. But another reason she's doing it, Barry, is because President Trump said it blatantly that he wants to take over D.C. and run the city. So we might have the first ever president/mayor in history. So he would be president and the mayor of D.C. at the exact same time. And that's actually how it should be. I don't know why we decided to make DC its own city. It was never supposed to be its own city. They're never supposed to be even considered for statehood. They are not supposed to have representation because that's where our representation stays. That's where they do business. DC should be a capital. It shouldn't be like a city with a metro area with all these things with a city council. It shouldn't have any of that.
Right.
The federal government should run DC, should run its functions. I never understood why that was controversial and why it changed. But here we are. We see that the crime is more rampant there because these Democrats took over and just allowed anything to happen.
That, in addition, I think the DC court system is always going to be against Republicans just because of the very nature of the demographics there. That should be something that they look at moving as well. And I think those kind of changes may be coming because I'm looking. Good.
I never understood this, but we have circuit courts across the country, like Louisiana, Texas, Mississippi are in the 5th Circuit, Florida's in the 8th or something. But DC has its own thing. You brought up a really good point. It's a small little city and they're all Democrats, but they have their own circuit. It makes no sense whatsoever. They should be part of a circuit, with judges in the surrounding state. That's actually how it should work. But now we just have these judges, and they're the same judges these Democrats are filing suits in to block these changes that the president's in. It's really weird. So that's a good point.
That's why they were put in place. They know they have a home team. Whenever they're suing somebody or it's a home game all the time. And so, matter of fact, they're just getting rubber stamped and everything. Speaking of game changing, you would put this up, which is pretty interesting as well. Congressman Pete Sessions is introducing a bill to ban universal mail-in voting and electronic voting machines and shortening the early vote period from months to 3 days. When you read that, what you just wrote there, it's pretty much a no-brainer. we only went to this extended, you get to vote for a month thing because supposedly, of COVID and stuff. So now that that's not there anymore, can we go back in time and just, hey, listen, get your butts out there and vote. None of this month-long voting thing and take all night to get a vote in. And to me personally, it's very disheartening. Probably to you too. Because every time we do an election, it's always the inner cities that sit there and hold back. And they wait and they wait and they wait and all the funny stuff happens. Everybody should have to have the votes in at a certain time on that Tuesday and be done with it. So what do you think the likelihood of this getting passed is?
Yeah, well, you touched on a really important point about how frustrating it is to just watch the process. In 2024, the main difference, I would say, was Republicans just played every part of the game. At first, I was like, do we really want to use mail-in voting? But then the weeks leading into the election, when we started getting those numbers, and the numbers started setting the public narrative that, Republicans can compete in early voting. This used to be the Democrats' bread and butter, but Republicans are beating Democrats with certain returns in certain, districts in certain states, in certain cities, counties, etc. Like Arizona kept showing numbers with Republican returns higher than Democrats. And it was like setting the tone for what the election would eventually look like. So I think that was actually a huge positive, just playing the game overall. But objectively speaking, mail-in voting is a giant sham. And Democrats should vote to approve this bill because it would honor Jimmy Carter's legacy. Because Jimmy Carter's commission were the ones that discovered that universally mail-in voting was a giant fraud. Jimmy Carter did that. That's his legacy. So Democrats should vote to approve this. I know they won't because they love to cheat. And that's all they're good at. Ilhan Omar, she's in there because she cheated. Ballot harvesting. James O'Keefe exposed all this on video. It's funny that you couldn't say this on YouTube, like 2020. But now they just say it. You say whatever you want now. Yeah. So I think Pete Sessions introducing that is actually impressive. I never thought a Republican in Congress had the nuts to just introduce it because it's so in line with what would work. Why do we need machines to count votes when we can do it by hand and be more accurate? Why? no one can explain to me what machines have added to the election process, because California is still taking them. It's actually actually taking longer to count now with machines than without machines just a couple decades ago.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't make sense.
What did it take
voting.
them? Almost a month to finish voting?
Almost 2 months. They got finished up in like late December, and the election was November, the previous month. So yeah, California, I think they're probably still counting right now. And any minute we might get a nice little late night dump. This is the crazy thing, right? We won the election. Everyone declared Trump the winner. And I was still terrified that Maricopa County was just going to announce some giant drop of votes that would just change everything. I was still terrified. I was just constantly thinking like, ooh, they could do it today. And then as the weeks went by, as they counted 2 votes per day, I eventually realized that, yeah, we did actually win the election.
In addition to all of that, they should make the election day a holiday. That way there's no excuse. Everybody, today's election day, you don't have to work. It's a paid holiday, and get people out to the polls. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's any reason why that's not happening other than, as you said, the cheat. I mean, they've got it all set up a certain way, and that's their mechanism. And if he doesn't tear it down, we're going to continue to have these problems over and over and over. So speaking about
another thing, another thing I'm terrified about. I don't know if you've thought about this, but I don't like the direction the narrative around voting is heading towards, because everyone keeps saying we need as many votes as possible, and we need more voter registrations. And of course, I want more votes in the system. But, voting is not, and people are going to probably be confused when I say this, but voting is not like a right. It's not. It's a privilege of citizenship, and it requires strings attached. If you don't have a house or a primary residence, you can't vote.
Right.
So even if you were a citizen and you just happen to be homeless, you technically can't vote. If you were a felon, you can't vote. It's a privilege of citizenship that's not tied to anything except your competency. I agree with Vivek Ramaswamy. If you can't pass a civics test, why should you be allowed to vote? Because, I mean, if you don't know that Congress, has 2 bodies, the Senate and House of Representatives, then why are you voting for anyone that would be involved in Congress? If you don't know that the president commands the executive branch, and there's no such thing as an independent executive branch agency, because that's an unconstitutional agency, then why are you voting for the president? If you don't know what the vice president does, you don't know that they are also simultaneously the president of the Senate, why are you voting? So I don't think we need to keep pushing like every person to. I hope Democrats stay at home, because we need less dumb people voting in general. I'm a believer in voter suppression. Whenever these Democrats are like, you're suppressing our votes, good. When they're like, black people can't get IDs because they don't know how to get to a library, or they don't know how to obtain an ID. I'm like, you know what? If requiring ID means like 10% less black votes come into the system, I think that's objectively a good thing. Because if you're a grown person and you don't know how to obtain an ID, you probably shouldn't be voting for the person who's going to control the nuclear codes.
I've been saying that for years, and I've always used a business analogy, and I always said if I sent you a check for $10,000, I guarantee you would find a way to get an ID. You wouldn't say, I'm never going to be able to cash this, so let me rip it up because there's no way I can get an ID. The rule of 10,000 should apply. If you're willing to get an ID to cash this big check, go get an ID to vote. And even then, at this point, the people without ID, in my mind, are people who choose not to have an ID. Not that they can't have it, they don't want to be in the system. So everything you have to do, even people who are getting government checks, you got to have an ID. So I just wonder, other than the newcomers, who doesn't have an ID? I've never met that person, black or white.
I haven't either. I mean, my sister's in Minnesota, and she went to go vote in person because everyone in my family voted in person. I told them all that mail-in voting was a giant scam, so they all voted in person. And she brought her ID with her, and she gave them her name and everything that she needed to give them. And then she went to show her ID, and they were like, we don't need it. It's like, really? I could have just walked in there and said, my name's Barry Cunningham.
Yeah, they don't care.
And they would have been like, oh, cool, we believe you.
Yeah.
Sign right here.
They don't care,
But
not
that's
at all.
the system.
So tonight we're supposed to, let's say we're half an hour away, and they're starting to move people into the Hall of Congress. Obviously not Trump yet, but I'm seeing all the people congregate. I got a question for you. What are these people going to do tonight? From all day long, I've heard all kinds of different stories about throwing eggs and making noise and all kinds of crap. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't care if you're a congressperson or a senator. If you throw an egg at the president or something like that, you need to go to jail. I mean, no doubt about it. So what are you hearing about this uproar that they're supposed to have today?
Well, yeah, if they throw an egg at the president, the Secret Service is not going to, take that kindly, and they're not going to not, go after these people. They would be arrested and prosecuted, so they're not going to throw eggs. I think what they're going to do is, I would hate to see this, but, Adam Schiff might start stripping in protest of what's going on, and I would really not want to see that. But, he's the kind of guy to do that kind of thing, I'm protesting, so here goes off my shirt. I don't think they're going to do anything other than wear pink, right? All the Democrat girls are going to wear pink.
Hold on a second. Explain that. What is that all about? Because I didn't even hear that today.
Well, I guess they say, wearing pink is like girl power, but all the Democrats are girls, like including the guys. So if I don't see everyone wearing pink, I'm going to be very shocked. But I guess pink. They wear pink to protest. They did it, a few times in his first term, which I never understood then as well. I was like, you guys just look normal for once, right? You actually, I hope that McBride individual doesn't show up with no pink, because that's going to be cultural appropriation of women. We don't want that. We don't want those things. So.
In case you don't know who he was talking about, he's talking about that one member of Congress who is a transformer and is going to be there today. They're going to be wearing a pink dress or a pink suit. We have no idea. But in any event, I just think it would be extremely, well, they don't care about rudeness. I mean, I saw the whole thing with what's her name, the old lady, Maxine Waters, walking up to HUD. And they know they're going to get turned away. They just do it for photo ops. But at the same time, you see videos like what Nick Sorter puts up and things where you actually talk to them, put a microphone in their face, and they run. There's nothing for them to say. So
their aides, it's funny because I was in the halls of Congress, and I saw the aides. I met Eric Schwarwell. I didn't ask him about Fang Fang. Should have, that would have been a good piece of conversation. But I took a picture with him and I just posted it. Met new friends at the Capitol today. That was the caption. And people lost their minds. They were like, George, what's going on? You're not a conservative. I was like, come on. I'm trolling, of course, right? But, Schwarwell, you meet these people and you meet their team. Mm-hmm. I kid you not. I went up to one of his staffers. This guy was like a senior advisor to him. So a legitimate person in his team, and they all have like teams of like 10 to 15 people. And I asked him like what he thought about something. I think it might have been Section 230. And I kid you not, this guy didn't even know what I was talking about. I said, hey, man, what do you think about Section 230? Internet censorship, that sort of thing, big tech, and, the liability protections they get. He had no idea what Section 230 was. And he had to like Google what his congressman's position on that issue was. So these are the people we're dealing with. They're people that don't analyze things. Democrats, did you see the video of all of them repeating the same message?
Hold on. I couldn't play the whole thing because I can't sit through the whole thing. But hold on. Do I have here? You could watch this in case anyone's tuning in late. I'm only going to play like 30 seconds of it because it's like I can't take it. But check this out, everybody.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
That's what
That's enough. I can't stomach any more of that. But in case
That's
you
what
guys,
Pete Hegseth was feeling like when all those chicks were nagging at him. So, but you know, in their minds, they think if they hold the mic to their mouth, like how TikTokers do, Gen Z TikTokers, that they're going to be appealing to young men, to young voters in the country, and they're going to seem relatable. But all it does is it proves that they are not relatable, because they can't even think how cringe it is for all of them to do the exact same video with the exact same words. I don't know if they like thought it through, but those are the staffers that are setting these things up. People that don't even know the basic functions of their jobs. They don't know what their Congress people believe. They don't know anything. Alternatively, like oppositely, I went into Republican offices and they were the sharpest people I've met. The comms people were sharp. They knew everything. I bet you if I ask one of Byron Donald's comm staffers, his communications director, who Barry Cunningham is, he's going to know. He's going to know you. Because that guy, he just watches so much of what, he's constantly analyzing where the conversation's going, who's leading the conversation. He would know you because he just has to be sharp for his job.
Yeah,
the Democrats, they have no idea what goes on in the real world.
It often makes you wonder, like when they're having these hearings and you see them at the hearing and they're just reading the questions. So when you were doing this last two, somebody has given them that piece of paper and said, just read this question, because they don't have any ability to pose a question to somebody who's a witness. Just checking in. I'm looking at the White House. They're not the White House. He's left the White House. This is the halls are getting ready to walk in. So we got a couple minutes. So before I switch over, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable, but some people asked me earlier, and they've seen your profile. Could you please say a short prayer and bless Trump with the right words and give people the ability to discern and whatever you'd like to say? A lot of people would they asked me, like, ask George to pray. So I'm like, George, would you do that?
Yeah. I mean, I won't say a woman. Don't worry, okay? I won't say that cringe nonsense, but yeah, we could pray. All right. Well, Lord Jesus, we thank you very much for the blessing that you have bestowed upon this country and the era and the time we're in. Lord, of course, if you told us all the things that are happening right now would be happening, we would not have believed you, but everything is your plan. Everything is in your hands. God, I pray for the president that you give him the wisdom that he requires to govern the way you would be pleased by. I pray, oh God, that as he deals with all these foreign wars and conflicts, that he becomes an arbiter of peace and a broker of solidarity between people. God, I pray for this country and every person in it. I pray, oh Lord, that as there is a degree of uncertainty with all sorts of things going on, that you, oh God, give us clarity and that your voice leads us to the water that we need to go consume. We thank you, God. In Jesus' name, amen.
Brother, thank you very, very much for that. Anytime you want to come on and talk to people, they absolutely love you. I'm just seeing here, and everyone's like, they just love that. It's so genuine, and thank you. Just want to say thank you. So I'm gonna let you get out of here so you can go and enjoy this this show tonight yourself, because it's gonna be a show. I can't imagine how many people are gonna be empty seats there. Don't know what these Democrats are going to do. You're going to have a whole bunch to write about tomorrow for sure. So thank you very much. I'm going to put up your.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, I'm going to put up your profile now, so you guys can go ahead and follow George. Actually, let me put it up there. There it is. Go to @Bahizi Tweets on X and follow him. And this is his profile right there. He's prolific in his stories and breaking news, and he's got some great contacts, obviously. So go ahead and follow George. I'm telling you right now, you won't be sorry. I mean, you might get overloaded because there's so much.
Well, unless you're Canadian, unless you're going to be sorry, you're going to be very sorry. So
I feature your stuff so much, and I know people sometimes like, who is this guy George you keep talking about? I'm like, well, now you have a face to the profile, and understand that there's only a few people that I actually rely on and look at them as sources. George is definitely one. I see, George, that you're also being followed now by the Data Republican. Man, have you talked to her? Have you had an interview or anything with her?
Yeah, I saw her page before the election. She had like 20,000 followers or 30,000 followers. And I just thought she was so smart. So, yeah, we started following each other way back then. I didn't think she was, like a literal genius exposing the intricacies of the corruption. But here we are. I mean, heroes are being risen up every single day. So we're seeing amazing people come out of nowhere with amazing amounts of tenacity. So she's great.
They had to put her in security too. I guess the Cajun Navy had to relocate her because things were going nuts. She was getting too many death threats and everything. So
I hope Pam Bondi starts taking some of these threats seriously. There was a girl that literally wished, encouraged something to happen to the president and to Elon Musk.
Yeah.
That person needs to go to jail. It's not a joke, because compounding over time, that kind of rhetoric will lead to something really tragic happening. And we already saw that very close in Butler.
If you're willing to put your face on a camera and say something that's stupid, I don't even care if you're just trying for likes and clicks. It still means someone needs to knock on your door, because they just need to determine what's your mindset, what kind of person are you. It's insane. All right, George, thank you very much. Go ahead and get your popcorn ready.
All right, have fun with the speech.
That's going to be awesome. Thank you very much, brother. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, guys. That is George from Beheezy Tweets. I hope you guys all follow him. Right now, there's a procession going on. Let me go ahead and cut so you guys can see this. Let me just do this.
Looks there like
you can see
Angus
that.
King. The gentleman with the mustache.
I can go ahead
behind.
and kill the sound for now. But these are some of the dignitaries. Rand Paul. Who else can I see there? I forget that. There, Adam Schiff, Katie Britt, Merkley, and I guess Democrats and Republicans both walking in together, getting ready for this thing. I'm surprised that many Democrats are even showing up at this point. I mean, we can check this out for a little bit. You can see the different people.
Some people are not.
They're all filing in. There's Murphy, idiot from Connecticut. Don't know some of these people. I think that's Chris Murphy right in the front. Not really sure, but in any event, we're getting ready. Countdown. We got 20 minutes. So as we're waiting, let me go ahead and take some comments here. Get her to Georgia. Absolutely. No tariff on Georgia. Thank you, George, for the beautiful prayer. Yeah, tell him yourself. Go ahead and get on his post. As a black man, it does my heart good to see how many of my brothers are seeing the light. Absolutely. Can the Democrats try to act normal for once? Tonight isn't the night you're going to see normal. Normal has left the building. These people are just completely bat poop crazy, and who knows what they're going to be doing. I can see some of the higher. Here comes John Thune. Oops. There's J.D. Vance, as you can see. There's Chucky Boy, Chuck Schumer. Amy Klobuchar behind J.D. Vance.
And you can see the two Senate leaders there, John Thune and Chuck Schumer just snuck by. Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota, Democrat. J.D. Vance, the vice president, is in that mix. He's shaking people's hands on the side. John Barrasso, who is in the leadership for the Republicans.
And there's Dickie Durbin, Tom Cotton. Dickie Durbin. It amazes me how these people can all be, just shaking each other's hands.
And so he will be.
Just being all nicey when they hate each other, or is that all for show as well? Who knows? Who knows what these people are all about? But in any event, You can see us. I'm going to let you guys hear this for a while.
Do they get down there? And the late Sheila Jackson Lee was Democrat from Texas, was famous for always being on the aisle, regardless of presidents. I'd love to see that collection of photos. But how long does it take if you're going to get on the aisle here to greet the president and everybody else?
Sometimes they get there very early. Sometimes 4 or 5 hours or early, as soon as the security sweep is over. It is a first come first serve situation. It's a little nerve wracking to be that, but they want to position themselves, and whether they're Democrats or Republicans, they like those corner
And there's
seats.
Nancy Mace in the white dress talking, a Republican of South Carolina, talking to J.D. Vance.
Sometimes, it was a little lonely. Some of the other people who come to mind who have, get there very early. Elliot Engel, former Democrat from New York, Cynthia McKinney, a Democrat from Georgia. And you'd hear about also just small little bits of bonding, sometimes for people who wouldn't necessarily spend a lot of time together, particularly, Democrats and Republicans from different parts of the country and so forth. And it is one of those quirky kind of rituals that makes covering Congress a lot of fun to know about. These sort of things. We've got some old photos in the roll call archive of people bringing newspapers and just reading them all day long, waiting for the president and people to start filling in.
And you can see the Joint Chiefs had come in. There's Senator Scott behind J.D. Vance. Byron Donalds, running for governor of Florida as a Republican. Big President Trump supporter on the campaign. There's Chip Roy, Republican of Texas, who has been a supporter and been, sometimes a
little bit of an iconoclast. Yes.
There we go. That's a nice way.
Former staffer for Ted Cruz.
Jasmine, right, you were talking about Senator Katie Britt last year. Up to that rebuttal.
Before everything starts, I want you to take a listen to something that Karoline Leavitt said earlier today. And she was talking about what to expect tonight.
Americans can expect Donald Trump to say many things that are false, including perhaps Russian information. What we will not hear from Donald Trump, however, is the truth.
We know that he's going to lie, that he's going to be completely divorced from reality in terms of what he describes.
That State of the Union speech is going to be a farce. I think it's going to be a MAGA pep rally.
We can make sure the American people understand that this man is not keeping the promises that have a real impact in their lives.
Exactly. We always take our cues from them. Ilhan Omar, tonight, President Trump set to address a joint session of Congress, and Democrats are plotting their resistance with plans to disrupt it, I guess. White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt joins us right now in studio. Karoline, first off, your first mini State of the Union speech to the joint session of Congress. What's the mindset of the staff and the president?
We're so excited. It's a big day and it's a big night for President Trump. And we know he's going to give a fantastic speech. The theme is the renewal of the American dream. And the renewal of the American dream is underway already. Look at all that President Trump has accomplished in his first month as president. He's going to highlight some of those accomplishments. He's also going to talk about his plans to fix the economic mess that was created and left for him by Joe Biden in his administration. He's going to dive into foreign policy, talk about his intention to end the war in Ukraine, talk about his plan to bring all of the hostages out of Gaza home. And he's also going to make an ask of Congress tonight. We need more border funding to continue with these deportations that have been incredibly successful because of the efforts of this administration, but we need more resources.
Separate from the bills that they're working on in the House and Senate?
Look, the president has been engaged in those negotiations, as you know, with both members of the House and also on the Senate side, too. He's expressed his intention is one big, beautiful bill, but he wants to get the deal done. And you will hear him talk about how Border Patrol and DHS need more funding. We need to deport the tens of millions of illegal criminals who the previous administration led into our country. The administration is doing everything they can, and those deportation efforts are underway. But certainly we need more resources, and we need more men and women who want to join this historic effort.
All right. So also you have recruiting up. We get those numbers in December and January. That's got to be encouraging. But tonight at the speech itself, there's going to be some special guests, some of which you can reveal.
Yeah.
Looks like the First Lady will have a big roster, including Stephanie Diller.
Yes.
And that is one of the themes. People, law enforcement whose spouses lost their lives in the line of duty.
Yeah, the First Lady will be in attendance tonight, and the guest list that she put together and President Trump put together is phenomenal. There will be everyday American heroes in attendance. Stephanie Diller, whom you mentioned, who lost her husband in the line of duty at the hands of an illegal immigrant. You have Mark Fogel, who, of course, because of President Trump's Peace Through Strength efforts, returned from Russian captivity. Corey Comparator, who lost his life protecting his family in Butler, Pennsylvania. You'll also have an auto worker. You'll have a steel worker, and you will see exceptional Americans with great stories. President Trump will be telling their stories.
Right. I know you mentioned Elon Musk will be there.
Yes.
Staff advisors will be there. The secretaries will be there. You also mentioned there's special guests.
Mm-hmm.
And you gave me the idea that perhaps you might weaken and tell me who those surprise guests are. Have you decided if you're going to tell me?
I have decided I am not going to tell you. I will let President Trump tell the country later. But there are going to be some very special guests that the president will reveal in his speech. And I also want to mention there will be the mothers of Jocelyn Nungare and Laken Riley, who will be in attendance tonight, who, of course, lost their daughters at the hands of illegal migrant immigrants. And that's what part of the reason President Trump is working so hard on these deportations and why Congress and Democrats need to get on board with this effort, because the vast majority of Americans are supportive of it.
The border's almost virtually shut down. No one expected this type of success, even better than the first time. So now, yesterday, the president announced a pause in Ukraine aid. Could a call from President Zelensky today change that?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's up to President Trump to decide. What I do know is that President Trump wants to make a deal. And unfortunately, it has appeared thus far that President Zelensky is unwilling to talk about a real peace agreement. And in order to negotiate peace, you've got to bring both sides to the table. And in any good deal in business, in politics, usually both sides leave a little bit unhappy. And I think President Zelensky, unfortunately, is failing to realize that at this moment in time. But look, the president is a deal maker, and that's what he wants to do. He wants this war to end. He wants to stop the killing. He wants to see a ceasefire. And he had an economic agreement on the table on a silver platter for President Zelensky to sign at the White House last Friday, which wouldn't have just been an economic agreement. It would have been a lifeline for President Zelensky and his country. If you have, American companies and American miners exploring for those rare earth minerals in Ukraine, that serves as an incredible deterrent to Putin into Russia. And unfortunately, that deal wasn't signed because President Zelensky did not come into the Oval Office with the right mindset.
But he has said he would sign it now.
Well, we'll have to see.
Okay. Caroline, I don't know when you rest, because I saw you last night and then I'm watching you today, but you look wide awake and you're ready to go. Are you liking the job?
I love the job, and I'm looking forward to the speech tonight. Everybody should tune in. It will be must-see
How long
TV.
will it be?
About an hour, but who knows? It could always go a little bit longer. We have great guests with great stories to tell.
Does the president worried about disruptions?
No, I don't think we're worried about that. I think, frankly, the Democrats should think about if they should stand up and applause for some of the things President Trump will be talking about. He's bringing common sense back to this country. Look at Democrats yesterday. 45 Senate Dems voted against keeping men out of women's sports. How can you be against that when 80% of the country is for it? So
it is crazy for them to reject what the House
You'll
passed.
hear a lot of common sense tonight.
Caroline, thanks so much. Every time you speak, I hear common sense, and you
Thanks,
seem to really
Brian.
adjust to the press room.
Yeah, I think that
All right,
Okay.
so just
There's
a second
Mrs.
ago,
Vance.
I saw that Kash Patel is sitting there. Kash Patel is in attendance. I didn't see Pam Bondi, but she's probably there too. I saw there's Don Jr. with looks like Lara Trump. I saw Ivanka. Oh, she's right there at the bottom with her and Jared right there. So most of the family seems to be in place. Now they're just waiting for the president to be announced, and then once they bring him in, the guy comes up and he knocks on the door. Oh, President Trump, and then they start dancing and shaking hands and everything again. So obviously J.D. Vance and Mike Johnson are getting ready. People are still filing in, and they're coming. That's Ossoff from Georgia, Trader Susan Collins, Trader Lisa Murkowski. hate these people for what they've been doing all this time. So we're looks like about 7 or 8 minutes away from this soiree kicking off tonight. I want to say thank you before it begins. I just want to be the person right now to say thank you. We've been here since 9:30 this morning. We conducted 4 or 5 interviews. It's been fantastic. I feel still energized because of what's going on. If you missed any of the interviews, we're going to go ahead and clip those and put those up as their own videos tomorrow. I'm sure tomorrow's show is going to be lit because something tells me there's going to be some big announcements tonight. And then, of course, there'll be some big announcements tomorrow because following up on what he does tonight. So, thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for bearing with me. Thank you to my computer so far because it hasn't, 12 hours of talking. It's a lot. Actually, I didn't have to talk for 12 hours. I had some filler. So anyway, thank you. Sharon Cole, thank you very much for tuning in. Robin K says a cold beer sounds great right about now. As long as you got your popcorn, get your popcorn with you. Wait a minute, is he calling something here? Is he?
States into the chamber the following. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Miss Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Nagus. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Lankford. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The Senator from New Jersey, Mr. Booker. The Senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
All right, so one of the things I like is the pomp and circumstance of our government. If you notice, escorting in the president, a couple of those people, including Cory Booker, were Democrats. And so there's going to be some Democrats who their job is to escort the president into the hall, which is, as much as you disagree with him, maybe you even personally don't like him, you have a job as a sitting senator in the United States government to show some decorum, to show some pride in the United States.
Speaker, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
I have no idea who those people are. The Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Jonathan Jackson. There. The penguin doesn't. Did he dress this up okay? My wife loves this gray suit. I hate it. I don't wear it because she'll see me on TV. I'm a blazer, man.
And we're about 5-10 minutes away from the president entering the chamber and beginning his speech. Jasmine Wright, Jason.
Alrighty, so they're
chatting amongst ourselves. Is there anything that
we're all going to chat amongst ourselves at this point? All right, so while they're doing that, I will do some of this and take some more comments here. Best president ever, Donald Trump. God bless you and bless America. Absolutely. I hope for good news. Yep. I just pray that he's safe and none of these knuckleheads do anything. Whatever kind of protest you make it a in your seat protest. Don't throw anything. Don't do anything stupid. Hold on, we have somebody else coming in now. That was odd. Looked like a couple people were missing. I didn't see Ketanji Jackson. I didn't see Clarence Thomas. Didn't see Samuel Alito. Didn't see Gorsuch, unless they're still going to be filing in. But there were a couple people that weren't there. One of those justices who you saw, older guy that was behind, I think he came in last. If you are a retired justice and you decide you want to show up, you obviously get to still wear the robe. And I believe his name, I forget the guy's name, but Kennedy, that's his name. I think that was Kennedy that came in, Justice Kennedy. Even though he's retired, he's allowed to come in. All right, let's continue. Let's see what anybody else comes in yet. Who they're going to gavel in. Not really sure yet. Maybe Melania might be next. Designated survivors. Oh, might be. Some of the SCOTUS. Let's see. Is he going to read something again, or are they going to do something? Why are some of them? I just saw that. Why are some of them wearing pink? Well, the Democrats decided that today in protest they were going to wear pink. So if there's not that much pink there, then there's probably not much of a protest. Let's see who's next. They're still waiting. That's why some of them have pink on at this point. Breyer? Is that Stephen Breyer? Okay, that's who it was. I thought it was Kennedy. But it could be Breyer. They kind of look alike. Clarence not feeling good. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Sean, watching from Ireland. Thank you very much. Watching the screen to see who's next to come out here. Hey, Mr. Stacy, Barry, God bless you, brother. We've been watching you since the beginning this morning. I will be here till the end. Thank you very, very much. Salute. Barry, thanks for all the great guests you had on today. And I want to say thank you to Ashley. Ashley put all those guests together. She's the one who brings them, schedules them, and it's a hard job because so many people have conflicts and they have to change. Like our first guest this morning was supposed to be General Michael Flynn. He couldn't make it because he had to go to Washington, so she had to rebook him. And then you have to make sure people understand how to log in, get their time straight. Couldn't do any of this without her coordinating all these guests. So, Ashley, I just wanted to say thank you very, very much. And you guys in chat, those guests wouldn't be here if it weren't for Ashley. And I saw a picture earlier she sent me. The grandkids are watching. So, Tyler, Tinley, oh yeah, I don't say their last names. And Taylor, how y'all doing? They'll be down here in a few weeks or less, rather, like 10 days. We'll be here. We'll be hanging out at the beach. You really have to respect the way we present our government. Yes, absolutely. I like the pageantry of that. Pink. Great job, Ashley. Ashley getting some props. For everything you do. And she keeps me busy because she works on getting she signed up somebody tonight. I can't tell you the name yet, but another big name. How can I say this? Reporter. You'll know who the person is. It's a woman. She's fantastic. Can't wait to talk to her. Let's see here. Ashley, can I adopt you? Yeah, there she is. Thanks, everybody. All right, so we're now past 9 o'clock. I got past 9 o'clock, and he hasn't walked in yet. And the people who are going to escort him, they're not here yet. So I'm not really sure what exactly is the holdup, what they're doing. But it's already Cyoxide. It's already on slow mode, right? And we just got a ton of people right now, so it's on slow mode, and we're getting there's MTG. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's right there. Let's see who else we're seeing. Park the paddy wagon out front tonight. Oh yeah, absolutely. Where are we? Come on, let's get this show on the road. Hit the gavel, get people in there, so we can get this party started. Thank you, Ashley. Yes, thank you. Yeah, slow mode is on as we speak. So it's just a lot of comments, a lot of stuff flying through here. William Santos, wow, I've been here since 9 a.m. Thank you very, very much. There's Nancy. Nancy probably doesn't know where she is. She's probably like 3 sheets into the wind. And they're coordinating their attack right now. She's trying to figure out what we're going to do. What is that? This woman's got a pink jacket on and got all kinds of stuff written on it. Look at the woman next to her, kind of off pink. You can just tell the way she looks with the Rachel Maddow glasses, can't we? All right, are we getting someplace here? Let's see here.
Is new.
Nope, not yet. Okay, who's this coming in? I got to move the comments so you guys can see. Who is this?
Yes,
80%, haven't we?
Oh, I think more than that.
And Melania Trump, who was on Capitol Hill yesterday as well.
Oh, that's Melania. Here she comes.
See you down at the White House. That she came down. Here comes Mrs. Trump. She's sitting with her guests. Greta gave us her guests earlier. They include some revenge porn victims, the Comparatory family that was, the father was killed in Butler, Pennsylvania. So she's sitting with her guests there.
Lincoln Riley family is there.
That's right.
To answer your question, I wasn't surprised to see her. I mean, I think those were her first public remarks since Donald Trump took office. There were some questions about how much she would be in Washington, how frequently she'd be around. But I think that there's a real shift in energy, not just from the president, but also from her office, trying to do things much differently this time around.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
That's true. I should have done better. I should have done way better.
And now the cabinet is coming in. Secretary of State Rubio, Secretary of the Treasury Bessent. We saw there as well Attorney General Pam Bondi. Pete Hegseth was there. Mr. Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, who we talked about a little bit earlier. RFK Jr., of course, HHS. There's Scott Turner. HUD. There's Seth Duffy. I'm so sorry, Sean Duffy. Transportation. There's Senator Adam Schiff, sitting with a senator from... Yep, the new senator from Delaware, Lisa Blunt Rochester. We had Carol from Illinois, Carol Mosley Braun. We have Angela Alsobrooks, Maryland.
Kamala Harris was the second.
Kamala Harris, of course, and then Lisa
Angela
Blunt Rochester.
Yes.
Yeah.
Interchangeably through two.
And there's Kristi Noem, who's talking there with the, is that the congressman from New Jersey, Jeff?
Tim Burchett from Tennessee.
There we go. Is that Brooke Rollins, the Ag Secretary.
Mm-hmm.
It is sort of odd to have something like this with, I mean, there's so much, we're paying attention to the fashion because of like some of the protests and so forth, having just done the Oscars 2 nights ago. It's not quite as glamorous.
Not quite the same.
Not quite the same.
But there is a lot more power.
I would simply say, Jason, Dick, that nobody in the world cares what you or I are wearing. Last year, Joe Biden took at least a half hour to get out of the chamber. It was a moment for him politically that boosted him.
Yeah.
That got rid of some of the rumors of mental decline, etc. And he worked that room for a half an hour. It's one of the most, in a sense,
These guys aren't too biased, are they? Oh, Joe Biden. He was fantastic. You should have seen him as he came through. That's because he didn't know where he was. And he needed to talk to those people so he could keep making his way down the aisle. Try not to show your bias the way you guys are. All right, so it's 9:08. Pretty soon, Trump will be making his way through, as you can tell. Let me see something here. Let me try this feed where nobody's actually talking. So,
but who knows what kind of doubt.
just taking his time. See which president would come out to "God Bless USA." That would be really cool. I'm looking at pictures. Cabinet. Everybody's there now. Okay, so the only person I can see that's not there are possibly some of the Supreme Court justices. Somebody said they saw Kamala. I don't think Kamala Harris is there. You might have mistook that for. I know the Fox feed. No, I'm not going to take Fox because the problem with Fox is they'll cut for something or anything. And what'll happen is with C-SPAN, there's no commercials, there's no edits. So as soon as he comes out, these people will cut. Actually, what I'm waiting for, it's the best feed I have found. Just to give you guys a hint, the single best feed. Let me see if it's on. I may cut to it. Just been waiting for them to go live, but it's always the best one. Let's see. Yep, it's there. Okay, so. Let me go ahead and, no, it's not ready yet. It will be. So what I'm going to do is I'll cut to one feed, but the best feed is the White House. The White House has the best camera, has the best mics, and but they haven't gone live yet. So they're not going to go live until President Trump actually starts. So what I'll do is I'll throw up one feed and then I'll use the computer and change it over. Bernie Sanders, nope, he didn't go. Yeah, he decided he didn't want to be there. Pink to protest. Pink is usually for girls, and they see. Oh my goodness! I don't know. What are you protesting? Is there one day you just can't be normal people? I mean, seriously. I mean, is there one day you can just say, "Suck it up"? But you know what it is? They all want the cameras. They all want the cameras and everything else. They just cut to this lady. What's she saying?
The economy. This is from Jake Sherman. Whatever they tariff us, we tariff them. Whatever they tax us, we tax them. And if they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. So you can expect to hear some tough talk from the president tonight on that. That is ahead of the markets closing tonight. CNBC with this headline: Dow tumbles again, loses more than 1,300 points in 2 days as Trump ignites trade war.
It's not a trade war. You must chill, you idiots.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States. Am I the only one that watches him come in and just is like a little bit nervous, even though I know the security must be just Rambo style, that the security must have like sniffed up every person's butt who's in there? But is there anybody else who just feels a little like twinge of like worry, like just get up to the stage, hurry up, forget all these people. I don't want you around all these nuts. Maybe it's just me. It could be just me, but I still worry. just let me know if the sound is okay. Just give me a quick, yes, it's fine.
Thank you, sir.
Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States, members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back. 6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. 1 counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded.
Mr. President.
A 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session.
Toss the bums out.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Get out. Get out. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. Get him out. Do every single one of them. Get out.
Go.
Shameful. Absolutely shameful.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency